This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Members, I have received notice from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. And first of all, could I welcome very much the fact that we have the First Minister here this morning to address the Assembly, and it follows on from yesterday when we had two ministers in to brief the Assembly. These are very important contributions to the Assembly, and I want to extend appreciation to the members of the Executive for doing so. Before I call the Minister, I would remind members that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's rulings that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members do still have to make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called, but they can do this by rising in their place as well as notifying the business office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate per se, and long introductions should not be the thing. So I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in compliance with Section 52C(2) of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on recent developments taken by the Executive to try and impact the spread of the coronavirus epidemic. These decisions have been taken against the following backdrop. Since the beginning of July, there has been a gradual but sustained rise in the number of positive COVID-19 tests. On Saturday, the Department of Health confirmed a further 319 people in Northern Ireland had tested positive for coronavirus. Since then, a further 407 people have tested positive. Saturday was the highest daily tally reported since the pandemic began and brings the total number of confirmed cases reported to 10,949. 1,513 cases were diagnosed in this last 7 days alone. Unfortunately, one death has been reported, bringing the death toll to 578. There are currently 51 COVID patients in hospitals across Northern Ireland, with 6 in intensive care, and there are outbreaks of the virus in 28 care homes. Evidence we have from the Test, Trace, Protect programme tells us that a significant number of the COVID cases are being acquired through household contacts and informal interactions in the community. Wherever people meet each other, there is a risk of transmission. This is why the Executive agreed that restrictions in domestic settings should be introduced in order to reduce community transmission occurring through indoor social gatherings and households. Initially, this was applied on a postcode basis, but now applies to all areas of Northern Ireland. These restrictions are a necessary and proportionate approach to address the increasing number of COVID cases that we have witnessed since early July and which have accelerated over this past weeks. Positive case numbers are of serious concern to the Executive, the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor. The numbers themselves and the rate at which cases are doubling should be a concern to all parts of our society, including the business sector and citizens. If allowed to continue, this will inevitably lead to an increase in hospital admissions and deaths, and that is something we must try to minimise. Building on the measures already in place, the Executive agreed last Thursday that a closing time of 11 p.m. should be applied to the hospitality sector. This will come into effect from midnight on Wednesday, the 30th of September 2020, and apply to those parts of the hospitality sector subject to current regulations, including pubs, bars, restaurants and cafes, as well as hotel and guest house bars. No alcohol or food will be served after 10:30, and all customers must leave by 11 p.m. In practice, this brings the normal closing times forward by half an hour, and there will be no late licences. The intention behind the earlier closing time is that socialising later in the evening is considered to increase the risk of virus spreading because people adhere to the rules less strictly after consuming alcohol and in venues where they are used to mixing freely. There can be no exceptions to this, so weddings and other important social events will also be required to comply. From last Thursday, the 24th of September, all businesses that serve food or drink in England, Scotland and Wales have been required to shut at 10 o'clock every night under new measures that were introduced to control the rising rate of coronavirus. That includes pubs, restaurants, cafes, social clubs, casinos and bingo halls. The 10 p.m. closing that had initially been imposed in certain areas in England then became a nationwide restriction. That is because of the need to ask people to further limit their social interactions. Sales of alcohol from off licences in supermarkets in Northern Ireland already stop at 11 o'clock. This will help ensure a consistent approach in border areas. Some will make the point that pubs and bars closing at 11 p.m. will drive people to house parties, and we recognise that risk. However, house parties and gatherings in our homes are illegal. The restrictions already in place ban people from more than one household to be in a private dwelling, or more than 6 people from no more than 2 households to be in a private garden. The totality of the arrangements will be subject to enforcement. We do not want to go there, Mr. Speaker. We would prefer that everyone works with us to impact the spread of the virus. But enforcement has a role, and we are working closely with the Police Service of Northern Ireland and local government to understand the issues from their perspectives and also the importance of community responses. Junior ministers are working closely with the police and local government, and we will be looking at the fines levels we have here as a matter of priority. It is essential that business owners and members of the public adhere to these restrictions, which will help reduce the length of time the restrictions will need to be retained. We want to avoid more stringent measures, but we have been clear from the outset of this pandemic that we will put restrictions in place if we have to. We will do so carefully and with great thought to the social and economic impacts, but if we need to act, we will. As always, we must continue to be extremely careful in all aspects of our lives, particularly for the medically vulnerable members of our community. And we appreciate that this is a time for everyone, a difficult time for everyone, and yet more restrictions are not what any of us want. And I think that's very important to say that, Mr. Speaker. We cannot emphasise enough that the regulations are intended to protect you, to protect other people, to reduce the spread of infection, and to bring the epidemic to an end as soon as possible. We assure this House that the restrictions will be kept under constant review and measures will be removed if possible, but equally they may be added to if necessary. We can all help curb the spread of the virus by maintaining social distancing, maintaining good hand and respiratory hygiene, wearing face coverings, self-isolating immediately if we experience any symptoms, including a new persistent cough, a fever, or a loss or change of smell or taste, seeking a test if we experience any of these symptoms, downloading the Stop COVID NI app, and complying with the restrictions in place. Our message is simple. If each and every one of us does our bit, we will help bring the epidemic to an end sooner rather than later, and by doing that, save lives.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome today's statement from the Executive Office and the First Minister and the confirmation that it provides. Further to this, I welcome the ability for us to be, as representatives here, and ask questions and to seek clarity on the decisions that have been taken. And it's fairly obvious that we are facing a crisis in this pandemic. Nearly 15 to 20% of the cases have been recorded in the past week alone. And the First Minister has detailed the new rules and regulations that are welcome in terms of assistance to try and curb that. But could the Minister outline any discussions or considerations that there have been to giving help to businesses in the hospitality industry that are close to the edge as it is, and these restrictions may push them over? Because I have to wonder, where is our Economy Minister to deliver us a plan, not a reaction to what has happened, but a concrete plan to help businesses and to support those that are going to lose their livelihoods and everything that goes with it because of the restrictions?
I thank the Chair for his question, and indeed we have been engaging quite closely with the hospitality sector, as he would expect us to do as an executive. We have taken a partnership approach with that sector right throughout, given the fact that it was told to close very early in the pandemic and then has been one of the last, if you like, to reopen again, and we recognise all the pressures and strains that that brings on those businesses. It was because of our consciousness, if you like, of the pressures that the hospitality sector is under, and also observing the 10 o'clock curfew in other parts of the United Kingdom and the way in which that has worked, that we decided to have an 11 o'clock curfew. And we hope that that will allow businesses, particularly restaurants and hotels, to have a second sitting because that was one of the concerns that was raised with us around the 10 o'clock curfew. It wouldn't allow 2 sittings in a restaurant. We hope that that now can happen. And so we have been listening very carefully to the hospitality sector. In terms of the recovery piece, this is something that the Executive as a whole have been working on. We have agreed a tentative recovery framework, and we have been working with the Department of Finance, and the Chair will know that just last week the Minister for Finance came forward with more allocations in respect of trying to fight COVID. And there is still some money left in that budget to deal with some of the known unknowns that are yet to come before us, because we know that things are going to get difficult for a lot of businesses, and therefore we need to be prepared to try and work with those sectors when those difficulties come. I regret that we have to make this announcement today. I think we all do. But what we're trying to do is to take an appropriate, proportionate reaction to what you've already pointed out, and that's the rising number of cases right across Northern Ireland. When you put it in that very stark way, over 1,500 cases diagnosed in this past week. I think that's quite a significant rise, Mr. Speaker, so it's important that we do act in a proportionate way, that we do listen to the voice of businesses, but that we also put lives to the forefront of our mind, and as well as saving lives, that we think on livelihoods as well. So I take very much what the Chair is saying, and we will continue to work with him and his colleagues in the committee as we step through what will be a very difficult time.
I call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for coming to the House today with this statement. Can I ask the Minister in relation to, and we've heard much about people who comply and some who don't comply, but I think very much what's in people's minds about actually who will enforce the regulations?
Well, of course, right from the beginning of this pandemic, we have said to the people of Northern Ireland that we want to work in partnership with them. We want to work in partnership with the various sectors, the hospitality sector, citizens generally. Sports, for example, and we're working very hard with those organisations, and we've listened today to the threats to some of the Irish League teams and the fact that they have no income coming in. I noticed as well yesterday the GAA were making a very similar point in relation to their funding. So we have been working very much in partnership with people, but as I said in my statement, enforcement does have a role to play, and the junior ministers are leading the enforcement group from the Executive. They are working with the Police Service of Northern Ireland and with local government to make sure that we have the appropriate, first of all, powers in place. Do we need to revisit the level of fines that we have in place? I mean, I would much prefer that people would work with us and comply with the restrictions and listen to the guidance, because, you know, it's for their own good. It is for individuals' own goods, and therefore it's important to take some responsibility for our own actions. But yes, you're right, enforcement does play a role in all of this, and for those people who persistently offend, we will have to deal with that through the appropriate authority, whether that's local government, whether it's the Health and Safety Executive, or whether it's the Police Service of Northern Ireland.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan.
I thank the First Minister for this statement this morning, and I wonder if I could ask the First Minister, does she believe that the British Government job support scheme is adequate to support workers who have to leave work to self-isolate?
Well, I think there's two things there. First of all, those people who have to self-isolate, the Government has announced a package of £500 so that people can remain at home. We have still to get more clarity in relation to that, whether it's a Barnett consequential or whether it's demand-led, to make sure that those people here in Northern Ireland can avail of that. But in terms of the job support scheme, obviously we knew the furlough scheme was coming to an end. The Executive as a whole was concerned about the fact that that was going to lead to a cliff edge in relation to those people who were on the furlough scheme. The job support scheme is not as generous as the furlough scheme, and I think everyone has accepted that. But at least it allows us to move forward without a complete cliff edge. I am concerned for those industries, and I've met representatives from these industries very recently, the events industry, outgoing travel industry representatives. Those companies basically have no work at this present moment in time, and so under the job support scheme don't really have viable jobs for people to go to. So I am concerned about some of those industries, and we will need to look to see what we can do to help. But the job support scheme is not as good as the furlough scheme, but it is better, certainly, than having nothing at all to support industries here in Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to call John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the First Minister for her statement on this. As you rightly said, the United Kingdom has a 10 o'clock curfew, the Republic of Ireland have a half 11, and we've arrived at the half 10 and out for 11. Can you give some clarity, First Minister, as to how that time has come about? You can understand that the public and that the sector will be looking at this thinking that these times are just being almost plucked out of the air. Why is there that variety across these islands, and why did the Executive decide on 10:30 or 4:11?
Well, it's certainly not, and thank the member for his question, it's certainly not plucked from the air. We have looked at the experience in England, Wales and Scotland. You will have noticed, I'm sure, some of the television coverage over the weekend about people leaving bars at 10 o'clock and the crowds in the streets and what have you. We want to make sure that we aligned with off licences and supermarkets who stop selling alcohol at 11 o'clock. So the allegation that people will leave the pub and go to a house party, they cannot go to a supermarket or off licence to buy alcohol because the sale of alcohol stops at 11 o'clock. So we felt that that was a good reason to close at 11 o'clock. And we were conscious of the fact that the Republic of Ireland curfew is at 11:30, but we assess that people will not travel across the border for such a short period of time. So that's why we chose the 11 o'clock curfew. I think it has been a reasoned discussion amongst colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and certainly has the support of the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor when we take in the holistic approach as behaviour patterns as to what will happen when people leave public houses, hotels and restaurants and what have you. So that is why we arrived at the decision of 11 o'clock.
I'm going to call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for coming to the House. It's a useful opportunity to get an update on the situation and to seek clarity. On the 17th of September, the Executive Office issued a statement saying that beer bikes will not be permitted to operate, but thus far there has been no legislation or no action to make that a reality. Can the First Minister outline what actions are being taken to make that a reality?
I do thank the member for his question. Beer bikes are a particular problem. We're currently considering how to deal with that particular problem, and officials will be engaging with the operators of those bikes. But he is right to point out that that is still something that needs to be dealt with, and I hope that we can deal with it sooner rather than later, because it is an anomaly at present and it needs to be dealt with.
I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I thank the Minister for her statement? And could I ask the Minister, why did the Executive not match the 10 p.m. closure the same as in England? And how are ministers trying to get the message through to young people and students?
Yes, well, thank the member for his question. I think I have responded to the why we decided on the 11 o'clock time, Mr. Speaker. It's because we took into consideration all of the different issues around ensuring that hospitality was able to have a second sitting if they were having food, making sure that we close at the same times as off licences and supermarkets in terms of the sale of alcohol, taking into account that there was a small differential between ourselves and the Republic of Ireland, which means that people shouldn't travel across the border just for that small time differential, and of course taking into consideration the experience of the 10 o'clock curfew on the mainland. The member is right to point out the need for us to have good messaging to young people. It's something I addressed here yesterday during question time. I do believe that we need to reach those young people in an effective way. And so the Executive Information Service is currently engaging on new digital messaging and also using radio stations such as Cool FM that the younger generation would listen to, although I'm partial to a bit of Cool FM myself, Mr. Speaker. But it is important that we use the appropriate platforms to reach our younger people, and we're certainly looking at that at present.
I call Martina Anderson.
Minister, as we all know, Ireland is a single epidemiological unit, particularly for animal health, but I want to talk about human health and ask you that the PHA has said that there is a cross-border protocol in place for tracking. However, as you know, Derry and Strabane and Donegal, the rate there is alarming, and yet doctors are saying they don't know about it and they're not using it. So is the Executive planning to increase, particularly for cross-border workers who cross the border every day, and are they going to increase the tracking and tracing for those workers?
Yes, I thank the member for her question, and I heard the GP from, I think it was Lifford, make that very point about the tracking and tracing. I was a little surprised about that, because I had understood that our Stop COVID NI app was interoperable with the app in the Republic of Ireland. So it's something that we will certainly look at. I know that the Chief Medical Officer here and his counterpart in Dublin have been working very closely on these issues. Myself and the Deputy First Minister took calls from Taoiseach last Thursday when he was alerting us to the issue in Donegal, and immediately we spoke to the Chief Medical Officer to make sure that there was that ongoing contact, because we do of course realise that a lot of people work in either jurisdiction, and therefore it is important that they are able to continue that work, but at the same time that we're able to track where the virus is and to try to break the transmission of the virus, because that's the most important thing.
I call Pam Cameron.
And I thank the First Minister for her statement to the House this morning. It's very concerning that we have over 1,500 new cases in the past week, so I welcome the clarification on closing times for establishments which serve alcohol, and to include weddings as well. First Minister, in terms of the enforcement group that has been set up to look at enforcement, would it not be more appropriate to have the Minister of Justice take part in that particular group?
Well, I thank the member for her question. I mean, obviously it's inappropriate for me to answer on behalf of the Justice Minister. I think that she took the view that in relation to the chairing of the group, the enforcement issues were wider than her own ministerial portfolio, so she didn't feel it was appropriate to chair the Justice Group. But look, it's important that we have this group in place. We cannot allow things to be held back. So the junior ministers are chairing that enforcement group. I think it's highly important that that work continues. As the member knows, I said yesterday the Executive Office is meeting with the universities today, and the enforcement group will continue to meet with local government, with our colleagues in Police Service of Northern Ireland, and indeed all of the other agencies that have a role in relation to enforcement. So part of it is enforcement, but again I stress it's important that everybody has responsibility for their own actions, and compliance is very important as we run through what will be a very difficult time for us all over the next couple of weeks and months.
Nicole Liz Kimmins.
Good, can call and thank the Minister for her statement this morning. The issue of closing time for the hospitality industry is a clear example of the need for us to work on an all-Ireland basis in our response to COVID-19, particularly for people living in border areas. Can the Minister outline what engagement the Executive has had on this basis?
Well, I think we were very conscious of the fact of the curfew at 11:30 in the Republic of Ireland, and conscious of what was happening in the UK mainland as well. But we have always said we will take the decisions that are appropriate to Northern Ireland. I believe that is what we have done in this regard as well, because we've recognised that it might be a slightly later time in the Republic of Ireland, but frankly the travel time is so small that we don't think the incentive is there to go across the border to continue to seek alcohol. So I think we have taken into consideration the different jurisdictions, the different experiences, whilst listening as well to our hospitality industry. And look, I know that some in the hospitality industry, we've already heard from some of them this morning, will be disappointed by this announcement today. But we're doing this to keep them open generally and to allow people to continue in a more limited way. I accept that. But if we take action now, we're hoping that we can stop the spread, stop the transmission, and then hopefully deal with these issues in a progressive way so that we can return to normality quicker. Because if we don't intervene now, things will get worse, and therefore we will have to take more punitive measures. And none of us want to do that. What we want to do is to stop the transmission of the virus, and that is the focus.
I call Pat Cataney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, First Minister, for coming today and briefing us on the figures that are there. First Minister, responsible publicans are prepared to follow these regulations to the letter in order to keep people safe. This industry is one of our most highly regulated in our society, and they know how best they can look after people within their own premises. I think with Mr Trick here on this, simply, can I ask you, given that last orders will be at 10:30, off-sales will be opened until 11 p.m, does she have any concerns that people leaving the bar at 10:30 will be able to go to an off-sales, tank up with alcohol and head off to house parties? This is a major concern, and I think it's a flaw within the regulations. The off-sales probably should have been closed before the bars at 10:30.
Well, I recognise the member's expertise in this area, but we believe that if last orders are at 10:30, then you have drinking up time to 11 o'clock. The off licences close at 11 o'clock. We cannot, if people decide to leave the bars at 10 o'clock and go to the off licences, there's very little we can do about that. What we're trying to do is to have uniformity across the piece, and by having off licences, supermarkets, all of the other hospitality industry close at the same time, we think that does give a uniformity, and it does provide that clarity, because we've heard from people when there are different times that they are confused. We took some time over this. We took some criticism, Mr Speaker, for not announcing this on Thursday of last week, but we were determined to get the regulations right and to make sure that we had that clarity. And that is why I wanted to come to the House today to try and explain the thinking behind these regulations, and to say to you that I do believe that this is the best way forward. It's a reasoned way forward, and that is what we've put before the House today.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, it's not easy. These are difficult decisions, and I commend all those who are making these difficult decisions and showing that moral courage, and I urge people to lean in to those decisions. I agree enforcement isn't always the answer, but it is an important tool, and I'm disheartened to see that only one department minister, the Minister for Health, actually attends that working group. Obviously it's chaired by the junior ministers. And I want to follow up on a question by Pam Cameron. Can I ask the Minister, was the Minister for Justice invited by the ministers or in writing to chair this strategic working group on enforcement? Well, the Minister of Justice, as I said, I can't answer for the Minister for Justice, and I'm sure you will raise this with the Minister directly. I think my understanding is that she felt that she didn't want to chair the meeting because she felt that the remit of the enforcement group was wider than her departmental responsibilities. I think that is patently the case, but I would say to all ministers in the executive that enforcement group is open to anyone who wishes to come along. I do pay tribute to the junior ministers for the work that they have been doing, along with the Health Minister on that committee. It's not an easy subject. We certainly don't want to be in a position to have to enforce any of this. We would much prefer if people complied and worked with us. But unfortunately, we have to have enforcement. And originally, we were looking at some of the issues around the Holy Lands, but now that group is wider. And as I say, any Minister of the Executive can attend that meeting, and we will ensure from our office that the notice sent out to any Minister that wants to attend, so that they can attend if desired.
I'm going to call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the First Minister for answers so far. First Minister, there's a narrative and a following out there with regard to this crisis doesn't exist. It's a bad flu, and it's all a government hoax. What would you say to those individuals or those groups of people?
Well, if they don't want to believe me, they can look at the data. And I think, as the Chair of the Committee has rightly pointed out today, the data is very clear. We have 1,530 new cases within this last 7 days. Now, when you look at the height of the pandemic, we didn't have that sort of amount of cases. So it's not a hoax. It is a reality. And I think if you speak to anyone who has been unfortunate enough to contract COVID-19, they will tell you very clearly that it is not a hoax, that it is something that impacts on them, not just during the time that they're feeling unwell, but stays with them for a considerable length of time as well, has an impact on all of your organs, and is a very painful experience to go through, a very scary experience to go through as well, sometimes, sadly, leading to death. So I say to people, OK, if you don't individually feel that you are at risk, think of your family, think of your friends, think of those who are vulnerable around you. Please don't be selfish. Please do the right thing and abide by the guidance that is there and the regulations that are there as well.
Thank you, and I call Colm Gildernew.
Thank you for those answers and for coming to the Assembly today. And in relation to that point that Keith Buchanan has just raised, just to note that today, as a civilisation, we have crossed the horrendous threshold of 1 million deaths around the world from COVID-19. So it's clearly not false. Also to acknowledge that by and large the majority of people are abiding by the restrictions, which are onerous in themselves at times, but we should recognise that. However, it is clear that the test and trace system, which is a key component of fighting this virus, has been under pressure in recent times and may well come under additional pressure as we move into the winter months. Are there any plans to develop and build an additional and bespoke additional capacity in the system here to deal with the pressures that we're now facing?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and he's right. And I looked at some of the headlines in the newspapers this morning. It is a sobering thought to think of the fact that 1 million people have lost their lives to this pandemic across the world. In terms of the test and trace system, we have been very pleased with the way in which that system has been working, particularly in our care homes. We've been able to identify the fact that there has been COVID-19 in some of our care homes solely down to our testing regime. And I think that 24 out of the 27 confirmed COVID care homes were identified by the testing programme. So that is progress. Obviously, we wish that it wasn't in any of our care homes. But if the Health Minister does come to the Executive and says that he needs further resources in relation to his testing programme, I think he will have a very empathetic ear from the Executive, and we will want to make sure that he has the resources available to him. And if he does that, we'll certainly listen to what he has to say.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, First Minister, for your coming to the House and making a statement today. Can I welcome the statement, but also invite you to tell us what holistic approach you're actually taking to dealing with the totality of the pandemic here in Northern Ireland. After all, our economy has been trashed, public expenditure is out of control, businesses are being destroyed, thousands of patients have been denied life-saving treatment, disabled people are unsupported, and our children's future has been mortgaged and damaged to the hilt. People's mental health and welfare is at risk. Dealing with one sector today is important, but what is your holistic approach?
I want to thank the member for what is a very good question. And we have been considering in our recovery framework how we listen to sometimes contrary narratives. So we've been looking at economic well-being, we've been looking at societal well-being, including mental health, and how we can ensure that we take action around that. And one of the reasons why it was very important to have Professor Siobhan O'Neill put into office as the mental health champion. We've been looking at health, non-COVID health, and the Minister for Health, as you know, has brought forward his cancer plan in relation to that, and there are many others that he needs to bring forward plans upon, and I'm sure we're all getting correspondence in relation to that. But importantly as well, we're looking at things from a family point of view, and I know there has been a lot of discussion around the family unit, and of course in Northern Ireland family is very important. So the voice of the family needs to be there as well, and no doubt that will become a louder voice as we move towards some of the very significant times when family would be together, such as Christmas. And therefore we do have a big job of work to do in relation to how we bring together all of those different strands, because it is highly important that whilst of course we have to deal with the COVID piece, there are so many other pieces that we need to deal with as well.
Call Keith Archibald.
And I thank the First Minister for her statement. We've seen a number of cases amongst our student population this week. Student representatives have been saying there's some lack of clarity around messaging and guidance that's specific to them. Do you think there's enough being done to support students, including those self-isolating, and do the regulations permit students to travel home at weekends and at the end of term?
Well, if I can start from the latter end of that question first, yes, at present students can go home at the weekend and at the end of term. It's something that we will continuously look at. It's back to the issue about making sure that families are able to come together. We know uniquely that young people go home at the weekend for various reasons, maybe a job, maybe to just see their family. So we would ask them to exercise caution. And of course, if they have any symptoms, they should self-isolate and seek a test. We are working with the universities. The officials are having a meeting today with the universities. I think that is important. I think some of the scenes from some of the other universities have been quite distressing on the mainland, I have to say. I was reading this morning around someone who's vegan, and she was being offered Mars bars in support. So there's a lot of support that needs to be put into that. We are in touch with Queen's University about, obviously, those who have been diagnosed as COVID positive and those isolating as well, to make sure that the appropriate support is in place. So it's an ongoing issue. It's a developing issue, unfortunately, and it's something that we will continue to work with the universities on.
Call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for her statement this morning. Our economy is not in recovery. It is hanging on in life support at the moment. So while this announcement today is necessary, it's not welcome for obvious reasons. But what further restrictions are being considered by the Executive if this intervention doesn't work?
I thank the member for her question. Indeed, we are considering a menu of interventions, and I think it's important that we do. But I think the positive thing to say to the member today is, as we understand it from our Chief Scientific Advisor, those household restrictions that we put in Ballymena had an impact of reversing the trend in Ballymena in that particular area. In Belfast, it certainly slowed the transmission of the virus, those household restrictions. So it is important that we continue to monitor the restrictions that we put in to see what impact they're having before we bring forward other restrictions, because I mean, we're very conscious of the fact that the Act under which this is all happening and upon which we are receiving quite a lot of correspondence recently says that we need to be proportionate and it needs to be necessary, and that's something that we always keep to the forefront of our mind, because we do not want to be bringing forward restrictions on hospitality. We are only doing so because we believe it's necessary, but we do believe it is proportionate at this time.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, certainly welcome your clear message this morning to the public, especially to that small minority of people who seem to think that this is some sort of a hoax to rob them of their civil liberties. Earlier, First Minister, my colleague Doug Beattie asked the question if the Executive had invited the Justice Minister to chair the new enforcement body, and you referred him to perhaps ask that question directly to the Justice Minister. But could I respectfully ask you, First Minister, if at any point you yourself had asked the Justice Minister to chair this body?
Well, can I say to the member, thank the member for his question. It is, I don't want to get into the details of executive meetings. I think that would be invidious and wrong to do that.
I think it's common cause. The Justice Minister herself has made comments in relation to the enforcement group, and I think it is my understanding that the reason why she felt she didn't want to chair that group was because the remit went wider than the justice portfolio. Look, I think it's incredibly important that the Executive, all of the 5 parties in the Executive, work together at this critical time, Mr. Speaker. Whilst we all may have different views on different things, it's important that we listen to the data, and I've tried to outline the data today for the House as to why we're taking these decisions. I've tried to explain the rationale behind the 11 o'clock curfew as opposed to another time, and I hope members will appreciate that this is not something that we just arrive at very quickly. We take some considerable time to deal with these issues, and we will continue to work together, and I think that's a critical point to try and do what is right for all of the citizens in Northern Ireland.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for the statement. As a member of the Policing Board, Minister, you will be aware, without the member, I have to say, you're a former member. Obviously, policing and enforcement is a huge problem. You're essentially applying a policing enforcement to a health crisis. But obviously enforcement is also the responsibility of other agencies, and I just wonder what discussions you've had with Solus, for example, and indeed, in picking up Mr Chambers' point, it's my understanding that the junior ministers would have a very clear remit in terms of ensuring that there's that dialogue and early engagement with the police and others in relation to how restrictions might well then be enforced.
Thank the member for her question, and indeed the junior ministers do take on that role, not just engaging with the police, but also with Solus. They have been very much a part of the conversations, and indeed wider in terms of other agencies as well that may have a role in enforcement. Look, I mean, I think I couldn't be clearer, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to have to enforce these rules. We would much prefer if people complied with them and worked with us, but there needs to be, dare I say it, that backstop to deal with these issues, and the police have been very good in working with the Executive Office, and if there's an issue, they come to us, they talk to us, and we try and sort the issue out. As Mr Beattie said earlier on, none of this is perfect. We're trying to deal with an emerging situation, but I think when you look at the numbers of people who are testing positive for COVID at the moment, it is an appropriate and necessary step that we're taking.
I call Patsy McGlone.
And just thank the First Minister for her responses up until now. On the specific question of enforcement, it has come to my attention, particularly over the weekend, that police are saying there's a grey area certainly around whether they're the lead primary agency on enforcement. Local government, senior officials at local government are saying the precise exact same thing to me, and they're saying that they're waiting for clarification from the Executive around that. So perhaps the First Minister could give us some insight into that and where we are and when that situation is likely to be clarified. It's a wider issue, I should say, Mr Kiln-Corley, around the messaging and clarity of message that is emanating from these COVID regulations. Thank you.
Yes, and I hope, and I thank the member for his question, I hope that coming here today and setting out the rationale behind this decision today to close hospitality premises at 11 o'clock explains what we're trying to do in that respect. I hope it also gives clarity to the Police Service of Northern Ireland the fact that all of the hospitality industry is closed by 11 o'clock, makes it easier for them to enforce that. There's no exceptions to that. There's no late licences. And therefore they will know very well that none of these hospitality should be open by after 11 o'clock. So that should help in relation to the enforcement piece. I think when we had the situation of the differential between wet bars and those bars that serve food, that was a difficult thing to enforce, and I accept that. And I know that there were some very good businesses who were being very faithful in keeping their doors closed as wet bar only. But there were some who were not, and they were gaming the regulations, and we were aware of that. And I think it is important that the whole of the sector is now open, but we've now put the whole of the sector into a curfew at 11 o'clock, and hopefully that will give some clarity. It'll not be welcomed by the industry, I recognise that, but we're doing it to try and make sure that we try and stop the spread of coronavirus and to break the transmission levels as well.
I call Rachel Woods.
I
thank the First Minister and the Junior Minister for coming to the House today. Firstly, could the First Minister confirm an important detail in relation to an earlier question, that last orders will have to be before 10:30 p.m, given that she stated customers should be off the premises by 11 to facilitate drinking up time? And secondly, First Minister, has there been any assessment done by the Executive or by our ministerial colleague in Economy of what potential reduced hours for staff could mean for redundancies?
I would say to the member that hotels, bars will stop serving alcohol at 10:30. So that will be the time when alcohol, last orders will be at 10:30. And just to be clear about that, and then people will be off the premises by 11 o'clock. So that is what the restrictions will say. In terms of the assessment around redundancies and what have you, I think the fact that we were very clear that it was important that there was a second sitting in restaurants and pubs that sell food. That's in an effort to try and make sure that those are viable, because I think without that there would have been a challenge to some of those restaurants. And as I say, this will not be welcome, but I think it is better than closing at 10 o'clock and having some of the associated difficulties with that.
I call Jim Allister.
To this statement, maybe the Minister would explain. But could I ask, has what's been announced this morning yet been reduced to regulations? Are the regulations now published to deal with this? And do those regulations also extend to conduct within the public houses, namely social distancing between different households? And if they do, who is going to enforce that? Is that burden on the publican, or is it on someone else? And if people then retire from the pub to a local house, how is enforcement to be undertaken?
First question, I do apologise if a draft statement was put out. The statement that I delivered is the statement, just to be clear. In terms of the enforcement piece, the regulations will be laid tomorrow. They will come into force tomorrow evening at 12 p.m. So tomorrow is the last day, if you like, of the old regime. It will come into force on Thursday. In terms of individuals in public houses, the responsibility lies on the individuals. I'm not making any apology for the fact that it will be difficult to enforce that. I accept that. But we're trying to say to people, if you want to work with us and break the transmission of the virus, the best way to do this is to limit your social contact with other individuals from different houses inside, and that's why we're having this limit in place. You can meet others outside in the open air, which is well ventilated and socially distancing. There's no science to this, Mr. Allister, and I know that you will want to interrogate the regulations, and that's absolutely the right thing for this House to do. But I would ask him to bear with us in terms of the enforcement of these regulations, because what we're trying to do is something that we've never done before, but we're trying to stop the transmission of the virus, and we're asking people to work with us in that respect.
Again, I call Jerry Carroll.
Sick pay is obviously paltry for many hospitality workers, and it's likely many will be forced to choose between making decisions that may not be the best for their health and the wider health of our community because they are financially forced to do so. I want to ask the First Minister, what extra provision does she or the Executive have to develop a COVID sick pay scheme for low-paid workers in hospitality?
Well, I hear the member's question, and I'm sure the Economy Minister will be looking very carefully at the industry to see if there's any interventions that are needed to help those who are, I accept what he says in relation to low-paid jobs, sometimes on zero-hour contracts. There is a need to be aware of all of that, and I'm sure the Economy Minister will bring forward any proposals, or indeed the DFC Minister, in terms of support if that is deemed necessary, Mr. Speaker.
And that concludes questions on this statement, and I'd like to thank the Minister and all those members who have contributed to this discussion this morning on a very important issue. Could I ask members to point of order, Mr. Beattie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Monday I had an urgent oral question into the Justice Minister about the Holy Lands, and my subsequent question was about the COVID enforcement group. And the Minister's answer was, with respect to the member, the composition of the working group was not a matter for the Department of Justice, it was a matter for the Department of Health and the Executive Office, so I suggest that perhaps it is something he should take up with them. I now believe that the Minister was asked to chair that working group, and therefore the candour and openness of the Minister in answering my question were not in keeping with the 7 principles of public life, as in openness. Could I ask the Speaker to please rule on whether the Minister should be invited to come back to the Assembly and reflect on that answer that she gave?
Well, given that you have given me no notice of that point of order, I will consider that and reflect on that later on and come back. Okay, thank you. Could I ask members now to take the rees to be prepared members for the next item?
In their seat. The next item of business is a motion to affirm a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the Northern Ireland Screen Commission Funding Order Northern Ireland 2020 be affirmed.
I now call the Minister for the Economy to formally move the motion.
I beg to move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate, and I now call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity. The Northern Ireland Screen Commission Funding Order Northern Ireland 2020 will provide my department with the via-raise to provide Northern Ireland Screen with grant and aid payments to allow it to continue to promote commercial activity and employment. Northern Ireland Screen is the lead agency for the development of the screen industries in Northern Ireland. It also had considerable success in attracting major screen projects to Northern Ireland. For example, the world-acclaimed HBO Game of Thrones series, which is estimated to have brought in excess of 250 million into the local economy, employed over 1,000 local people in each of the 8 series, and has elevated the profile of the Northern Ireland screen industry internationally. Production in Northern Ireland has now resumed for large-scale projects, and a new film, The Northman, is currently being filmed at Tor Head on the Antrim coast. It is high-profile projects like this that will continue to support the growth of our international stature as a production location, along with the growth of our Indigenous sector, as Northern Ireland Screen Support ensures that local personnel are involved in international productions. In economic terms, during the period of Northern Ireland Screen's previous strategy, it is estimated that for every £1 spent on developing the screen sector in Northern Ireland, there was £2.70 returned to the Northern Ireland economy. Mr Deputy Speaker, the legislation brought forward to the Assembly today is required following the transfer of Northern Ireland Screen
to my department from the then Department for Culture, Arts and Leisure in May 2016 as part of the restructuring of departments. Prior to the transfer, Northern Ireland Screen received the majority of its programme funding from Invest NI via a letter of offer. When Northern Ireland Screen became an arm's-length body of my department, it was agreed that funding would continue to operate as previously until the existing Invest NI 4-year letter of offer expired in March 2018. From the 1st of April 2018, the Department has funded Northern Ireland Screen directly rather than through Invest NI. The Department has received approval from the Department of Finance to rely upon the authority of the Budget Act on the clear understanding that appropriate legislation would be taken forward to remedy the situation once the Executive returned. There is therefore now a requirement to regularise the legislative basis on which my department funds Northern Ireland Screen. The statutory rule being brought forward will not impact on the policy or strategic direction of Northern Ireland Screen or the amount of funding it receives. Rather, it is simply a regularisation of the legislative basis on which the department funds Northern Ireland Screen. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the Assembly.
I now call the Chair of the Economy Committee, Kiva Archibald.
And I rise to briefly speak as Chair of the Economy Committee to support the motion on behalf of the committee. As the Minister has indicated, the NI Screen Commission Funding Order NI 2020 will provide the Department with powers to fund NI Screen Commission, i.e. NI Screen, and will regularise how the Department for the Economy makes grant and aid payments to NI Screen to allow it to increase commercial activity or employment in relation to the screen industries here. The committee considered the SL1 for the NI Screen Commission Funding Order NI 2020 in April, and members were content with the policy direction. The committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 9th of September 2020, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule came into operation in May 2020. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to affirm on the committee's behalf. And very briefly, as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson, we recognise the role and success and commend the success of the screen industries and our creative industries. Like others, they have experienced difficulties due to COVID-19, and the Minister has outlined the important contribution of both the screen industries and the wider creative sectors to our local economy. And the skills base that there is in respect of that locally, we want to see that continue to grow, and therefore support this order to continue the grant and aid payment to develop the sector in terms of commercial activity and job creation.
I call Gary Middleton.
I thank the Minister for her statement today. I welcome this motion, which provides the Department with the powers to fund Northern Ireland Screen. At the Economy Committee, as the Chair has stated, we did agree the statutory rule in relation to this matter earlier this month, and the DUP support the motion today. Whilst this may be purely an administrative change, this is an important one, as it gives the Economy Department a sound statutory footing to fund NI Screen. Northern Ireland Screen are an important agency working to maximise the economic, cultural and educational value of the screen industries to the benefit of Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland Screen's activities make a considerable contribution to growing a sustainable economy, creating opportunities and tackling disadvantage, and also building a strong and shared future. The Minister has highlighted some of the major screen projects secured by NI Screen, including the Game of Thrones series, which has brought millions of pounds to the local economy, employed hundreds of people across all of the series, and also, importantly, boosted our tourism industry on a worldwide stage. We must continue to explore this sector going forward and try to secure further projects in the future. I support the motion, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for bringing this motion to the House, and I rise in support of it. As colleagues across the Chamber have already noted, the screen industries make up a vital component of our economy, and it was estimated to be worth over £270 million in 2018. I welcome this motion as it will enable Northern Ireland to screen to continue developing our film industry and nurturing our local expertise. Their important work has already helped to establish the region as a screen industry hub globally, attracting big names, as you outlined, such as the Game of Thrones. This has generated valuable opportunities for our local creatives, both in front and behind the camera. No more exporting our creative talent for them never to return. We're now importing them. Of course, the legacy of these shows lives on in the tourism services and the hospitality industries. And in my own city of Derry, we've experienced a boost since the success of Derry Girls. This funding order will allow Northern Ireland Screen to build on its previous successes, create new employment opportunities and support creatives in overcoming the COVID challenges. It is imperative that we support this vibrant showcase industry in Northern Ireland to survive the current crisis and to thrive thereafter. Anything else would put livelihoods, creativity and innovation at risk. Thank you, Minister.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've all seen the good work that Northern Ireland Screen have done over the last few years in promoting Northern Ireland. And it brings investments and jobs to the region. In fact, it seems I cannot watch a programme these days without recognising a building or street or some local hangout. However, these are not the only things that Northern Ireland Screen do. Northern Ireland Screen work to create opportunities for the widest possible range of people across the screen industries. They have a very efficient education programme that works to make sure we have future generation of skilled workers for the industry. They have an extensive trainee programme to give new opportunities and skill to young people looking to get involved in the industry. Importantly, they work in areas of deprivation to allow people from all backgrounds to become involved. Beyond this, Northern Ireland Screen provides a very important cultural role with the work that they do promoting the Irish language and Ulster Scots art sectors. The funds that they provide for these sectors allow them to grow and be enjoyed for years to come. It is also important to realise that the creative industries that are supported go far beyond just film and TV. The support for creativity and the tactical skills are transferable to all arts and beyond. Going back to the matter at hand, yes, it is great to see our area represented on the screen, and we all have fun trying to figure out where all the productions are located. However, what we have to realise is that each time we see Northern Ireland on the screen, that is a direct testimony of the foreign direct investment that Northern Ireland Screen has brought in. In the time of the pandemic, when we are all concerned about investment in the region, Northern Ireland Screen are continuing to bring money, jobs and skills to Northern Ireland, and for that they are completely deserving of our support. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It seems my party is very, very fond of talking about this. We seem to be the only party here interested in talking about this motion, but that's fine. It's very important. I welcome the fact that this funding order is being brought before the Assembly. I won't go through all the productions. Others have done it. We all know how wonderful they are. The specific economic value is not in doubt of The Fall or Derry Girls or whatever it is. Perhaps more important than, or as important as the direct economic value has been the self-confidence that is given to Northern Ireland. In the post-Troubles era, perhaps for too long, too much of our economic policy making has been about securing lower value-added jobs announcements. And while no one should be in any doubt or sniffy about the importance of getting people into work, as I'm sure the Minister isn't, especially given the economic headwater we are getting into, our creative industries stand out as a genuinely value-adding sector. But we need to plan for the future, so that's what I want to just talk about in brief today and ask the Minister if she will reflect on it as she deals with the industry going forward. We've talked about Game of Thrones tourism. Game of Thrones tourism is wonderful, but it is in abeyance at the minute, and we don't know when or if it will return to previous levels. There is a risk that Game of Thrones has we've almost become drunk on the success of Game of Thrones. Wonderful though that is, to see Game of Thrones tourists in Tullymore or Strangford Lough or the Dark Hedges in North Antrim. That's in abeyance at the minute, and we can't have that as a Game of Thrones tourism is not evidence of a thriving plan for our screen industry going forward. We need to plan for the future. The point I'm making is that our screens industry, and it isn't just film and TV, as Pat Catney said, it actually includes a growing video game production sector in Northern Ireland. That they are looking at the opportunities for the future and that the department is supporting them in that. One of those areas is around virtual production and how film and TV and screens production in general adapts to the transformation that's already happened but will continue to happen in terms of digital production. So, for example, lots of people in the sector are already reflecting on the fact that there's much more virtual production when it comes to big Hollywood films or big productions generally. That might mean that there's less need for some of the kinds of facilities that exist in Belfast at the minute. That doesn't mean that they're going to go into decline. It means that they need to adjust in terms of their digital capabilities, the skills set we have in Northern Ireland and Belfast in particular. So I would ask the Minister, what work is she doing with, for example, the Screen Media Innovation Labs, the Future Screens programme, which I know is funded by Northern Ireland Screen and therefore indirectly by her department. But that work is obviously taking place with the universities here. It's really important that we have an ongoing plan to ensure we're at the cutting edge of things going forward and not, as it were, resting on our laurels. And on that note, I think it's really worth raising something that I have corresponded with her in the past. I know she cares about, but I would ask her to take up the cudgels again on it, and that's the BBC investment in Belfast. The BBC was due to invest nearly 80 million quid in inner south Belfast, in my constituency. Bluntly, they probably aren't going to do that now. I had correspondence from the outgoing Director General. I've had correspondence from the new Director General, both of which look like it isn't going to happen. It's really important that the Minister and everyone here keeps up the pressure that we need the maximum investment of that, particularly in order to sustain the digital skills. That was due to be a hub for digital skills in Belfast. We need that to continue. And lastly, I think it's really important that as we reflect on what the work of Northern Ireland Screen is obviously a critical funder of filmmaking, TV production, games production in Northern Ireland. Many of the people who they fund, who they encourage, who they give seed, who they give training to, and everything that is needed are freelance creatives who have had an absolutely torrid few months. They have had, belatedly it has to be said, an announcement from the executive that funding which was made available via Barnett in July is finally going to be allocated. Can the Minister use her offices to put pressure on to ensure that that money is properly dispersed quickly and that people who work in our screen industries in Northern Ireland are able to access it in a way that works for them? Just as one example, lots of them are self-employed. Some of them move from self-employed status to employed status as they go from one production to another. Sometimes they're in Northern Ireland and they're paying UK taxes. At other times they'll travel abroad for a while. All of that means there are complicated issues around how they fund themselves. So I would ask her to engage with the Communities Department on that in terms of how that funding is gotten out. So there are issues to address for the future. But in general, I welcome this funding order, and I'm glad it's being made today.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. I too welcome the making of this order. I do that as the MLA who drew attention to the fact in the budget debate that we had this anomalous situation where Northern Ireland Screen was not being properly funded on a statutory basis. It was being funded in an obscure way through the black box system that operates under the Budget Act, and of course it was being funded well in excess of the limit on that, the supposed limit on that mode of funding, and therefore it's good that it has now been regularised, that it has been brought onto a proper statutory footing. I'm still puzzled as to how it ever was in the position it was, how for so many years under both departments it continued without the proper statutory basis and yet continued to be funded. And I think it is good that at last that has been regularised because it does make an important contribution to our economy indeed. There are many unseen support industries across Northern Ireland which feed into the product that is Northern Ireland Screen, and I'm glad now that the funding is put on a lawful and proper basis.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think excitement was the feeling that most of my constituents had yesterday when Mr Adrian Dunbar and his colleagues were filming in West Belfast, and that sort of captured the excitement that filming and creative industries can give the people at any time, but especially in the middle of a health pandemic. And obviously, I think the Minister as well will be aware of the group of independent actors, artists who gathered, I think it was last Friday, hundreds of them, through the We Make Events NI group in a socially distant way. And I think it's important that we hear the voices of those people who work in the sector. And obviously, NI Screen, as people have said, is an important project, and it supports important organisations such as ILBF. Programmes are very important and essential in terms of developing and nurturing talent, but by their design are obviously limited in terms of only being able to take in a certain number of people and places. I think there is a general concern that there may be an approach on solely or primarily focusing on developing sort of big showcase programmes, which are obviously welcome and enjoyable for people, whilst actors, freelance has been referred to already, freelance actors and others, and people generally working in the creative industries may be forgot about or cast aside. And I want to ask the Minister, what assurances can she give us with this order that that won't be the case, that it's just the big organisations and the big projects will be supported? And I think just finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it's essential that we just reclaim and keep to a basic principle that art should be for people's benefit, for people's enjoyment, and not be about maximising profit, be that locally or internationally. So leave it there. Thank you.
And I call on the Economy Minister, Diane Dawes, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I express my thanks to colleagues right across the House for their support in ensuring that Northern Ireland Screen is appropriately funded, and the anomaly that we have had in their funding will be no longer. I think that that is an important basis for going forward, and I do thank you for your support in relation to that. May I, Mr Speaker, just for a few seconds, just answer some of the questions and issues that have been raised by this debate, because I think we are all supportive of the funding model that we need for Northern Ireland Screen, the mechanism that we need to fund Northern Ireland Screen. But I think we're also all very, very supportive of the work that Northern Ireland Screen does, both as our colleague Matthew O'Toole said, in giving confidence to Northern Ireland, in bringing that back, that sense of being and being able to step out on the international stage and do things that have international acclaim, that win more awards and that are really, really important for Northern Ireland. And I think that that is important. The Chair referenced some of the issues around Northern Ireland Screen and the issues of skills. And this is one of the things that I think is really important for the future of the industry going forward in Northern Ireland. And I was really encouraged to go down to my local further education college, which is a new build opening soon in Banbridge. Huge investment in the local economy, and there the Southern College will invest in digital and media skills, and 300 young students from across the region, that part of Northern Ireland, will be upskilling in all of these areas. I think that's important and exciting for Northern Ireland, that we're not only looking at how we support core and traditional values and industries, but that we're reaching out to those new industries and training young people to be part of those new industries. And again, the importance of video game productions, virtual productions, those are hugely important to Northern Ireland, and I look forward, as the Minister responsible for skills, in doing more work in relation to that. particular area. We've all, I think, in this House collectively expressed our pride in what Northern Ireland Screen does, in what Northern Ireland Screen brings to Northern Ireland. But it is also important to remember that it is a huge contributor to the economy. I think can continue and increase its contribution to the economy, and is one of those areas that we need to focus on for the new economy, for the Northern Ireland and for Northern Ireland's next century. Thank you to colleagues right across the House for your support.
Members, the question is that the Northern Ireland Screen Commission Funding Order NI 2020 be affirmed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. The next item of business in the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Fisheries Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the Fisheries Bill as introduced in the House of Lords on the 29th of January 2020 and consents to the Fisheries Bill being taken forward by the Westminster Parliament.
I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to formally move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there would be no time limit on this debate, and I invite the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this UK Government Bill containing UK-wide clauses, the majority of which relate to devolved matters. It also contains a small number of provisions that are specific to Northern Ireland. It is for this reason that I am seeking the Assembly's legislative consent to the bill extending to Northern Ireland. However, before I get into the detail of these provisions, I would like to emphasise the importance of the bill. The bill will ensure that a legal framework is in place so that the UK is able to operate as an independent coastal state under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea 1982 after the UK has left the Common Fisheries Policy at the end of the year. In addition, and no less importantly, it will allow us to create common approaches to fisheries management within the rest of the UK. This can only be good for the future of sustainable fishing, an objective which I am sure we can all support and which I will return to later. The bill is amended at committee stage in the House of Commons contains provisions of interest to Northern Ireland on fisheries objectives, fisheries statements and fisheries management plans, access to UK waters, fishing boat licensing, fishing opportunities, grants and charges, financial assistance and the powers to amend UK law related to fisheries and aquatic animal health. So turning to the detail of the bill and specifically to those clauses which are UK-wide and touch on devolved matters. Clause 1 defines UK fisheries objectives and is one of the bill's key elements. There are 8 objectives. a sustainability objective, which will ensure that fishing and aquaculture activities are environmentally sustainable in the long term and are managed in a way that is consistent with the objectives of achieving economic, social and employment benefits. A precautionary objective, which will apply the precautionary approach to fisheries management and ensure that marine stocks are maintained above levels that are capable of producing maximum sustainable yield. An ecosystem objective, which will implement an ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. This will ensure that negative impacts of fishing activities on the ecosystem are minimised and ensure that incidental catches are also minimised and, where possible, eliminated. A scientific evidence objective, which will contribute to the collection of scientific data. It will also require the UK's fisheries administrations to work together, share data and make use of that data to inform our fisheries management policies. A bycatch objective, which will seek to avoid or reduce catches of unwanted bycatch. It will also include undersized fish and the need to record and account for all catches so they are not discarded at sea, but without incentivising the catching of undersized fish. An equal access objective, which will ensure that the access of UK fishing boats to any area within British fishery limits is not affected by the fishing boat's home port or any other connection of the fishing boat or any of its owners to any place in the UK. A national benefit objective, which will ensure that the activities of UK fishing boats bring social or economic benefits to the UK or to part of the UK, and a climate change objective, which will seek to minimise the adverse effect of fish and aquaculture activities on climate change and ensure that those activities adapt to climate change. Before I leave these objectives, I'd like to mention an amendment that was passed in the House of Lords, but was subsequently overturned by the UK Government and House of Commons at committee stage. I mention it specifically because I know it has been of interest to some members here and indeed to others outside of this House. This was the insertion of a new subsection into Clause 1 of the Bill so that the sustainability objective would become the primary fisheries objective. It would have required future policies to give priority to environmental sustainability over economic and social sustainability. In fact, it would have been prioritised over the other 7 fisheries objectives. The UK Government's response was that there should be no hierarchy of objectives, and the place for applying these objectives to the policies in each jurisdiction should be the joint fisheries statement, and that's a position that I support. It takes me neatly on to clauses 2 and 3, which relate to the joint fisheries statement. Clause 2 places a duty on the DEFRA Secretary of State and the devolved administrations to set out their policies for achieving the fisheries objectives in Clause 1 and how they intend to make use of fisheries management plans in order to achieve those objectives. It recognises that a joined-up approach is needed on the coordination of fisheries policies once the UK has left the common fisheries policy. The bill, as amended at committee stage in the House of Commons, requires that the statement is published not later than 2 years from the date of royal assent. Clause 3 sets out the procedures that should follow in the preparation and publication of the statement and of any replacement or amendment to it. Clause 6 to 11 relates to fisheries management plans. Clause 6 places a duty on the relevant fishery authorities to prepare and publish the proposed fisheries management plans in the joint fisheries statement. What should be specified in each plan and whether there is sufficient scientific evidence to make an assessment of a stock's maximum sustainable yield. Clause 7 sets out the requirements for preparing and publishing replacement plans or amendments to existing plans, while Clause 8 sets out the procedure that should be followed. Clause 9 permits a fisheries authority to prepare and publish a fisheries management plan before a joint fisheries statement has been agreed and published. Clause 10 permits each fisheries authority to pursue the policies outlined in the joint fisheries statement or fisheries management plans that are applicable to them. This is to provide for some flexibility in decision-making. Clause 11 places a requirement on the fisheries authorities to report on the effectiveness of the policies in the joint fisheries statement and the fisheries management plans and to lay these in the respective legislatures. Moving on now to clauses 12 and 13, which cover access to British fisheries by foreign fishing boats and the regulation of foreign fishing boats. Clause 12 sets out when foreign fishing boats may enter British fishery limits, when they must leave and the offence for failing to comply. Clause 13 introduces Schedule 2, which contains amendments to subordinate legislation and which ensures that foreign fishing vessels are subject to the same regulations as British fishing boats when fishing in UK waters. Clauses 14 to 18 deals with the licensing of fishing boats. Clause 14 sets out the circumstances in which a licence is required for British fishing boats, subject to certain exemptions. This maintains the status quo and ensures that a licence will be effective throughout UK waters. This clause also provides that the DEFRA Secretary of State with the power to amend the section by regulations, but only with the consent of the devolved administrations. So this respects the devolution settlements. Clause 15 provides a power for devolved administrations and the Marine Management Organisation to grant licences to British fishing boats. Clause 16 prohibits fishing by foreign fishing boats unless they have a licence issued by a fisheries administration. This clause reflects the fact that once the UK has left the common fisheries policy, access for foreign vessels to fish in UK waters is subject to negotiations. Members will be aware that this is an issue which is key to the ongoing negotiations between the UK Government and the European Union. Clause 17 provides a power for the devolved administrations and the Marine Management Organisation to grant licences to foreign fishing boats, but only with respect to the area of UK waters for which they have competence. For us, this means the Northern Ireland Zone. Clause 18 defines sea fishing licence and introduces Schedule 3, which makes further provision about sea fishing licences. Clause 19 to 22 sets out the penalty for offences in relation to access and licensing, the jurisdiction of a court to try offences, and consequential amendments. Included are the circumstances in which the officer of a body corporate, as well as the body corporate, may be found guilty of committing a relevant offence. This now takes me to Clause 25 and 26, which relate to fishing opportunities. Clause 25 sets out the criteria for distribution of fishing opportunities according to transparent and objective criteria, including those of an environmental, social and economic nature. And Clause 26 places a duty on fisheries authorities to ensure that fishing opportunities are not exceeded. Clauses 33 to 35 relate to grants and charges. Clause 33 introduces Schedule 6, which confers power on the Northern Ireland Department to give financial assistance or arrange for financial assistance to be given to any person for a range of specified purposes, and must be given in accordance with a scheme established by regulations made by the Northern Ireland Department. Clause 34 introduces Schedule 7, which confers power on the Northern Ireland Department, corresponding to those conferred on the Secretary of State by this clause. These are in relation to the imposition of charges for carrying out specific marine functions. Members will wish to note that regulation-making powers in Schedules 6 and 7 would be subject to the Assembly's affirmative resolution and negative resolution procedures, respectively. Clause 35 amends the Fisheries Act 1981 to extend a requirement that the Sea Fish Industry Authority, perhaps better known as Seafish, must recover the full cost of any service it provides to persons in other countries. This is a technical amendment which will enable Seafish to recover all of its costs from persons in the EU, regardless of what it charges those in the UK. Clauses 36 to 41 relate to the power to make further provisions about fisheries, aquaculture, aquatic animal diseases and scope. Clause 42 introduces Schedule 8, which provides the Northern Ireland Department with power to make provisions about fisheries, aquaculture, etc., and aquatic animal diseases corresponding to those conferred on the Secretary of State by Clauses 36 and 38. These relate to technical matters currently regulated by the EU under the Common Fisheries Policy and will allow us to make changes to amend UK fisheries law. Clause 44 introduces Schedule 9, which contains amendments to the Wildlife Northern Ireland Order 1985 and in connection with prohibiting the killing, injuring or taking of seals. The current position in the UK is that permission can be granted, albeit under licence, to shoot seals in order to protect fisheries interests, particularly salmon farms. However, countries wishing to export fish and fish products the United States of America from the 1st of January 2020 must have obtained what is known as a comparability finding. This means that their fisheries regimes and regulatory frameworks must comply with the United States Marine Mammal Protection Act, which gives a very high level of protection to marine mammals, including a prohibition on international killing. This amendment would enable us to meet those requirements. Clause 46 introduces Schedule 11, which makes minor and consequential amendments to be retained or to retained direct EU legislation. Clause 47 to 51 makes final provisions. These provide for amendments to certain provisions of subordinate legislation, so as to ensure that any such provisions can be further amended by subordinate legislation in the future, provided regulations made under the Bill make consequential, supplementary, incidental, transitional or saving provisions, etc. Define commonly used terms in the Bill, set out the territorial extent of the Bill, explain when the Bill's provision will come into effect, and provide the Bill's short title, which will be the Fisheries Act 2020, when it becomes an Act. Finally, turning to the Bill's schedules and those applying to Northern Ireland, these are Schedule 1, which sets out the procedures that would apply to the preparation, adoption and publication of the Joint Fisheries Statement. Schedule 2, which amends secondary legislation that will ensure that foreign fishing vessels licensed to fish in UK waters will be subject to the same requirements and restrictions as UK fishing vessels operating in those waters. Schedule 3, which makes further provision in relation to sea fishing licences. Schedule 4, which makes minor and consequential amendments on access to UK waters and licensing. Schedules 6 to 9 and 11, which have already been covered earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I'd like to bring members' attention to 3 amendments that will be tabled by the UK Government at report stage in the House of Commons. I mention them here simply in the interest of transparency and completeness. The Bill has introduced amends the Marine and Coastal Access Act 2009 to provide powers for Scottish and Welsh ministers to regulate fishing for marine conservation purposes in their respective offshore regions. The UK Government has been asked to table amendment at report stage in the House of Commons that provide DERA with similar powers to regulate fishing in the Northern Ireland offshore region. Secondly, Schedule 2, and to which I have already referred, includes amendments to subordinate legislation made to address local issues which, because of EU law, could only be applied to UK vessels. The UK Government has been asked to table an amendment to schedule at report stage in the House of Commons in order to include 6 Northern Ireland statutory rules so that the restrictions and requirements provided by them will apply equally to all fishing vessels licensed to fish in the Northern Ireland zone. And thirdly, a new provision should be tabled at report stage in the House of Commons that provides Scottish and Welsh ministers and DERA with the power to enter into arrangements, for example, with other devolved administrations and the marine management organisations. This amendment would provide the legislative basis to put in place those joint working arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan Michael-Lear.
Thank you, Lascan Corlia. As we've heard from the Minister, this is a Westminster bill that aims to provide for a new legal framework to replace the Common Fisheries Policy. It will make provision for fisheries, agriculture, marine conservation and the functions of the Marine Management Organisation, and in doing so will revoke the EU legislation that currently exists. There are a number of clauses within the bill that extend to this jurisdiction for which legislative consent is being sought, and these have been outlined in the LCM. The committee has reported on these, and a copy of our report was provided by email to all MLAs on the 7th of July. A supplementary LCM has since been tabled to take account of further amendments that affect here. The committee took evidence on this last week, and I will refer to those amendments later. I want to make it clear today that as a committee we had a very, very short time frame to consider the bill. Not only was the committee considering the fisheries bills, but we also had the Environment Bill and the Agriculture Bill all within weeks of each other. This caused much concern amongst committee members. We were finishing our consideration of the evidence when the COVID-19 crisis hit in March, and that also had an impact on our scrutiny. This type of rushed scrutiny is not how we like to do business. The committee wishes to be clearly understood that due to the lack of information on the Fisheries Bill and the subsequent amendments and the limited time that it had to consider these, it has been able to fully explore and understand the potential impacts and implications for this jurisdiction. Furthermore, the committee's consideration of the amendments has been further compounded by the fact that it has been asked to do so in the context of the legal uncertainties around the Internal Market Bill and the Withdrawal Agreement. Our fishing produce is world-renowned and much value is placed on our exported produce. Nevertheless, many will know that the fishing industry is a dangerous occupation and it is a living that is hard-earned. Therefore, we must not merely nod through legislation which could create further complexities for our fishing industry, including financial, technical and territorial problems. Many coastal families and communities have seen fishing handed down from generation to generation, and have no desire to see further hardship or regulation for the sake of it. For this reason and many others, which I will outline shortly, the committee decided not to take a position on the legislative consent motion. I'll now look briefly at how the committee undertook a scrutiny of the bill in the short time that we had to do so. We took oral and written evidence on one day only, 5th of March 2020, from a number of stakeholders. Ideally, we would have preferred to have heard from many more, but as I've already said, time was against us. The committee commissioned a research paper from the Assembly's Research and Information Service on the Fisheries Bill and received a written submission from Brexit Environment, which is a network of impartial academic experts who analyse the implications of Brexit for government. From the evidence gathered by the committee and analysis of the bill in the time we had, the committee identified a number of issues that I want to share with you today. First issue that I want to draw members' attention to is the hierarchy of fishing objectives that the bill revolves around, which will lead to a joint fisheries statement underpinned by fish management plans. There are 8 objectives in total, and they are sustainability, precautionary, ecosystem, scientific evidence, bycatch, equal access, national benefit and climate change objectives. Stakeholders expressed some concern around the definition of ecosystem and stated that they'd like to see the definition expanded to include the sustainability of the fleet and the communities which they support in order to allow for a holistic approach. Others considered that they should be underpinned by a clear legal duty and relevant authorities to achieve them, alongside a level of consistency between the devolved administrations to ensure that the objectives are achieved. There were numerous issues identified in the research briefing which the committee considered in relation to the objectives, such as the role of AFB with regard to the scientific evidence, objectives, etc. These are outlined on page 9 of the committee report. Although some of the stakeholders broadly welcomed the objectives, the joint fisheries statement and the fish management plans, we as a committee felt that there is a distinct lack of clarity and detail around these particular clauses, making it very difficult to assess what the impact will be on the fishing industry. Again, the lack of time and resources afforded to the committee has prevented a full and rigorous scrutiny that the bill required. Access and licensing is another feature of the bill which will revoke and replace all current powers for licensed authorities to license fishing in British waters. Throughout the bill, there are references to foreign fishing vessels, which some members of the committee objected to when used in connection with vessels from the south of Ireland. Clarification was sought from the Department on the use of this terminology. Officials advised that the term is a recognised term used worldwide to define vessels that are not registered in the country that is being referred to. They further advised that within the bill, the term is referred to a total of 53 times. For the purpose of the committee report, it was agreed to replace the term foreign fishing vessel with non-UK fishing vessels or boats. Within the bill, there is a requirement for such non-UK vessels to have a UK-issued licence to fish within UK waters. The requirement will revoke the current arrangements which automatically provides rights to such vessels. In addition to this, the bill will revoke provisions within the Fisheries Limits Act 1976 and introduces a new requirement that non-UK vessels must be licensed by the Marine Management Organisation or one of the fish administrations to fish in the UK waters. Clause 17 within the bill will empower the relevant fisheries authorities to issue licences to non-UK vessels to fish inside their zone. Stakeholders raised the issue of this licensing and potential governance gaps. Concerns expressed about the potential for a non-UK vessel to access Isle of Man waters post-Brexit. This would be entirely legal to do so, but the potential exists for illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and claims that fish caught in one area have actually been caught elsewhere. The Committee is concerned that uncertainty exists around moving from fishing waters of a European jurisdiction to either Scotland, Wales, England or here, including the Isle of Man and the south of Ireland. Further guidance in this aspect is required. Stakeholders also raised the issue of remote electronic monitoring, or REM, as a fishing management tool. Further information on REM can be found at page 12 of the committee report, and the committee raised this matter with DERA officials. DERA advised that it has a Sea Fisheries Inspectorate whose remit is enforcement and control. However, this role would change come the 31st of December 2020, and the risks and resource requirements for this was being considered. This is another area that the committee were unable to explore in any great detail with the department or the stakeholders. Questions remain over the resource implications for the Sea Fisheries Inspectorate to enable it to ensure compliance with the licensing requirements, as well as what their role and remit will be come the 1st of January, and how it will manage the requirements contained in the bill. Members will be aware that fishing quotas have always been the subject of many heated debates and have long been one of the main criticisms of the Common Fisheries Policy. Clause 23 of the bill provides that the Secretary of State will determine on a calendar year the fishing quota for the UK, which will take into account international obligations. The bill states that the Secretary of State must consult with the 4 fisheries administrations. The committee was keen to explore with the Department if any assessment had been undertaken on the potential for an increase in fishing opportunities for our local fleet. Officials advised the committee that an assessment of the benefits arising out of Brexit had been mapped. However, the main fishing opportunities for fleets here are mostly in the Irish Sea for prawns, and no major change to quota is anticipated. Stakeholders advised that while they envisage the current method of quota allocation to be continued, but they have concern around the distribution of any additional quota coming their way following EU exit. They expressed concern that the fishing zone here is small and does not accurately reflect the fishing activity of our fleet. If the decision is made to divide fishing waters up by square mile of territorial waters, then the consequences will be disastrous. Other concerns of the stakeholders, such as the Hague preference and the infrastructure constraints of our fishing ports, have been outlined on pages 13 to 16 of the committee report. In relation to funding, previously under the CFP, financial assistance was available under the European Maritime Fisheries Fund. This allowed the fish and aquaculture industries to improve the marine and aquatic environment and to develop area in which our fish or aquatic cultural activities are carried out. Our fishing harbours also used this funding for capital and infrastructural works. The committee was keen to hear about what the department was considering as replacement for this funding, as the government had advised that each devolved administration will lead on their own replacement funding schemes. The committee heard that while there had been discussions on the matter with the British Government, nothing has yet been guaranteed. The department did, however, indicate that it was hopeful that any such funding would be similar to what had been available through the EMFF, but would be subject to the spending review. Stakeholders welcomed the assurance that a replacement scheme for EMFF was being considered. However, the committee has highlighted in the report a number of concerns in relation to this. One of these concerns is whether the new scheme would be compatible with state aid considerations contained within Article 10 of the protocol. This is very significant given what the internal market bill states regarding state aid. Members will be glad to know that I don't intend to outline all the concerns here, instead I will refer to them on page 18 of our report. The committee also draws attention to a number of factors outside the bill which will impact on the implementation of its provision. These include the implementation of the protocol, trade agreements, the Wassenaar Agreement, migrant labour and marine conservation. The detail of this is at page 18 to 24 of the report. I want to touch on some of the key points. It remains unclear to the committee what the interface between the Fisheries Bill and the protocol will be. This uncertainty is further compounded by the internal market bill. For example, there are many unanswered questions, including potential issues around the minimum landing size or on marketing of seafood produce, the risk of regulatory divergence, and whether Annex II commitments will have an adverse financial cost on the fishing industry. It is aware that there is a certain uncertainty about where fish can be sold, as currently any fish landed here is sold to the EU and is subject to free market access. How this may change after Brexit is unclear. And I quickly mention the Wassenaar Agreement. This allows reciprocal access to fish in the 0 to 6 nautical mile zone between the territorial waters of North and South. This operated successfully up to 2016 when the legality of the agreement was challenged by a number of Irish anglers. This led to a court case which then banned boats from the north from Irish waters in the previously agreed limit. However, the Sea Fisheries Amendment Act was introduced by the Irish Government in April 2019 and the previous arrangement has been reinstated. The committee explored this issue with the officials who advised that they are keen to keep the Wassenaar Agreement separate from the General Fisheries Agreement on the EU. The committee has stated that it would like to see all efforts made to maintain this and the good relations that currently exist between the fishing industries across the island of Ireland. The importance of migrant labour within the fishing industry cannot be understated. There has been a reliance on workers from overseas labour markets for many years, and without them our fishing industry would not be able to cope. On the issue of marine conservation, the committee noted that we do not have a fully devolved competency in this area. The Minister has written to DEFRA, his DEFRA counterpart, to raise this issue. We had an update at our meeting on the 24th of September on this, and we will continue to follow up as time goes on. Furthermore, the committee noted that there will be considerable implications for marine conservation arising out of the Environment Bill and a crossover with the Agriculture Bill, but was unable to explore this further due to the time constraints placed upon it. The committee is concerned that many of the provisions in the bill will be enacted by secondary legislation, which provides less of a scrutiny role or opportunity for amendment than through primary legislation. The committee heard from department officials on the 24th of September that there had been a number of amendments within the bill, as well as a number of anticipated amendments which will be tabled at the report stage. The amendments that have been made include extending the timeframe in which the joint fisheries statement is to be published, ability to publish information and financial assistance, amendments to the Conservation of Seals Act and the Wildlife Order to allow trade to USA, a technical amendment to the definition of minimum conservation reference size, and the electronic communication of the granting of temporary licences. Officials further advised that the amendments to be tabled at a report stage that will impact on this jurisdiction are: 1. Powers for the Department to regulate fishing for marine conservation on our offshore regions. 2. Amendments to 6 statutory rules to ensure that the restrictions and requirements within them will apply equally to all fishing vessels to fish in the NI zone. And 3. Powers for the devolved administration to enter into arrangements with other organisations, i.e. marine management. The committee discussed this update with officials in the short period of time it had and agreed that due to lack of information and the limited time it had to consider these amendments, it had been unable to fully explore and understand the potential impacts and implications for this jurisdiction. This difficulty has been further compounded by the fact that it's being asked to do so in the context of the legal uncertainties around the Internal Market Bill and the Withdrawal Agreement. Thank you, Last Carl Correa. That's all I want to say as Chair of the ERA Committee.
I call William Irwin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I say I welcome the opportunity to comment on this matter before the House today. As members will be aware, deep sea fishing and fishing rights for our trawler crews has been a constant concern over many years, with highly charged debates over fishing stocks, quotas, sustainability, rights and access to waters. At the heart of the discontentment has been EU policy, which has been detrimental to our own indigenous trawler crews. Asked any of our trawler crews here in Northern Ireland, and they would agree that EU policies over the years had a truly negative and damaging effect on our industry here in Northern Ireland. I therefore welcome the legislative consent motion before the House today, and the fact that fishermen across the United Kingdom will, in my view, be in a much better position fishing in UK waters post-transition than has been the case for many years. The bill before the House today is vital, as after the EU leaves the Common Fisheries Policy, the bill provides a legal framework for the United Kingdom to be able to go forward as an independent coastal state under the United Nations Convention on the Law of Sea 1982. It is essential in order to provide important continuity and a seamless transition from EU fishing law to administration and protection under EU-wide and also specific devolved nations regulations. The bill is a combination of elements of the Common Fisheries Policy, other objectives which have been tailored to best help and sustain our own fishing industry in the United Kingdom. That is only to be expected given the opportunity that is presented by leaving the European Union. I'd be absolute folly of Westminster and indeed our own Assembly here, along with all the devolved regions, did not make the very best of this opportunity to ensure that our fishermen are offered the greatest opportunity of establishing a thriving industry post-transition, given the fact that control can be regained over UK waters. It is important also to understand that control does not mean preventing access to our waters. Rather, it is the case that access to waters can be much more effectively controlled and monitored. This is a key element of sustainability and also growth. Sustainability has been one of the biggest debating points, and of course that is the most vital part of our new arrangements. I believe that it will be adequately addressed as all stakeholders realise that sustainability of fishing stock is vital for their own long-term survival as an industry. Our seas are a hugely important resource, both as a resource of food and also a priceless marine environment. Our seas must be treated with this respect, required to both preserve the balance in marine environment and to ensure that the high-quality food resource is sustained for many more years to come. The legislation before the House today provides the opportunity to ensure that those important elements are indeed protected by protocol that is better suited to our own coastal resources and not a quagmire of legislation that is untimely affair. I think that the Hague preference and its impact on Northern Ireland, and it is important that these types of straitjackets can be cast off as a part of our new arrangements and be replaced with much more reasonable and tailored regulation. I've listened in committee to much anxiety amongst some parties around the table in regards to this issue. However, they must see the opportunity that exists with this important opportunity to right many EU legislative wrongs. There will be further opportunities ahead through the joint fisheries statement process. I know that the industry, the Minister and the committee will have more input in the finer detail. That will be an important process. I support the motion.
I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for presenting the LCM before the Assembly today. While certainly from the SDLP's point of view, we welcome the opportunity to debate this LCM and the Fisheries Bill. But as the Chairman did say, the issues that I raised at the committee on Thursday around the lack of information on the LCM and the limited time that the committee has had to consider it, it has been unable to fully explore and understand the potential impacts and implications for this jurisdiction. This difficulty has been further compounded by the fact that I and other legislators are being asked to do so in the context of the legal uncertainties around the UK Internal Market Bill and the Withdrawal Agreement. The bill itself, the LCM, is required to provide for a new legal framework to replace the common fisheries policy because of Brexit. But there is concern that the legislative consent, although delayed, may still be sought for prematurely. The COVID-19 pandemic and Westminster parliamentary procedures have severely restricted the Assembly's ability to properly scrutinise this and indeed other elements of legislation needed for the end of the transition period. Questions remain about provisions for aquaculture and marine conservation, the impact of climate change and the details of the proposals and legally binding fisheries management plans. There may also be significant changes in circumstances due to the ongoing negotiations between the UK and the EU for a future agreement on fisheries. Fisheries access remains a key focus of attention of any future UK-EU trade agreement, and both sides do appear to be still some distance apart in terms of what those separate objectives are. Fisheries is also a sector that will be impacted by the British Government's unilaterally declared intention to break with the terms of the Ireland Protocol in the Withdrawal Agreement. Some members may imagine that breaking that protocol will make life easier for the fisheries sector here. I suspect they may be mistaken. The UK Government's negotiating tactics on this issue have merely increased the large degree of uncertainty that was already there for the fisheries sector and indeed multiplicity of other sectors. The good relations that currently exist between and with the fishing industries across the entire island of Ireland are also not addressed by the bill. Such good relationships do heavily depend on trust, and that trust has been severely tested by the British Government's negotiating tactics. Yep, sure.
I've listened to both the Chair of the Committee and also to the member talk these great relationships that have existed between the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Given the fact that it was only in 2019 that they were actually forced to put into law something that had been in place since the 60s in terms of access for boats from Northern Ireland to fish off the limits of the Irish Republic, I have to say it took them a long time to catch on. Excuse the pun, but clearly that proves they wanted the benefit of our waters when we weren't able to get the benefit of theirs.
I do thank the member for his intimate knowledge of the legislature of the Irish Republic. Thank you for that. In addition, there are areas of the bill where clarification is still needed. The bill grants the UK Secretary of State a DEFRA the power to set fisheries objectives and fishing opportunities for the local fleet. There is little detail yet of what those objectives will mean or how they will be delivered. We will, in effect, be told where the fleet can fish and how much it can catch, as calculated by a yet-to-be-determined method. In the latest amendments to the bill, and I heard the Minister say there's further later amendments to the bill, the Secretary of State will be given more time to come to a decision on these matters before publishing the joint fishery statement. It might have been better to seek an extension to that transition period and allow more time to work out the detail and scrutiny of the bill. And we may have been touching upon that on an occasion at the committee too. The sector is also heavily reliant on capital grants to maintain and improve its infrastructure. In the absence of the European Maritime Fisheries Fund, the Minister's Department will be responsible for future financial assistance for the fisheries sector. And to date, the Department has been unable to secure, it was touched upon earlier, has been unable to secure, and the Chair referred to it too, any commitment from the UK Government to provide funding for those schemes. The key focus of this bill should have been the future sustainability of the fisheries sector. To this end, it would have been better if sustainability was the prime objective of the bill and all fisheries management decisions assessed on that basis. There is lack of clarity, for example, on how fish stocks will be monitored and managed, particularly shared stocks, through the proposed fisheries management plans. It is essential that going forward, fish stocks are not fished above independently scientific recommended levels. We have a poor record on environmental protection and weak governance in certain areas. It is far from clear at this point what the impact of this bill and other Brexit-related crossover bills will have on conservation of the marine ecosystem. In summary, there remains a great deal of uncertainty around the provisions of the bill and how they are to be implemented. Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Rosemary Barton.
As I rise to speak in this legislative consent motion this afternoon, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am very conscious that the fishing industry was one part of our economy that always appeared to have a very strained relationship with the European Union. The Common Fisheries Policy was, of course, the structure that regulated and controlled our fishing industry. Indeed, it's been claimed that this same policy ended many a family fishing business in Northern Ireland and their livelihood within the industry. Many in this House will recall the eagerly awaited announcement within the sector from the EU Fisheries Council each December to see what further changes in the fishing quota were going to be implemented for the following year. One of the criticisms of the Common Fisheries Policy by the fishing industry is that other EU fishing boats land more fish from UK waters than UK boats do. The House of Lords Library briefing on Fisheries Bill noted, on average between 2012 and 2016, other EU member states' vessels annually landed in the region of 749,000 tonnes of fish caught in UK waters. UK vessels landed approximately 96,000 tonnes caught in other member states' waters per year in the same period. Now, as the 31st of December approaches, there is an expectation that when the UK exits the EU, the UK, Northern Ireland, will be able to regulate fishing in their offshore regions again. The EU has stated that its position is to maintain, as far as is possible, the existing traditional arrangements for EU boats to access the fish in UK waters. However, the UK position is that the UK will control its own waters and that fishing opportunities are primarily for British boats. There is considerable speculation that there could be trade-offs between EU access to UK fishing waters and access by UK financial services to EU markets. There are a number of government amendments at this stage of the bill, which are general practical amendments. I am aware that other amendments were introduced at the Lords, but these have been removed at the House of Commons stage. These initial amendments were supported by Northern Ireland Marine Task Force, but opposed by those within fishing industry bodies. While the Fisheries Bill is a legislative framework, it is very necessary to put practical and administrative aspects in place following the EU decision to leave the European Union. It also has the environmental sustainability of the fishing industry at its core, which will deliver a positive future between fishing and conservation. The sector, over the years, itself has been key to environmental sustainability in our waters. Indeed, if it hadn't been for their management, in conjunction with the authorities, the marine environment would, by now, be in a much worse place. With this framework outlined in the Fisheries Bill, I urge you to support this legislative consent motion.
I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of Alliance to support the legislative consent motion, though I should probably at the outset make clear that I see this as a holding position, an interim measure framework on which to build a bill and policies bespoke to Northern Ireland's unique circumstances and position. The proposed Fisheries Bill goes some way towards addressing the conservation governance gaps that our exit from the European Union exposes. However, there are a number of issues that remain and which need to be addressed. Deputy Speaker, I firstly want to express my disappointment that some key amendments have been removed by the UK Government during the Public Bill Committee stage, amendments which would have addressed the sustainability as the prime objective of the bill and the introduction of remote electronic equipment and cameras on vessels. The removal of these amendments, I believe, undermines the primary objective of the bill, which is to make, and I quote, a legal commitment to fish sustainability. Secondly, Brexit and Northern Ireland's unique positioning. Deputy Speaker, the local fish processing sector, while smaller in comparison to other parts of the UK, makes a significant contribution to the areas in which it is based, and not just in economic terms. The sea surrounding this island supports daily lives, provides multiple resources and services, including food, renewable energy sources, tourism, leisure opportunities, physical and mental health benefits, and of course cultural heritage. The sea fishing industry in Northern Ireland, whilst making a significant contribution to our economy and our culture, is heavily reliant on accessing markets outside this region. The value of landings, as I see it, outside Northern Ireland is greater than local landings, and this could present challenges following the transition period. The urgency of the EU exit timetable has been mentioned here already today, and the additional pressure of limited capacity and time for the ERA Committee to give full and proper consideration to forthcoming bills and procedures. This is of utmost concern when we consider the importance of the forthcoming and now itself delayed joint fisheries statement. Whatever the outcome, Deputy Speaker, of the current processes, the challenges of balancing the needs of the sector with environmental issues will remain real. Human activities are threatening the health of our oceans. It is estimated that over 80% of marine pollution comes from land-based activities, such as use of pesticides and nutrients used in agriculture, ending up in coastal waters, resulting in oxygen depletion that kills marine plants and shellfish. And overfishing, of course, is also a threat to sustainability. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that 31.4% of fish stocks are either already fished to capacity or overfished. This is counterintuitive, considering sustainable fisheries management and more abundant fish stocks can help provide the fishing industry with greater long-term security. It is estimated that recovering fish stocks to healthy levels would result in a 37% rise, equivalent of £244 million per year, in the value of fish landings UK-wide, and create, of course, many more jobs as well. Now more than ever, Deputy Speaker, it is crucial that primary legislation enshrines sustainability in law. As a framework bill, the Fisheries Bill provides an opportunity to do this, although I do believe that the bill should have been changed to address a more delicate marine environment and depleted fish stocks. The Fisheries Bill presents us with an opportunity to create bespoke policies that are relevant to Northern Ireland and our unique position, and to achieve lasting change for the better. So with a view, Deputy Speaker, of future solutions and improvements, which I hope the Minister can reflect upon, I am content to support the LCM, and do so in the knowledge that we need to avoid further confusion and delays at this stage.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I'm pleased to see this motion before us today. It represents another step in the journey towards taking back control of our fishing industry. I believe that working collectively with those within the sector, the Northern Ireland Fish Producers Organisation, the Anglo-Irish Fish Producers Organisation, and the other devolved regions, we now have the opportunity to herald a new dawn for UK fishing. Whilst the bill will never be able to fully satisfy everyone, the Fisheries Bill represents a practical framework and will provide certainty for the sector at this time. As my party colleague at Westminster, Jim Shannon, the member for Strangford, stated during the second reading, the bill is workable, fair and fit for purpose. Flexibility is key for the industry, and therefore key in respect of this bill. The Secretary of State must have sufficient capability to adapt policy decisions to meet the needs of the industry, working alongside the devolved governments. Furthermore, flexibility is needed in order for us to set future total allowable catches that are fair and practical, whilst at the same time ensuring that we have sufficient environmental protections in place to ensure long-term sustainable fish stocks. There is a balance to be struck that works for the industry, and with the cooperation of the industry, this practical and pragmatic approach represents a significant departure from the common fisheries policy. Northern Ireland has the smallest sea area, proportionally speaking, to any other region of the UK. The local industry relies heavily on its ability to operate beyond local waters. I am therefore pleased that the bill protects the rights of all UK fishermen to operate the length and breadth of our territorial waters. Such equal access will be of benefit to local fishing vessels operating further afield. In relation to the role of DAERA, I note that the Secretary of State's remit extends to offshore waters of Northern Ireland only. I believe this should be devolved in keeping with other regions, and I would encourage the Minister to make representation on this point. Briefly, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, should the NI protocol be enacted, it must not be allowed to apply any additional burdens upon our fishing industry. As with other sectors, our fish suppliers must have unfettered access to the GB market if they are to compete, and if we are to have an economically viable industry moving forward. As a Strangford representative, I can speak of the damage that has been inflicted down through the decades by the shackles of EU bureaucracy on the fishing industry. Under the Fisheries Bill, our fishermen will be able to fish their own waters, to land their catches in our own ports, to create economic growth and to rekindle an industry that has been all but denied by Europe. I wish the bill well as it moves to report stage and third reading in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Last Can Collier. I think we've had enough debates in this chamber to establish that there is very little, if anything indeed, positive to result from Brexit. We have also had enough evidence to suggest that the current British government are not exactly trustworthy. This is particularly the case when the interests of the island of Ireland are concerned. Given consent via this LCM with that knowledge and experience of Boris Johnson and the Tories, in the context of no overall agreement with the EU on fisheries, would be akin to watching the film Salem's Lot from behind the sofa and hoping everyone in the town remains safe. Never mind their duplicity with the internal market bill, they are also trying to untangle the commitment contained in the political declaration that fishing would be linked to the overall trade negotiations. This is a fact that is undermining these trade negotiations, which are vitally important to the future economy of this island. I do not think it would be particularly prudent for this Assembly to give carte blanche to the Westminster Parliament until we know what kind of deal, if any, is worked out with the EU on fishing rights. And I note that this is also the position shared with Scottish and Welsh representatives who, during the debate on the Fisheries Bill in Westminster a number of weeks ago, attempted to stall the bill at its second reading until or if an agreement was reached with EU negotiators. Over and above the clear political danger of allowing the British Government to proceed with this, as a member of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, I obviously share the same concerns on the details, or mostly lack of details, probably as outlined earlier by the committee chair and other committee members. I note in particular the comments of the officials when asked about the potential increase in opportunities for the local fishing fleet, when they said that the main fishing opportunities are mostly in the Irish Sea and no major change to the quota is anticipated. There is obviously also a lack of time afforded to the committee to properly explore the impact of the bill on the North. There is no certainty of how or if the European Maritime Fisheries Fund will be replaced, a very important fund to the local fishing fleet. There is no mention in the bill on the impact of migrant workers post-Brexit, workers who currently make up 50% of those employed in trawlers in the North. And as with all things, the fishing industry is heavily integrated north and south. Whether it's buyers, producers, processors, landings, north and south, they are all interdependent, and nowhere in this bill is that taken into account. It remains unclear how this bill will interact with the Irish Protocol, and the uncertainty is further complicated and compounded by the internal market bill. I have concern, again shared by representatives in other devolved parliaments in Scotland and Wales, that aspects of this policy that should be devolved can be overridden by Clause 12, which gives power of decision to the British Government. Indeed, responsibility for designation and management of marine protected areas in the North waters will not lie with this Assembly, as it should do, but with the British Secretary of State. The British Government will be responsible for deciding quotas. So, over and above that, and all the other aspects of amendments being taken out, and all the other concerns shared with members of my committee, I don't think that we can allow this LCM to proceed.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to air my views on this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, simply put, this bill is not fit for purpose. It is riddled with loopholes, contradictions and vague language. The British Government may claim that through this bill they are taking back their waters, but this bill is being sold on the same false premise that Brexit was. If the British Government failed to reach an agreement with the EU by the end of this year, it will mean that control of the waters around these islands is governed by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which requires cooperation and efforts to agree rules on access to waters, as well as setting catch limits and standards on conservation and management of marine resources. As my colleague and chair of the committee, Declan McAleer, has mentioned earlier, there is no detail in this bill as to what will happen to migrant workers or how and how much of the vital EU funding the North's fishing industry receives will be replaced. As has been pointed out by both the Welsh and Scottish governments, Westminster has used every opportunity since Brexit to scale back devolution. Responsibility for the designation and management of marine protected areas in the North's offshore waters will not lie with this Assembly, but with the Secretary of State. Clause 12 of this bill states that while devolved administrations will control their own fisheries, they will be subject to the terms and conditions of any trade agreements that the British Government makes with other countries. So we can develop all the regulations and rules we like around access, environmental protection and sustainability, but it all counts for nothing once the British Government sign a deal with another trading bloc. The British Government will be responsible for deciding how quotas are distributed between England, Scotland, Wales and the North, a huge conflict of interest, given that the Tories have everything to gain from favouring fishermen in England and nothing to lose by dealing a bad hand to fishermen in Scotland, Wales and here in the north? Does anyone think that a government which boasted only recently about breaking international law would also see any issue with acting as both poacher and gamekeeper when it comes to quotas? No, I won't, thank you. This bill makes multiple references to how devolved administrations will be consulted about various issues, such as landing requirements, but it does not make clear what the actual power of devolved administrations will be on these issues. We know all too well here that being consulted by the British Government means nothing. We were consulted about our views on Brexit, and upon providing them, those views were promptly ignored. This Government has shown it cannot be trusted, and we require definitive language that cannot be misinterpreted or abused. Other powers that should be in the hands of devolved institutions, but are being which are being reserved by Whitehall, include provisions about fisheries and aquaculture, and powers to impose quotas, limit time at sea, mandate processing procedures, determine what gear can be used and how, and decide how fisheries products can be marketed, impose regulations over landings and set targets on marine stock and rules around enforcement. The bill has little to say of substance about boats under 10 metres, which make up the majority of our fleet and are vital for both the sustainability of our oceans and our coastal communities. There is so much about this bill that is unknown, from how Annex 2 of the protocol will affect fishermen and tariffs, to issues around migrant workers, abandoned vessels and boats owned in one jurisdiction but docked in another. How are we supposed to consent to something when we don't even fully know what it is we're supposed to be consenting to? This bill is an attempt to shoehorn us into a framework that suits England but is not cognizant of the interconnectedness of the all-island nature of our local fishing industry.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are specific and general concerns with the bill to which we are being asked to give consent today. Some of the provisions of this bill, which establishes an alternative to the common fisheries policy, are indeed necessary to regulate fishing in the UK following the end of the transition period. There is no denying that we need something to replace the provisions in retained EU law on the common fisheries policy. However, I would like to put on record my frustration that this bill is yet another example of rushed-through Brexit legislation touching upon a devolved competence which we are being asked to consent to with minimal opportunity for scrutiny and without information about what it means for local fisheries in the long term. Indeed, the chair of the committee mentioned earlier on that his committee, I think, had been able to take just one day of evidence. The committee was also explicit in raising several concerns about the bill. In its reports, it noted that due to the limited time to scrutinise, it had been able to fully explore and understand the potential effects and implications of the local fishing industry and the associated processing industry, which are myriad, as we have discussed today in the Assembly. In effect, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are being asked to give consent for a bill in powers which we don't fully understand, and that was the case. That was the case yesterday, and I'm afraid it will be the case probably in the weeks and months to come, because we are not being given sufficient time to debate and scrutinise the myriad legislation, both primary and secondary, that relates to Brexit. Yes, happy to.
The member giving way. As a member of South Down constituency, I am fully aware of the many households who are dependent on the fishing industry as their main source of income. And is it true to say that the discussion here today has silenced those voices? There has not been an opportunity for those who are deeply invested in the welfare of the industry to give an opinion on this piece of work going through the House today?
Someone who grew up a few miles from Arglass, I think you're right. It's definitely clear that we need to hear from the local fishing industry in detail. Albeit it's true that the local fishing industry also want to see support. It is true, as people have mentioned on the other side of the Assembly, that large parts of the fishing industry have been sceptical about the common fisheries policy and about aspects of EU membership over the years. It is, however, also worth saying, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the majority of Northern Ireland's catch goes to the EU market. Parts of our industry, it's true that they've disliked the quota system that's operated for several decades, but once you catch the fish, they also recognise that we need a market in which to sell it. So just going back to a couple of other specific concerns. There are question marks over, as others have said, how the provisions interact with the protocol, and indeed if it will comply with the commitments made by EU regulation, the commitments to abide by EU regulation on things like safety at sea, marine pollution, fishing limits on species conservation and marine ecosystems. Just to take another specific example that's touched on by this bill in relation to aquaculture, this bill is silent on the aquaculture industries that are in bodies of water that are cross-border. It doesn't say anything about the trout in Loch Melvin or the oysters in Carlingford Loch, and I'm afraid in relation to Northern Ireland, it's a fact that we share bodies of water with the rest of Ireland, and we need to understand what DAERA is doing to reflect that. Secondly, I agree with those who've raised concerns about the fact that the attempt by the House of Lords to insert or to promote sustainability as a criteria, as the primary criteria in terms of fishing stocks. I do regret that that was removed, and I'd like the Minister to clarify his position on sustainability as relates Northern Ireland and its quotas. Thirdly, there is an issue around migrant labour and the access that our fishing industry, both the trawlers and also the fish and seafood processing industry, have to migrant labour. Frankly, they rely on it. It's a huge issue for them, and while clearly this legislation does not reflect on immigration, it is the case that this is another sector where a Northern Ireland industry is being negatively impacted by the immigration policy being pursued by the Home Office. This shouldn't be a question of your view on the protocol. This is a question about whether the UK government will finally listen to Northern Ireland in terms of how migration policy can be adjusted locally, and I would ask the Minister to take that up with his colleague in the Economy Department. It would be, as I said, useful to hear from his department about how they plan to mitigate the negative impact that new UK immigration policy would have on our skills base. A couple of people have talked about the voisinage arrangement. Mr. Story mentioned that, mentioned the differential arrangements and the different approach of our trawlers in the south. He's right, these are ongoing issues. No one hides away from that. But clearly it's something that we need to have established from the department, and this legislation doesn't establish how that interaction will work between trawlers that move north-south. And let's be absolutely clear, lots of the fishing industry who have been most vocal about wanting Brexit and wanting massively increased quotas are, frankly, those fishing organisations in the north of Scotland. And there's a simple reason for that. They get a hell of a lot more water to fish from, and much more of their fishing happens in the North Sea, which is much bigger and they have much greater access to it. Fair enough. Northern Ireland Northern Ireland trawlers, the UK waters they largely fish in are in the Irish Sea. It's not clear, as others have mentioned, that there's going to be a particular increase in quota in relation to the Irish Sea, and nor is it clear what's going to happen to their access if they're sailing from Kilkeel a few miles offshore in Irish waters. So we do need to hear from the department on that and how this bill is going to affect that, and that involves bilateral working in Dublin. Absolutely happy to, and I'm glad that he's willing to. I'm more than happy to give way.
Thank you very much indeed for bringing about an interesting point about our Northern Ireland fishing fleet. But of course, some of our Northern Ireland fishing fleet have the opportunity to fish in other United Kingdom waters, and particularly down in the Celtic Sea. And one of the biggest issues we have in the Celtic Sea is, of course, that the French fishing fleet takes up to about 84% of the quota of cod. And maybe with the changes that are likely to come with this new fishing legislation, there'll be greater opportunity for Northern Ireland fishing vessels to fish around our waters.
Perfectly possibly. I don't know if he's spoken to many trawlers from Arglass and Kilkeel who sail all the way down there. That's fine. They have to go through a lot of the Irish Sea to get to the Celtic Sea. But anyway, that's fair enough. And once they catch it, as I've said, they need a market to sell it to. This is a critical point, and it's fair enough. It's clear that lots of the fishing industry were frustrated with the way the common fisheries policy operated. No one disputes that. But it's also true that we need to have a market to sell the fish to. And a large part of the market for fish from Northern Ireland, fish from across the UK, indeed fish from across the island of Ireland, has been in other parts of the UK. So unless we have a comprehensive deal that includes fisheries, we're going to have a severe market access problem. Unless members have a strategy for us kind of completely comprehensively changing the fish that we consume here, because a lot of the fish that's landed here isn't that popular in our domestic market. Now, Just to go on to the question of the joint fisheries statement, and that relates to the NI zone that the Minister talked about in his introduction. It would be good to get clarity on the role of the Assembly and DAERA in the development of that new joint fisheries statement. As the bill stands, it's totally unclear as to how that's going to operate, and specifically, as I said, given the relatively small, people have talked about the new opportunity, I would say, for trawlers from Arglass, Kilkeel, Portavogie is a little bit smaller than it would be if you're fishing out of Peterhead or Fraserburgh, to be perfectly honest. So if these are new opportunities, let's have it explicit as to what they are and how the joint fisheries statement is going to deliver on them. I'm afraid the bill as it stands is unclear, as I said, as to how that is going to operate, bluntly, in part because we have smaller territorial waters on a Northern Ireland basis than, for example, Scotland. As I said, the fact of the matter is that the UK, including Northern Ireland, exports a large proportion of the fish we catch, and indeed we import the majority of what is consumed domestically. Between 2014 and 2016, the EU made up 94% of Northern Ireland's international fish exports, 94%, and 82% of its international fish imports. In 2016, the Northern Ireland fishing industry sold around 12.8 million to the local market, while we sold 28 million, well over double that, to the EU market. And I think it's important. These are hard facts when it comes to market access. I respect what people have said about people's objections to the common fisheries policy, and yes, there needs to be a legal replacement for it, but let's also be clear about market access and how that works. Access to EU markets will be critical for our fishing industry going forward. Unfortunately, we have little clarity on that, and people have talked today about the importance of the negotiations between the UK and EU. I welcome the Minister talked about that when he talked about Clause 16 and reciprocal access in the bill. I would hope, and he and I have talked about the protocol, it would be fair to say we feel slightly differently about, to put it diplomatically, that we feel slightly differently about the delivery of the Ireland protocol. I would say two things. One, gently remind him that he's duty bound to deliver on it. Two, I would ask him this, something we can possibly agree on. Given what he said about Clause 16, I would hope he would agree with me that it would be in the interests of our fishing industry, indeed our economy more broadly, if the UK and EU could agree a deal, and that should be something which is delivered upon, because that will make everything, everyone's life much easier. But unfortunately, in relation to this bill, from what we have seen from the UK government, we have much to fear in terms of their approach to the negotiations, and indeed their approach to delivering on the protocol, and indeed protecting Northern Ireland more broadly. So, in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, understand the necessity why this LCM has been brought forward to the House, understand that there is a need for something to replace the common fisheries policy, but yes, significant concerns which have yet to be answered about the specifics in relation to much that's in this bill and how it will affect our fishing industry in Northern Ireland.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for the Economy, and this debate will resume immediately after question time, with the first speaker scheduled to be Steve Aiken. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Members, the sitting is resumed and it's time for questions to the Minister for the Economy. And just before we move to questions, question number 1 has been withdrawn, as has topical number 4. Both of those withdrawn. So I call Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker, question number 2.
And I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for her question. In today's uncertain times, this is a very important question for us as a Legislative Assembly to consider. My department provides a range of support to young people who are not in employment, education or training, often referred to as NEET. My department administers the Northern Ireland European Social Fund programme, which includes 18 NEET projects with a value of over 33 million. These projects are specifically designed to support young people. And examples of these projects are very wide-ranging across many parts of Northern Ireland. So we have Bryson House Charitable Group, Extern, GEMS, Include Youth, Job Direction, the South West College, Springboard, Stepping Stones NI, the Princess Trust, Training for Women and Youth Action Northern Ireland. So it's really a very wide range of programmes that are supported through this particular part of the department. The Department for the Economy is also the Northern Ireland Accountable Department for Peace for Youth. This aims to engage 7,400 young people who are disadvantaged, marginalised and not readily engaging with other programmes. DFE Careers Service provides all-age, all-ability careers guidance with a priority focus on helping those vulnerable to social exclusion. Inevitably, the response to COVID-19 and the lockdown in particular has made it more difficult to deliver these vital services. However, these services and projects have adapted to continue to provide much-needed support throughout the crisis. In March 2020, Peace for Youth projects swiftly moved to online delivery to continue to support young people. ESF projects also moved to remote working. Some are now back working in their usual premises where social distancing allows. Since March, the Careers Service has made over 49,000 contacts with 16 to 18-year-olds to guide them in taking the next steps in their training, education or employment.
Here, Sir John O'Dowd. For your case, to call John O'Dowd.
Do you want to call Claire for supplementary?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the Minister's response. In her response, she talked of the European Social Fund. I've been contacted by a number of community and voluntary groups who are quite concerned about the future of that particular fund. Will her department, if it is likely that that fund will no longer have a future, will her department fund that shortfall if it becomes an issue?
Again, can I thank the member for her question? This is indeed a very important and again topical and timely question on this particular issue. The European Social Fund funds a range of programmes, not just for young people who are not in employment or training, but also part of the Northern Ireland Apprenticeship Programme. And therefore it is very, very important to us that the Executive collectively engage with the UK Government to ensure that our national government understand that in the replacement for that European Social Fund, the Shared Prosperity Fund, that Northern Ireland is not at a disadvantage, that Northern Ireland gains the same amount of funding from that Shared Prosperity funding as it would do from structural funds as they come to Northern Ireland. And importantly as well, that we are able to set our own priorities and objectives for that funding as a devolved legislature with responsibility devolved in those particular areas. I am not, the lead department for this is actually the Department for Finance that has been working on this, and of course I will continue to liaise with them and other departments in London to make sure that these views are known. Current ESF funding is secure until the 31st of March 2022.
Here, Sir John O'Dowd. For your case, called John O'Dowd.
The Minister will be aware that since 2007, despite increased investment in InvestNI, they have actually created less jobs year on year since then. Would the Minister not agree with me that we need to hold what we have at the moment and that there should be increased investment in apprenticeships, youth services and also for our students so that we create a future for those young people who have been so badly affected by COVID-19?
I thank again the member for the question. Again, very important. From my actions as Minister for the Economy, I think this House will agree that we have invested significantly in apprenticeships, in youth training, and in the skills agenda in Northern Ireland. That's not just important about holding what we have, that's important about developing the economy of the future and the skills pipeline that goes into that economy of the future, and that is a very important aspect. And you know, the department has been very proactive in not just looking at apprenticeships, but looking at careers delivery and looking at other short-term interventions which will help to build the Northern Ireland economy and build skills and engage our young people into the future. I just want to maybe just focus just for a second on one of those programmes which has been very, very important. The Assured Skills Academies that we have run. And these have been very, very successful in delivering properly trained young people, but also jobs for young people in difficult circumstances. And I'll refer to the Microsoft Cybersecurity Academy, which completed in Northern Ireland on the 12th of June, was delivered at the height of lockdown, and which was delivered completely online. 24 young people engaged in that Skills Academy, and 23 young people found employment out of that Skills Academy. So long-term programmes on skills, but also that ability to be flexible and to match skills to labour market demand is really, really important. I know, with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I'll just maybe answer the other part of the member's question. It is really important that while we build our own skills base, that while we support companies here in Northern Ireland, that we also recognise the importance of foreign direct investment into Northern Ireland. And since April, I have announced over 1,000 new jobs, even in the midst of incredibly difficult economic circumstances in Northern Ireland. 600 of those new jobs have been announced from North American, US companies, and that shows us the importance of those companies in investing in Northern Ireland. And I'm looking forward tomorrow to talking to the Special Envoy for Northern Ireland and building the relationships that allows that skills and those job pipelines to continue.
Just remind the Minister of the 2-minute rule. If she requires additional time, perhaps she could ask just before you answer. Please, Minister. Thank you. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Can I ask the Minister, are you engaging with the Department for Education in order to deliver an effective strategy to deal with our young people leaving school with low qualifications and at threat of unemployment?
Again, can I thank the member for her question? Before this Assembly collapsed in earlier times, the Minister for Education and the Minister for the Economy were working together on a 14 to 19-year-old strategy, really trying to look at the pathways that young people will take around that age, the choices they will make, and how we can improve services towards those young people. Very early on, before the impact of COVID in this particular mandate, I have been talking to the Department of Education around this particular issue. We have now re-engaged with that work stream, and I would like, in conjunction with the Department of Education, to bring forward a strategy that allows young people at 14 to 19 not just to always look at traditional paths, but to look at alternative paths towards their career prospects, and that we will help all of our young people in progressing those career prospects. We are talking also about creating that digital spine for Northern Ireland, so that we will be trying to incorporate those kind of skills for our young people right from primary school until they leave education, preparing them for the world of work and the economy of the future.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has just announced a scheme in England for adults without an A-level or equivalent qualification where they will have access to a fully funded college course with an emphasis on, quote, skills valued by employers. Can the Minister assure adults in a similar position in this jurisdiction they will not be disadvantaged?
I am extremely concerned about the number of people within the workforce, around 20%, who have no skills or no formal qualifications. And this is an issue that I think that in the long term the Assembly and the Executive will have to address. In the short term, we have been working already with adults and with everyone really who have been impacted by the impact of COVID on their employment. And our Skills Strategy Division have been able to support 2,000 individuals impacted by COVID-19, helping them to achieve one of over 90 online, fully accredited qualifications in key areas including digital, leadership, management and employability. A second phase of this programme will complete by March 2021, and we hope that it will support a further 3,000 individuals, including those who have been furloughed, made redundant or who are availing of the self-employment scheme. And this will include collaborative approaches from further education around placement and also supporting women to return and get training in information technology. These are work that the Department is already engaged in and fully cognizant of.
Paul Stewart-Dixon.
Minister, will you recognise the despair of my constituents whenever you've just recently told this House in a previous answer that you hope that the UK Government understands the value of UK funds that have been distributed in Northern Ireland? Surely you and your party would not have dragged us out of the EU if you're only conducting those negotiations with the UK Government now?
I shall resist for this once the Brexit issues to focus on what I think are the really, really important issues going forward of skills in the Northern Ireland economy. And I have been proactively engaging with my counterparts in London around the issues of the European Social Fund and its replacement in the Shared Prosperity Fund. I will further be supporting the Finance Minister as he seeks for a full replacement of those funds for Northern Ireland. It is absolutely important that we are able to progress these issues for the people of Northern Ireland, for the young people of Northern Ireland, and particularly for the economy of the future of Northern Ireland.
Iram Sir Trevor Lunn, Fahanya Kesh, I call Trevor Lunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 3, Minister.
Can I thank the member for his question? During my time as the Minister for the Economy, I continue to work with our national government to ensure that UK international trade policy works for the people of Northern Ireland. It has been my priority that Northern Ireland will be able to access both transitioned EU trade deals and new UK trade agreements. I have had extensive engagement with the Minister for State for International Trade within the Department of International Trade, both through the Ministerial Forum for Trade and via bilateral meetings on matters of interest to Northern Ireland. I have sought assurances that Northern Ireland will be covered fully in the scope of trade agreements, that our industry will be protected from unfair practices, and that our businesses can remain competitive both in the UK internal market and globally, despite the complexities of the protocol. From that perspective, it is critical to recognise that Great Britain is our most important market, accounting for almost £24 billion of trade in 2018. During the same period, trade with the EU, including the Republic of Ireland, amounted to £12.1 billion, and trade with the rest of the world to £6.9 billion. In other words, we did more trade in the GB market than we did with all of the other markets all added together. So it is very important that when we are looking at international trade, we are also protecting our trade with our own internal our UK market. In tandem, I've been encouraging the government to pursue with vigour a comprehensive trade agreement with the European Union. I support the government's ambition to have an agreement which supports our trade with Europe and, through supply chain activity, our trade via Europe that goes into international markets.
Trevor Lunn, supplementary question, Trevor Lunn.
Yes, I thank the Minister for her comprehensive answer. The figures for trade with the European Union and the rest of the world are still very significant, Minister, and we may need them even more when this thing is settled. But given the British government's success in trashing our international reputation and the explicit statements from the United States, particularly from Mr Mulvaney just yesterday, about the consequences of interference with the Good Friday Agreement, how does the Minister assess the potential, for example, with a trading agreement with America, or for a trading agreement?
Can I first of all say to the member that it is vitally important that that Northern Ireland is able to trade within UK trade agreements on an equal basis to every other part of the United Kingdom. That, of course, is complicated by the protocol. And I fail to understand why many parties in this House rush headlong to demand a full implementation, no less, of a protocol that would potentially restrict trade within the UK's internal market. And therefore, while trade with the rest of the world, including the European Union and the Republic of Ireland, is vitally important, and I don't underestimate it or diminish it in any sense at all, it is of utter importance to Northern Ireland that trade within the UK's internal market is able to continue unencumbered by restrictions imposed by the Northern Ireland Protocol. And I think that's massively, massively important. It's also extremely important that we are able to trade with other international markets. Trade in the current EU free trade agreements that have been rolled over and is worth 110 billion to the UK. And still we have some outstanding trade agreements with the EU that are of very important significance to Northern Ireland that has still not been renegotiated by the government. And they include Canada, Mexico, Turkey and Norway. Canada is our second largest rest of the world trading partner with an estimated £632 million worth of trade in 2019. In terms of the US trade deal, again, America is an extremely important market for Northern Ireland companies. And the fourth negotiation on the US trade deal took place between the 8th and the 18th of September.
Minister, sorry to interrupt, but we've overshot by quite a bit there. I thought you were finished with that.
Could I give just two more stats, which I think are very important?
Just very briefly,
with your
please.
Permission, Mr. Speaker. Again, trade with Australia began again the negotiation on the 22nd of September, and we are looking forward to trade negotiations with New Zealand on the 19th of October.
I call Gordon Dunn for...
Thank the Minister for answers and indeed her efforts working with business through the COVID crisis to date. Invest NI have an important role for the support of businesses in Northern Ireland, those existing businesses through this terrible crisis. Can you also give us some indication of what other support is available from Invest NI and indeed from the Department of Economy to help our struggling businesses exist and to come through this ongoing crisis?
Again, can I thank the member for his question. Over the course of this pandemic, my department has administered over 400 million in grant schemes and help to well over 30,000 businesses in Northern Ireland. These have not been perfect, nor have they been, are we able to say that they have covered the full scope of the business spectrum. However, they have been exceptionally important in sustaining businesses and skills in a very, very difficult time. If we continue on the Brexit theme that the question started with, InvestNI are currently offering Brexit preparation grants. And I'm very glad that the member has raised this particular issue with me, because we need to get the message out to businesses in Northern Ireland that this is available, that there is a full toolkit of resources available within InvestNI to help businesses prepare for the end of the transition period. Intertrade Ireland also have a significant level of interventions in place, and I would encourage us as members of this Legislative Assembly to convey these messages to businesses within our constituency so that they can get the help that they need in the circumstances we find ourselves.
I call Rachel Woods first.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. Can the Minister outline if her or her department contributed to any response from the Northern Ireland Executive to the UK Government's Internal Market White Paper consultation in June, especially with relation to future trading relationships and the NI Protocol?
We continue to engage with our partners in government and responded to the White Paper. And it is absolutely vitally important that while there are many views across this House on the issues of the Internal Market Bill, and I suspect they would not all accord with my view, I think there are some principles that we need to acknowledge and accept as being vitally important for Northern Ireland. The Internal Market Bill looks at the issue of unfettered access in the situation where there is no deal and where the EU refused to acknowledge the GB as a third country. I believe that it is absolutely vital that Northern Ireland firms have that unfettered access to the GB market. And while I'm on my feet talking about this particular issue, there are other issues that I think are of equal importance in relation to access to our markets. So we need our government to tell us how they're going in conjunction with the Joint Committee to define goods at risk, because that will be important in getting those goods from our largest market in GB into Northern Ireland. We also need, as a matter of haste and great importance and urgency, the issue of a Northern Ireland qualifying good being resolved. The Northern Ireland qualifying good and some of the issues around that would stop others using the route via the Republic of Ireland as a backdoor into the GB market, and therefore impacting on Northern Ireland firms' competitiveness within that market. There are many issues that are to be resolved. We could talk about state aid and the fact that Northern Ireland would be encumbered with EU state aid regulations, while the rest of the United Kingdom would be free to make more generous subsidies available towards businesses if it were so inclined. I want Northern Ireland to succeed,
Minister.
and I want its economy to succeed.
Question 4, please.
Can I thank the member for her question? EU funding contributes to increasing the skills base of those currently in employment and future potential participants and part funds DFE apprenticeship programmes. My department currently receives £10.4 million per annum from the ESF to fund our apprenticeship NI and higher level apprenticeship programmes. Any funding loss will restrict our ability to recruit new apprentices or fully see the upskilling of existing apprentices on these programmes. In order to maintain the scale of these programmes, the shortfall in funding will need to be sourced and funded. This is currently being considered as part of my department's succession planning for provision post-EU exit. The Department of Finance is leading the case for full replacement of EU funding in Northern Ireland, given the amount of funding that historically came to my department for economic development, energy, skills and apprenticeships. The department has been liaising closely with both finance and relevant Westminster ministers to ensure that our needs and priorities are reflected in these negotiations.
Catherine Kelly, supplementary question for Catherine Kelly.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, you recently made a bid for £22.6 million so that the European Social Fund money could continue to be provided from April 22 to March 23. You'll be aware of how important this ESF funding is in tackling youth unemployment. With considerable numbers of young people now being made redundant, do you accept that the loss of European funding will have a detrimental impact, particularly with the loss of the European Social Fund on support for young people?
While it's important to acknowledge that the European Social Fund has done significant and some very good work in Northern Ireland around the subject we were talking about earlier, those young people who are not in employment and not in training, and in funding apprenticeships, we are currently engaged in negotiations with our national government around the replacement for that funding, which is the Shared Prosperity Fund. And the parameters which the Finance Minister has set for that is that we should receive the same amount of funding from the Shared Prosperity Fund as we currently do from the European Social Fund. And with that, we are at common cause with our colleagues in England, or in Scotland and Wales. I also would like to see, after we have established broad frameworks for that Shared Prosperity Fund, that the detail of that fund should be actually administered and directed and guided by the needs of Northern Ireland and by this Assembly in exercising its functions under the devolved administration solutions.
Okay, very briefly, quick question from Pat Catney. Sir Pat Catney, if we could have a quick answer to, please.
Deputy Chair. Minister, every job's vital. We all know that. This House is aware of that. And those that go out and take the risks in order to start the business are the risk takers. But on top of that, we do need training. And I want the Minister on a quick question. It's a yes or a no. Can you tell me, Minister, that has the Minister communicated these updates with the regional colleges, are aware of businesses who have taken part in the scheme and how are able on additional apprenticeships for the students so as they can find that employment? So, to the regional colleges, you're aware of the uptake on the apprenticeships?
I did say quick question.
Can I thank the Minister or the member for his question? Yes, I am in constant communication with all of our further education colleges, and I will continue to monitor. The scheme will commence in November as furlough ends. For young apprentices. We are encouraging employers to bring back young apprentices and to retain them right through to the completion of their apprenticeship. We're also offering funding for those employers who want to create new apprenticeships. And of course, this week I launched the Apprenticeship Challenge Fund for Northern Ireland. The work of the further education colleges will be absolutely vital in doing this, and I will continue to monitor, after the scheme is formally launched in November, I will continue to monitor the progress of the scheme so that we can ensure that employers, businesses and the colleges are able to work together.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the period for listed questions, and we now move to topical questions. I guess Sir Dolores Kelly from Newcastle. I called Dolores Kelly for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, when will this Assembly have sight of a substantive economic recovery plan with built-in resilience for the new normal and with outcomes and targets clearly measurable?
Can I thank the member for her question? The member will be aware that in June of this year I published my short and medium-term plan for recovery, building a stronger economy, that not only looked at the short-term issues that we would have to address, but also those medium-term issues that we would need to address. But it also gives something of a vision for the future of the Northern Ireland economy, the economy that I want to see take Northern Ireland into its second century. And that is looking at the new opportunities, at the sectors that we can do well in, the digital sectors, cybersecurity, areas where we are already a world leader, and grabbing those opportunities for the new economy for Northern Ireland, as well as supporting our traditional firms, our traditional manufacturing base, and the values that we all hold very, very dear for the Northern Ireland economy. That has been adopted as part of the Executive's recovery strategy. And in the meantime, I and my department are working on a strategy for the economy, which we hope will be ready in due course. Can I emphasise, I'm not waiting for a strategy. I'm also taking the steps that need to be taken to help the Northern Ireland economy in unprecedented circumstances.
Supplementary for Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I just wonder, in terms of the new working normal, if you like, about the opportunities for individuals, for businesses, for firms to access agencies such as Invest NI to discuss those issues. So I just wonder what plans you have in terms of easy access, easy business, and what role do you think councils might play in that?
Again, I don't know whether the member has seen my mailbox recently, but as a member for Upper Bann, as opposed to Economy Minister, I have agreed to meet the local Economic Development Agency of ABC Council, and I look forward to that meeting. I intend to bring representatives of Invest NI to that meeting to make sure that the information is readily available, and to make the links that we need to make between government agencies or arm's-length agencies of the department and local councils. Can I also say that I continue to work with local councils on the City Deal strategy for Northern Ireland, and I think that as part of our medium to long-term recovery is a very exciting mechanism to introduce new and innovative ideas. We have 500 million of new funding for innovation in Northern Ireland. That's a significant amount for the Northern Ireland economy, and we now need to progress the city deals as part of that strategy. And of course, again, as a local member, I will be discussing that with the council.
Paul Given.
The Minister will know about the incidences at our universities where students now, some are having to self-isolate because of COVID-19. Can the Minister provide an update of conversations that she's been having with our universities as to how these issues are being addressed and the students supported?
Can I thank the member for the question? This is very important and very, very timely. Because I believe that our student population needs to have a clear message and that we do need to support students in the circumstances they find themselves. I understand that representatives from the universities met with the Executive Office officials this morning, and I, of course, spoke to the universities this morning. I also, later on this week, will speak with student leaders to take their views, and I would like to see that we have a more holistic approach to this particular issue. Again, I would also appeal to our student population, and I remember that the vast and overwhelming bulk of our young people and students will be respectful of the regulations, respectful of each other, but I would ask them to respect the regulations, to, good hand hygiene, social distancing, to wear the mask, obey the rules around campus so that they can keep themselves, their friends and their families safe.
Paul Given for a supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for that response and commend her for the work that she is doing and engaging with the universities. In that engagement with the universities, Can she continue to get assurances from those that are running our universities that everything possible is being done to maximise the opportunity for our students to learn, because significant fees are being paid, costs of accommodation and the implications of reduced face-to-face contact is diminishing the experience that they get at universities, and students are asking these questions about value for money. Can she ensure that the authorities in our universities are doing everything possible to provide that education?
Can I assure the member that I will continue to engage with the universities around this issue? I am acutely aware that many young people just gone up to university, perhaps for the first time, living on their own, and struck with these kind of situations, will feel lonely and isolated. And I think we need to support our young students through what I think is a very, very difficult time. I am also aware of the issues around the balance between online learning and face-to-face learning. And I think that the universities will have to work very, very hard to get this one right. Obviously, in some courses which have a more practical element to their course, the universities will offer more face-to-face learning in that course. However, I don't want our young people to have a poor experience of university. I think for many of us here who were at university, we look back at it with great fondness as a time in our lives as young people. We're pretty carefree and we're able to do things. We are in unprecedented circumstances and we want to support young people to learn and universities to do the right thing by them.
I call Maurice Bradley for a question.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister, in recent weeks we have heard concerning reports about the spread of COVID across Northern Ireland. What impact would another lockdown have on our economy?
Again, can I thank the member for his question? It is extremely important. We are very concerned about the transmission and the community transmission of COVID throughout our communities. And of course, the health of our communities and the health of people of Northern Ireland is of paramount importance to us. But it is equally important and to say here in this chamber and with great clarity that Northern Ireland simply cannot afford another lockdown. If we think back to the provisions of the schemes in May and our March, April, May, and we look at the Chancellor's statement of last week, that will reinforce my view that while we have to look after our health, and that's absolutely vital, we also need to learn to work and live and knowing that this virus is in our communities. And even the fear of another lockdown would impact on business confidence. So therefore, again, I appeal to communities right across Northern Ireland to be careful, to remember social distancing, remember good hand hygiene, look after each other, particularly the older and more vulnerable within our communities, and remember that in order to keep our businesses going, in order to keep jobs and livelihoods in Northern Ireland, we have to do these things.
Maurice Bradley for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much to the Minister for her answer. Minister, we're faced with a trade-off between health and economic activity, and I fear we will not know the full impact on our economy until the end of the current furlough arrangements. And would urge the Minister to look at innovative ways in which to create job opportunities and employment as we eventually come out of furlough and restrictions, and challenging Invest NI to widen their horizons as regards investment across Northern Ireland.
Again, can I thank the member for his question. I am on record as saying that I think that the potential with the furlough scheme ending in October, there is a potential for a further spike in redundancies. Over the last period, we have seen around 9,000 redundancies in Northern Ireland, 4,000 of which have already been confirmed. And that situation could get worse. In order to keep our economy functioning, we must keep businesses open. And in order to keep businesses open, we must actually obey the health advice and all of the regulations that we do. I am saddened that there are restrictions on the hospitality sector in Northern Ireland. I believe that the hospitality sector has acted responsibly and has acted with good faith and interacted with the executive and particularly with me as the Minister of the Economy. And therefore, I want to see those restrictions lessened and lifted as soon as we can. But we all have it in our own power to do that. We need to exercise personal responsibility and obey the regulations. We also need to ensure that our economy and our businesses remain open and that the world knows that Northern Ireland is open for business. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I was really delighted to attend the Irish Open at the weekend and to see players from all over the world competing in Ballymena and to know that that message that Northern Ireland is open for business, can put on these events safely, was going right across the world. That's an important message for us to get out to potential investors and those who would look to come and visit with us.
I call Robin Newton.
Speaker, and the Minister has actually stolen my question because it was around the golf tournament in Ballymena. Minister, Northern Ireland and an essential part of Northern Ireland's economy and a growing and significant part of our economy was around the tourism area. And sport has, in the past, played a great part in developing that tourism offering. I wonder if the Minister could address the potential for tourism and sport working together for the future in Northern Ireland's economy.
I thank the member for his question, and on talking to members who were there from the European tour in Ballymena, in talking to representatives from the Royal and Ancient who were in Ballymena for the Irish Open, I think that there is a really great future for that combination of tourism and sport to really excel in Northern Ireland. And I look forward to Northern Ireland hosting more of these really big events. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to showcase all that is good about Northern Ireland. My goodness, I'm sure we all saw that Billy O'Kane's cows became an internet sensation during the weekend as well. On a serious note, it is really important that we sustain our tourism and hospitality industries right through this very difficult winter months, and that when we look at 2021, that we will have new opportunities to invest and build on the tremendous work that tourism and hospitality do and the jobs that it provides in Northern Ireland.
Very, very brief supplementary, Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the words of the Minister, and perhaps she could just elaborate on maybe one or two events that you might expect to come on our radar for the future.
Well, of course, I have been talking to some of those big events. I'm not going to make any announcements today, but I think that we have an interesting and exciting pipeline of events that will come to Northern Ireland. And again, I can't resist this, Mr. Speaker. Speaking as an MLA for Upper Bann, I'm also hugely excited by the new Game of Thrones experience that will be opening in Upper Bann, and which has the potential to create jobs and many more tourists and prosperity.
Thank you for that, and that concludes questions to the Minister for the Economy. And if members now just take their ease while we rotate ministers within the chamber. Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we will now move to questions from or to the Minister for Education, and I call Rachel Woods to ask the first question. Ms Woods.
Question 1.
I call Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for her question. I suppose while my department and the Education Authority has taken action over a number of years to reduce the amount of single-use plastic in school, the current pandemic has probably had two particular impacts, both in terms of any further work that was able to be progressed in relation to that. I suppose there's not been able to be development of that, but actually the current pandemic has led to a greater use of disposable products in order to minimise the risk of transmission. The Education Authority recognises this issue and is conscious of the impact of single-use plastics within the school environment. The measures currently being taken under the Education Restart programme, I would stress, are of a temporary and emergency nature, and the resources deployed and decisions being made in relation to school safety and reduction in risk of infection are based on the latest ongoing and continuously updated advice from the Northern Ireland Public Health Agency to minimise and eliminate the spread of COVID-19 between and within the home and school settings.
Rachel Woods for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer, but the Minister will be aware of the increased plastic pollution that is arising from COVID-19 pandemic. More face masks, gloves, plastic bottles, food packaging will end up in landfill or dumped in our rivers and seas, and all of this will have a devastating impact on our environment, wildlife and marine life. So in light of this, can the Minister outline what actions the Department are going to take to reduce the use of single-use plastics and promote eco-friendly alternatives, given there are so many?
Look, as I said, the position is, I suppose, that there has been some action that has been taken. There is that level of engagement with EA and schools. I think there's also a role which all of us can do as individuals. And so part of the complication we've mentioned, for example, in terms of the issue of face coverings, which in terms of disposability, there's a limited amount directly can be done in connection with that. But I suppose one of the drivers in terms of use of plastics, and this is where particularly I think it's a critical role for parents and families within this, is that one of the drivers of the inability, if you like, to reuse plastics is the fact that within a COVID situation, we can't have that cross-contamination of being passed from child to child in relation to it. However, there is the opportunity, for example, if we take an issue of bottled water, to take one example, which would involve a level of packaging, there's nothing stopping. I would certainly encourage, for instance, parents who, if they are either supplying food or drink, for example, water to bring in, that they use, for instance, a single sort of receptacle, which can then be used multiple times by the child. Because from that point of view, what is done directly in schools, it is not almost what the individual does in terms of any risk of a multiple use of something. It is actually the cross-contamination of where that can be used by a number of people on it. But simple steps of that nature which can be taken where parents, for instance, can give a single container which the child can either use for what is supplied within that container, or, for example, if they're accessing water at school, they can reuse that again. I know there are many members, indeed in other walks of life, who will, for instance, bring a single container with them, particularly from an environmentally friendly way, to be able to sort of reuse products. So it's about thinking that intelligent way through. And this is where I think there needs to be a level of partnership between what is directly happening in schools and what parents are able to do themselves.
Sir Philip McGuigan for your case. I call Philip McGuigan.
Last can collier, and notwithstanding the answer that the Minister gave to Ms Woods, generally or specifically in relation to COVID, can I ask the Minister further to Ms Woods' question, beyond the COVID pandemic, what advice or guidance or instruction will he give to schools to try and reduce the amount of single-use plastics in schools?
Henry, there's been a lot of good work that has happened already, and I think the EA will be continuing to directly engage with schools. So it's about that level of interaction, because schools are given a high level of autonomy as to what they do, but it's got to be an encouragement about finding novel solutions. So, for example, EA have used, for instance, competitions, and indeed we've worked as a department, I think, with DERA in terms of highlighting the use of plastics and trying to be able to reduce that. And again, I think if you can get that level of buy-in, so it's about actually schools identifying either at an individual level of the pupils through either level of competition or the schools themselves to produce those actions to improve their own environment. I think there's also within that there's incentivisation that EA put in place so that schools where they can reduce the amount of waste that they're produced, that can help reduce the waste disposal costs, and that will then feed in directly into the budgets. And everybody knows the extent to which, even in normal times, school budgets tend to get stretched. So I think we can actually find a situation that if we can reduce those levels of costs, we can get a win-win situation for schools.
Iram Sir Mark Durkin, Fanya Kesh. I call Mark Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his answers to Ms Wood's question and subsequent questions. It's pretty appropriate given my daughter Lily, who is 6 today, was re-elected onto the school's Eco Council yesterday. Further to an answer you'd given Ms Wood in the particular example that the Minister had used of bottles and reusable bottles, would the Minister give any consideration to funding schools to provide pupils with said reusable bottles?
Look, we'll certainly look at that within any constraints of budget that is there. I think there will also be, I think there is a level of onus that's also there on parents as well. And maybe I'm just slightly distracted by the nightmare vision of another generation of Durkins entering elected politics.
Iram Sir Linda Dillon, Fanya Kesh. I call Linda Dillon.
Question 2.
Thank the member for her question. We're currently working with the PHA and the Education Authority to consider how best to provide the information in an accurate and timely way. The information that we have had so far, I think, is that over the period of the last month or so, that in terms of direct inquiries to PHA, around about 180 schools have made some level of inquiry. However, I think that can be misleading because that is something simply spread over the period of a month. But it is also the case that if an inquiry is getting made, it could be simply about checking something where there is somebody perhaps displaying symptoms but there's no indication of a positive case. It can be something which can impact on one particular pupil or member of staff, or it can be something much more widely. So the figures themselves will potentially be a little bit more misleading. We do have figures which indicate the levels of school attendance that have been put in place, that has been happened, and we're able now to gather those on a weekly basis, which gives us a level of tracker within that. And similarly, I think it's taken on a slightly different time frame. We also would have figures that relate to the number of teachers and education staff that would be in. And I would say, and I'll be happy probably to follow up on those issues, that the figures would suggest in both cases that there's a very high level of school attendance that is there. Obviously, we would anticipate that there will be some level of dip given current circumstances. But it does actually show that Northern Ireland, for instance, compared to the figures in England and Wales, where there's been quite a large number of absences, that there's both a very strong and welcome commitment from education staff that want to be there directly on the front line teaching children, but also that there's been a very strong buy-in and valuation of education from parents as well. There will be a small number of children that will be in the position because of clinical vulnerability that will not be in a position to attend school, but the figures would suggest there's been a very high level of success in getting children directly into school as a result of resumption.
Case Dorlinta, Linda Dillon, supplementary question.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer, and also can I thank the Minister for coming to St Joseph's Primary School in Galway last week in my constituency, and they did some very good work during lockdown in terms of the remote learning. Going forward, obviously we have the potential for a lot more remote learning where maybe bubbles or full schools have to close down. And I think a lot of leeway was given to some schools that maybe didn't perform as well as St Joseph's in Galway in terms of the remote learning process. And I think going forward we need to get some assurance from the Minister that there will be equity right across the board for young people in terms of both what they get from their school, but also equity in accessing remote learning, because as we know, not every family has electronic devices, and some families have a large number of children and maybe only one electronic device.
Very valid points within that. A lot of schools rose very successfully to the challenge of remote learning, but it was not uniform across the piece, and I think it's difficult to enforce something which is completely uniform in terms of that. And what indeed was found, and sometimes it will be the particular approach even from individual teachers within a school. So you may get two pupils at the same school in a different class, and they may find that there's not absolute consistency throughout. What it does also highlight is that while a lot of very intelligent, innovative work was done in terms of remote learning. Remote learning is, and everybody in the system will concede this, is effectively a form of second best to that direct classroom learning. That's why the focus has got to be in terms of ensuring the maximum amount is within that. In terms of, the member mentions in terms of devices, there's been procurement of devices, and I've today, for instance, tried to find out, again, one of the things we want to just establish is that where those are then being sourced, can we find a way in which ensure that perhaps sometimes where maybe some parents may be a little bit shy or nervous about actually asking for a device, that those can be obtained. I think the other limitation, which would be, and I'm sure the member for Mid-Ulster will know this, and indeed some from parts of the west of the province, is also the case that whatever we have, and while there's been some work done with, for instance, BT in terms of connectivity, there will be patches throughout Northern Ireland. With the best will in the world, you could have every device in the world, but the internet connection is so poor that it would not necessarily lend itself to that, in which case some of those schools have had to operate by way of paper packs, which again is probably one step removed within that. There's also, I think, a need to ensure that we have particular groups within that are identified, which we can provide levels of particular support. So yesterday, for instance, I met with a group who would deal with and work and provide support for visually impaired children, and there will be different challenges that will be there, and there will be around a number of issues, particular challenges, but the main aim must be to get the maximum number of children directly into class.
I call Alan Chambers.
Minister, I'm sure you share my concern about the temporary closure of St Comgall's Primary School in Bangor because of the COVID. Can you assure me that your departmental officials are engaging with the school and offering help and advice as required to ensure the continuing welfare of both the staff and pupils? Thank you.
Yeah, and there's been that case and also another case in Saul. In both the cases, we will be working alongside the schools. It is the case, I think, while it's maybe wrong to drill too much down into the detail of individual cases, that in both the cases involved do not actually, as far as I'm aware, directly involve the children. It's actually been where there had been, in each case, more than one teacher that has been directly involved. That has actually created a staffing issue more so than a teaching issue for the children. So we're working alongside those, and I think that I would hope in both cases to see resumption of full school activity and working as well, not just through the department, through the Education Authority, and as both the schools that have been particularly mentioned would be maintained schools, working closely alongside CCMS as well, to ensure that we can actually get a resumption of those schools as quickly as possible, and certainly before we reach the point of the 14 days. I'd be hopeful that would be the case. It's also the case that in terms of the issue of close contact, because as a result of this, a number of teachers were identified as close contact. It is the case where you have close contact, and that is clearly defined. It is principally those who have been within 2 metres for more than 15 minutes. Now, in any school situation, that may create a situation, there may be exceptional circumstances, it may create a situation where a group of individuals are impacted, or even in some cases it can move as far as part or whole of a class. It shouldn't really be the situation unless it's a very small school where it impacts on the entire school. Sometimes those schools may take a precautionary measure following the advice, for instance, to have a deep clean, which would require the agency, but there shouldn't really be a situation, or to only very rare occasions, where we see an entire school closed for 14 days, because that would not really fall within the advice that has been given in terms of close contacting with public health. But we'll work with schools in the individual circumstances, and whatever is put in place, there can always be some level of exception which may require a wider solution.
I call Andrew Muir.
My question also relates to St Congall's Primary School in Bangor, and I think our first thoughts would be with those who have been diagnosed with the COVID-positive test, and we're hoping that they have a speedy recovery. I thank the Minister for the clarity being given today in relation to the circumstances around that, but what more can be done to improve the communications, to assuage the anxiety and concern amongst parents, pupils and staff around the situation, and to avoid full 14-day closures?
Well, look, I think in relation to that, sometimes schools will need to take very quick decisions and instantaneous action, and that might mean taking an initial approach which is arguably more precautionary than may then, in light of whenever things are looked at beyond what really is directly required. So I think there's a need for that close coordination between EA between schools themselves and PHA. But also I know that I think that CCMS, for instance, will be trying to give a level of reassurance as well. And I hope whenever things will become clear, I think in the couple of cases that have arisen, it's actually then almost been about a certain level of issues around key holders and around chain of command on that basis, because there have been instances where I think the principals, not in terms of, to be fair, in terms of actually being diagnosed, but in terms of because of close contact with somebody that has been diagnosed, where they've had to self-isolate. So it's actually about trying to minimise that level of disruption. But it will be a very rare occasion where a large number of pupils should be in a position to have to self-isolate for 14 days. And it is where that direct contact. I mean, one of the issues which has been raised has been that if somebody is told to self-isolate but is not diagnosed themselves, does, for instance, their sibling have to self-isolate? No, that is one further step removed. So it is about that precautionary measure around those who've got that direct contact. And I suppose in the early days, there's been sometimes different interpretations of that. And it is understandable quite often that schools will take an overly precautionary approach at first instance. And that's why we need to work directly where it arises in any particular school.
Dr. Steve Aiken for a question.
Number 3.
Right. I thank the member for his question. As the member would be aware, of course, my department doesn't directly play a role in the administration or operation of the transfer test, including the location. However, I would highlight that whereas up until 2016 there was at least memos from the department saying that primary schools were not to be used for transfer tests, as when changes were made in the last administration, memos were sent out which indicated there is no bar to prevent any primary school from hosting the tests. And that remains the position today. That is the case. It is also the matter for both the test providers and for the individual schools. So the current arrangements for holding the tests have been agreed between the test providers and the schools which use the results as part of their admissions criteria. And ultimately, it's the responsibility of the test providers and host schools to ensure that appropriate safety and social distancing are put in place within the test centres, wherever they are held, and the Chief Medical Officers and Public Health Authority advice is followed.
Steve Aiken for a supplementary.
May I thank the Minister for his comments so far. And as a point of disclosure, as you're well aware that I am a member of the Board of Governors, and like another honourable member here, I have 2 young daughters in the school who are going through a similar process as before. But you'll be very glad to know that they have no intention whatsoever of ever going back into politics. Thank goodness for that. But the question I would like to ask, Minister, is bearing in mind the fact that one of the things that we're being asked time and time again is particularly to maintain the bubbles and the bubbling principle within our primary schools as well. And I do understand the fact that the provision of the AQE is not through your specific responsibility. However, could you give an indication as that is the area you think that this should be the way we should be approaching this, and indeed by doing that provide the impetus between the schools and the examination bodies themselves to be able to do that, because I think that is something that would be welcomed by all schools, by all parents, and indeed by children as well.
Well, look, I'd like to see a situation in which we develop a point, first of all, I think, where there would be common agreement in terms of transfer. I suspect that is unlikely. And also, I think the ideal situation is every child would be able to sit within their own primary school doing that. I think part of the problem will also be not only are the tests provided by independent bodies, and therefore we'll have control over that, but if we're to do the tests and I appreciate different members of this House will have different views in terms of the tests, if we do that on a fair and equitable basis, it could only really be done if we get full buy-in from primary schools. I think that while there are difficulties and additional pressures on children because they're not doing it within their own primary school, I think it would be a less equitable position if some children were able to do it within their own primary schools and others were not, because that doesn't create a level playing field. And again, whatever people's views on the transfer test, it is largely a competitive process between those who are sitting that test, because they're trying to obtain particular places in particular schools. So if we ended up with a situation in which for example, 50% of primary schools says, yes, we're happy to do it, and 50% said they weren't. For a child sitting, one child sitting it in their home primary school and another sitting it in a different place, I think would not provide that level playing field. So we've also got to bear that in mind as well.
I can see it, Sir Karen Mullen. For any case, I call Karen Mullen.
Minister, following the release of today's audit report calling for an urgent review of special education needs, would you not be better directing your efforts to the children, those children with special education needs, rather than trying to facilitate this unregulated test during a health pandemic?
I mean, first of all, and I expect it may come up as well, I may be able to make very brief comments at some stage on the audit report. There is a restriction on what I can say directly on the audit report because it's to be held at a hearing at the PAC, I think on the 15th or 16th of October, and the convention is that there isn't comment passed upon that. What I would say to the member, and look, and I appreciate the member will come from probably a very different angle in terms of both selection and transfer tests than I would. It is not simply an either-or. You know, as Minister, as a department, we will try and do our best to look after children with special educational needs. We will try to look after the broader issue of transfer. We will look after children in terms of their general school career, in terms of youth. You know, there is a very wide spectrum of things that we need to do. So it is not a question of concentration on one issue to the exclusion of another. And as such, even in terms of those transferring at P7, there will be those who will do the tests and those that won't. And our role, particularly as a department, will be to try to make sure that that transition and transfer, in what are going to be very difficult days still ahead in terms of COVID, is done as smoothly as effectively. So I don't see this as being an either-or.
Call Jim Allister.
The transfer, would the Minister agree that the best long-term solution is to recommission the test as a departmental test? And will he not follow his heart and his head on that?
Well, I'm glad that the member can look into both my heart and my head on that. It's a skill I'm sure he's developed over the years in relation to that. Look, I think if we were to get an agreement on transfer, because I think the member raises the issue, and if I think there are two issues in relation to that. First of all, if I was Minister, simply to go on a solo run and say, here's a DE test, I think that would be, I suspect, something that would be very quickly called in as a controversial issue into the executive. We need, if there would be something together, but also we need to give people a certain level of long-term certainty. And if we have a situation in which one particular action in terms of a state test is done by one minister, and then a different minister who has a very different view on that simply cancels that, you would be simply throwing people between different situations. So, what's that? No, the member.
Sorry, just a moment. Just a moment. Sorry, Minister. If members wish to ask questions, they should raise, and just please, no comments from a seated position.
Look, the member is that the issue in terms of we have a power sharing situation. If Sinn Féin, I heard from a sedentary position what he was saying. I think if Sinn Féin had their way in terms, it's no doubt that they would simply have abolished academic selection and abolished transfer tests completely. But the law is that enables those to take place. So it is not a question of entirely freedom to manoeuvre for either. But you know, there is no point in somebody making a great grandstand on an issue, which then risks being a situation where it can simply be overturned at a later stage. And it is undoubtedly the case. I would want to see, for instance, a situation in which the two transfer test organisations come together and produce at least a single test. I think that would be something which would ease the burden for parents and for students. But I'm also realistic enough to know to try and get a common agreement across this chamber on selection is not something that is in any way likely to happen.
Iram Sir Pat Catney for Newcastle. I call Pat Catney for.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Question 4, Minister, please.
Thank the member. Through the Education Restart Wellbeing Project, a range of measures are being delivered in direct response to the COVID-19 pandemic to support the wellbeing of staff and pupils. That includes the Education Authority EA online portal of resources available to schools with information on supporting learners, leaders and staff. The EA Youth Service Youth Online resource, where children and young people can have access to information, advice and support. The Wellbeing Helpline, facilitated by the Education Psychology Service, providing support to schools as they respond to a range of need amongst their pupils. Subject to business case approval, there has been £5 million Education Restart Wellbeing Project funding will also be directly allocated to schools very soon. By receiving the allocation, schools will benefit from having the flexibility to use that money to provide health and wellbeing support for their pupils and staff and draw down on a range of programmes. Also, I suppose I've recently launched the Engage programme, through which £11.2 million has been earmarked to enable all primary and post-primary schools to provide additional teaching support for pupils, particularly for those from disadvantaged backgrounds. And the member, I'm sure, will be well aware that in dealing with this issue, there is funding, if you like, for academic catch-up, there's funding for well-being, but in many ways, I think, within schooling, there's a certain level of the two being inextricably linked. In addition to this specific COVID-19 support, my department is also working collaboratively with the Department of Health, Public Health Agency, the Health and Social Care Board, the EA and other government departments to develop a framework for children and young people's emotional health and well-being in education. This is progressing well, and we are working to complete the framework by December 2020.
Supplementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair, and thank the Minister for that very comprehensive answer, and I welcome that additional funding that's going into it. But given the impact that COVID has had probably on us, on our children, and I hear about the additional resources, how soon can that move in order that the teachers, as those first responders, are able to help as quickly as possible? Thanks, Minister.
Expected to be signed off very quickly. It's a business case, and indeed the money is there. It will be able to be applied. I suppose one of the initial elements, from both an academic and a well-being point of view, was that even if everything was ready to run from the 1st of September, that probably wouldn't have been the most prudent way to spend that anyway, because I think at individual level within schools, there will need to be a certain level of assessment of where children are, and indeed may well be that individual children within a particular class will have reacted differently to COVID, so we can't just make natural assumptions. But there is no doubt that as well as a level of academic catch-up that is needed, that many children will have been impacted adversely, and we move to provide that level of support. I think we're conscious in terms of the business case that has been put forward that specific amount of money will be able then to be allocated directly into schools, where they can then decide on the ground where the best interventions should be.
William Humphreys for a supplement.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Welcome the new funding and increased funding that the Minister has mentioned, and also around the joined upness that he's explained to the House. That is most welcome around this issue, which is hugely important and of course a growing issue within our community. Can I just ask the Minister to ensure that we have that joined upness working to its maximum? It's important that the Department work not just with schools, but also those organisations working in the community that are specialist organisations, the likes of Extern, for example, Greater Shankill Alternatives and Greater Shankill Integrated Services in my area, to allow young people who are working with those organisations to be reached also. Would the Minister agree?
And I've met already, and I'm happy to meet with any other organisations, with a number of organisations that have provided direct frontline support within schools, a number of charities and third-party organisations. And I think if we were to get the maximum benefit, because as well as the £5 million that's been allocated in terms of Restart, there will also be a programme of an additional £6.5 million that will go into mental health and wellbeing within schools. If we're to maximise the value that we get from that, there is both expertise that can be provided by third-party organisations. They can also play part of a cocktail in terms of levering in additional resources. And it is actually also, again, about what is being able to be delivered on the ground, because also one size will not fit all. If you're talking about a 6-year-old in one particular location, 16-year-old in a different location, there will be different responses that will be needed, and indeed potentially sometimes different responses even within the single class.
That concludes the period for listed questions. We now move to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Mr. Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Further to yet another profoundly concerning report, will the Education Minister take this opportunity to apologise to children and families with special educational needs who his department and arm's-length bodies of his department are systemically failing to support?
Well, look, I think it's clearly the case that where any child has been let down, I'm very sad to see that happening. Directly speaking, in terms of the report, I welcome the report because I think it does shine a light on what needs to happen, and indeed there will be movement fairly soon on the issue of the SEN framework. It is the case that in terms of the detail of the report, I am restricted by procedure at the moment in terms of dealing directly with it, or at least commenting directly on it, as it's due, I think, for the PAC hearing on the 15th of October. And the protocol is that there's no comment on the detail of the report ahead of that. So that limits the response that I can make. But I think collectively, I think we need to make sure as we move forward that the best possible services are provided to all our children, particularly those most vulnerable, particularly those from who have special educational needs.
Supplementary, Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A key goal of the Department of Education is to support all children to achieve their potential. Does the Minister not accept that his department has failed to achieve this goal and is failing children and families with special educational needs across Northern Ireland?
As I've indicated to the member, in terms of some of the findings of the report, I will have to wait until we get to the thing. So I can't be in a full position to answer the member, and I'm sure the member knows that full well. There will be very shortly, in terms of trying to advance the issue in special educational needs, launch of consultation on the SEN regulations and framework documents. I believe that is something that, with need for additional level of support as we move ahead, can make a level of change. Can within any society we do better in terms of the level of support that we provide for SEN? Yes, we can. But that may also mean that for all of us there may be some tough choices to be made in connection with that as well.
John O'Dowd. Question for John O'Dowd.
Minister, schools are now reopen for about a month, and they're still waiting full clarification in terms of changes to the curriculum and the qualifications. And I have to express concern that we're in danger of following the English curriculum. Indeed, an idea of Michael Gove from many years ago that everybody studies Shakespeare. Shakespeare was okay. He sold a few plays, a few books. He done okay. But we have Joyce, Wilde, Beckett, Behan and Heaney as examples of the curriculum materials our schools could be using. Can the Minister assure the Chamber that we are going to follow a curriculum that enriches our young children from all sectors of society, whether it's Shakespeare or Heaney?
Shakespeare methinks the member doth protest too much in relation to this. Look, we are in a position that in terms that there's been particular advice at a level that's been drawn up by CCEA. Actually, as we speak, I understand that in terms of both examinations and also the curriculum, there's been engagement this morning, for instance, with trade union sector, so we are reaching actually a fairly close point. And I think literally as we speak, a group of stakeholders in terms of school principals are being consulted by our officials on what CCEA have brought forward. That will enable, I think, probably later on this week, final positions in terms of curriculum to be brought forward to myself then for either agreement, amendment or change. So I think this will be an issue that will move on very quickly. I think it is important that all actions are taken that will be fully to the benefit of all our pupils in Northern Ireland. And that might mean at times that we can diverge, but we've also got to make sure that there is a level of portability with our qualifications. The key element with any of our qualifications is to make sure that no student in Northern Ireland is disadvantaged. And so I think the curriculum will have to reflect some of the changed circumstances that are there, and I hope to be in a position that will become very clear very soon.
John O'Dowd, supplementary for John O'Dowd.
I'm in danger of maybe misquoting, but I think it was Beckett who said education is the lighting of a fire, not the filling of a bucket. And so the Minister, I welcome the fact that the Minister is using materials from across, or hoping to use materials across the board. But it is important. And we have our local curriculum which has served our pupils very well. Everything is open to revision, everything is open to review. But it's important that you, as our Minister, deliver a curriculum which meets the needs of our children.
I don't disagree with the member. We may. I think maybe it should probably end before we actually start simply quoting at each other in terms of literary sources that are. We have a rich tapestry of literary sources that can be from across various jurisdictions on that basis. You know, it is the case that in terms of curriculum, that I think the role of any minister is to set the broad direction in terms of curriculum, set the parameters that are there in terms of examinations. So, for example, if there's opportunities to say that given current circumstances there can be particular relaxation to the way the courses work to allow that we can't necessarily expect every student to study the full content of what would have been there given the level of disruption in terms of normal years. But I'm also conscious that in terms of the detail, and we've seen this happen in various jurisdictions, where we've seen ministers intervening to say you should be studying particularly X or Y, or almost, which has a certain type of Big Brother type quality, to say so-and-so is a preferred writer, so-and-so is to be banned. You know, it's we're not sort of in the world of sort of banning Boris Pasternak, for instance, as would have happened in the old Soviet Union on that basis. So I think that there's also going to be a level of professional judgment on the detail of what's there in terms of the curriculum as well, and that I don't think I think it's, and I know the member didn't try to do this when he was Minister, that it's not really the role of a Minister to micromanage that either, but to give that broad opportunity that is there. And I think giving the wide range of options, and I think the fact that our curriculum is less prescriptive sometimes than others, I think works well in our benefit. And you're right in terms of, I think that broadly speaking, the curriculum does serve our pupils well in Northern Ireland.
Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your letter this morning outlining your department's engagement with St Joseph's College in my constituency, and it's around its campaign for a new build. Can I ask if the protocol for selection of major works projects to proceed in planning financial year 2021 has been released, or will you be using the same one from 2019-20? Thank you.
No, the protocol, what I've indicated, which gives a little bit of flexibility in terms of exact timing, when there will be a new call for major works, I've indicated that will happen during 2021. Now, that is not necessarily prescriptive that will happen before the 1st of April 2021, but it will happen during the calendar year of 2021. I think the sooner we can get that, the better. I've indicated that I want to look at the protocol that is there, because while I think there was an important merit in being able to facilitate where amalgamations were taking place, where I think it did leave, and St Joseph would be a good example, but I'm sure everyone can raise schools from within their own constituency. One of the problems was that a large number of schools with very poor, inadequate physical infrastructure, while those were part of the points scored, in some cases were then overtaken by schools that got levels of point for amalgamation. I think that's unfair in those schools. So I've indicated on a number of occasions that I want to look at the protocol, and particularly as regards the issue of the scoring mechanism for amalgamations, that either that shouldn't form part of a new call, or alternatively that perhaps it is something that is reduced in terms of its scope.
Bradshaw for supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, you'll also be aware that in the South Belfast constituency over the next few years there will probably be about 800 to 1,000 new homes, primarily in the Castlereagh South area. I'm just wondering where you are around area planning for post-primary provision there. Thank you.
Well, broadly speaking, the area planning process is being stood up again. It was during a period of the pandemic. We had to look, I suppose, at all aspects within the department, particularly from a policy point of view, of what was, if you like, something that had to happen immediately, or indeed also issues around where there would be difficulty, if you like, simply moving ahead with processes, because area planning by its nature quite often will involve a wide range of consultation, a range of meetings. That was not particularly appropriate during the pandemic. While the pandemic is still very much with us, there is a desire then to start to reboot things as regards area planning, and so the wider strategic area planning group is due to have its first reconvened meeting in later October. The individual, they will look, if you like, try to look holistically at the best needs of an overall area. Obviously within that may well lead to development proposals, which in themselves as individual proposals would, from a legal point of view, would need to be looked at separately by myself. So there's maybe a limited amount I can try and prejudge particular areas, but I think it is clear that we do need to ensure that what provision is there reflects the broader demographics and the broader needs in terms of our young people of an area.
Mr Bradley isn't in his place, so therefore, Éireann Sir Mark Durkin, when you case to call Mark Durkin.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. I had read a news report last week, and it's on the subject of the transfer test. Can the Minister give clarity on whether those schools who took the wise and brave decision, in my opinion, to opt out of the transfer test this year, and I think of St Columb's and Thornhill in my own constituency, will be required to go through the development proposal process?
I think there has been, due to correspondence we've received, the Department has sought sort of legal advice on whether that is something that is necessary, and I suppose we're still waiting for a final position on that.
Ceist Darlínta, Mark Durkin, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and I'm sure we all look forward to seeing the outcome of that, because I would ask the Minister if he recognises the potential chaos that this situation would cause for schools and the massive stress that it could potentially cause for children.
I understand. I think people need to be given as much certainty as possible. Schools do have a level of entitlement to decide what methodology they use within the bounds of legal authority as to what selection criteria and how they order how that would be. Obviously, any school will need to operate within the boundaries of what their levels of legal competence. And I suppose I don't want to prejudge any legal information that is received. Clearly, that will determine whether that counts as a level of significant change that would require a development proposal in connection with that.
And Dr. Kiva Archibald, when you Dr. Kiva Archibald for a question.
Can I ask the Minister if he's considered how to implement paragraph 86D of the CEDAW report as required under the Executive Formation Act 2019?
Well, in terms of the detail of that, I think we're working with organisations in relation to that now. As I don't have 86D directly in front of me, I maybe can write with more information directly to the member. I presume is this in relation to RSE in connection with that. What I would say is I think that in terms of the direct detail of where we would tend to differ probably from other jurisdictions, that in terms of levels of provision and indeed what is specifically in the curriculum, we don't try and micromanage the curriculum. Materials will be provided, but schools will have a level of authority in line with their ethos as to what directly is there within the curriculum. So we don't try to impose within the curriculum as much as possible.
Case Dorlintach, Kiva Archibald. A supplementary question, Kiva Archibald.
Paragraph 86D says make age-appropriate, comprehensive and scientifically accurate education on sexual and reproductive health and rights a compulsory component of curriculum for adolescents, covering prevention of early pregnancy and access to abortion, and monitor its implementation. So how does that match up then with schools having the ability under their ethos to monitor what they teach?
I'm making in relation to that is that we don't have, in the vast bulk of areas in Northern Ireland, a compulsory curriculum. We have a range of options which schools can go down. So I'm conscious, I suppose, also of where there is any level of conflict that would take place between the legal permissibility of schools and any legislation as well. Obviously, this was legislation which was passed at Westminster and not by this House. So I think that will also be something we need to bear in mind, what the level of flexibility that will be there for schools.
Members, time is up, and I would invite members to just take their ease while we change the top table, please.
Okay, members, before I move back to the order paper, I just want to return to the point of order made yesterday by Mr Colin Gildernew, who drew my attention to an allegation Mr Allister had made about him in the chamber last week. I have since reviewed the official report of the debate in question. Mr Allister made an allegation which he then withdrew and apologised after an intervention by Mr Gildernew. It was right that, having made an untrue allegation about Mr Gildernew, that Mr Allister should have corrected the record and apologised for this. However, Mr Allister then somewhat undermined his own apology by persisting to refer to where Mr Gildernew had been and speculating about whether this was appropriate. Mr Gildernew, for the record, has clarified that he was in Dungannon Park for a walk with his family. It is unacceptable for members to make incorrect and unsubstantiated allegations about other members. However, given Mr Allister's subsequent comments, I want to be clear that it is inappropriate and unwise to speculate about members' conduct and invite inferences to be drawn. I would remind members that when we have debates, the focus should be on the specific issue under consideration. Debate should not be used as an opportunity for innuendo or unwarranted personal attacks. Instead, debates should be conducted with good temper, moderation and respect. This should be a cautionary note to all members to be careful and clear about their facts before making allegations on the floor of the Assembly. It also highlights that if members have got something wrong, that apologising with sincerity and moving on is the best and most constructive thing to do, and I now consider this matter to be closed. And we're now about to return to the debate on the Fisheries Bill, LCM, and I call Dr Steve Aiken.
Mr Speaker, and I rise in support of the legislative consent motion. For somebody who's spent an awful lot of his time at sea, one of the most dispiriting things I've seen over the years has been the small and getting smaller Northern Ireland fishing fleet. And the number of times we've seen fishing boats having to be hauled up to the beach and burnt because of decommissioning policies that have been led by the Common Fisheries Policy. And even though, and I readily accept the fact that previously I would have been a Remainer, one of the areas that always gave me concern was around the issues of the Common Fisheries Policy. And indeed, the fact within the Common Fisheries Policy, the majority of productive waters that are still left around Europe are in fact within the United Kingdom's exclusive economic zone out to 200 miles from the coast, just underlines the degree to which the other areas in the Mediterranean or the areas off the French and Spanish coasts have been heavily overfished. And indeed, the move by these fishing vessels into UK waters over the years, when we reach a point where indeed, I think, to be correct, close on 60% of the English quota alone is owned by foreign vessels, just demonstrates to the degree how far and how badly skewed the common fishery policy has left it. What was once, less than 3 decades ago, a proud industry, an industry where people were quite happy to become involved in, people were quite happy to go to sea with, an industry that supported a fishing vessel building yards in Portavogie and Ardglass and other places. They have all gone. And the reason for them going has been the Common Fisheries Policy. And indeed, as we look to what's happening, particularly around environmental issues, and particularly the flow of fish stocks around the United Kingdom, you can see that in areas that have not been under the control of Britain in the past, these areas, particularly where the EU have been involved, have been overfished. To such a degree, we reached a point where the North Sea, which had previously been one of the largest areas for cod, was virtually fished out. But it wasn't fished out by British fishing vessels. It was fished out for the likes of the Danes, who over 40% of their catch was actually caught in British waters. And what does this mean for Northern Ireland? Because this means for Northern Ireland an industry that should have been built and developed and grown has in fact shrunk. And indeed, many of the families who were involved in fishing have left the industry. They left the industry because they saw no future. But one of the things we can see now, as if, and we are indeed leaving through the transition period, we can now see that through the end of the Common Fisheries Policy, we can actually start thinking about an appropriate future for the fishing industry. An industry for all the people in Northern Ireland, in Scotland, in Wales and England, where they can actually go back to a lot of their traditional skills and to manage that effectively. But there are some specific issues. We hear an awful lot about the fact when we go and leave the common fisheries policy and we decide to do away with the London Convention, that in some way, even though we will have access to the fish, we won't have access to the market. I've got news, indeed, for the people in Europe, because everywhere else has been fished out. If the people in Europe want to have the fish, they're going to have to get it from the source, and the market is from UK waters. So there is a future for a United Kingdom fishing industry. But there are other significant issues to be involved with this as well, and we've heard about the importance of conservation. It can only be by managing what is in effect one of the largest areas of stewardship that we can actually get to the point where fish stocks are being maintained, and fish stocks in a way that can be sustained and fished sustainably for a considerable period of time, so that we can build an industry to do this. And we also hear that within the legislative consent motion, we don't have issues that do, quite rightly, about sort of the crews and crews of fishing vessels, and the importance it should be that we should have more of our own mariners wanting to go to sea. But quite frankly, that is not the case. But indeed, as the case within the merchant marine and across all aspects of seafaring, it's the welfare of these people who want to come and make their livelihoods at sea and by fishing. It's something we should be concerned about. And indeed, the fishing associations in Northern Ireland are rightly concerned about this. And I know the Minister will be taking a very close interest in this as this LCM goes through in what we're trying to do and trying to achieve. So, as I say, we have the opportunity now to help rebuild the Northern Ireland fishing industry from a very low level. I never again want to see our own fishing vessels being pulled up on the beaches and burnt for some form of common fisheries process. I never again want to hear the words decommissioning for the fishing industry. I want to see us build a fishing industry that is sustainable in Northern Ireland. But it has to be done in partnership. It has to be done in partnership with the Scots, the Welsh, the English, and indeed in partnership with those fishing boats that are willing to abide by the rules from the Republic of Ireland. The deep seas off the 200-metre line, where a lot of investment by the Irish governments went into for the fishing vessels from Donegal and Killybegs, they've been fished out. There is nowhere else for them to go except for the United Kingdom's exclusive economic zone. So there is going to have to be a relationship. There is going to have to be a partnership. But it has to be a partnership for where people realise that the inequities of the common fisheries policy are put behind us. And more importantly, we need to look to the future. And I trust the Minister and the members of this Assembly will be looking to achieve that. Thank you.
I call it Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, can I apologise for not being in my place earlier? Mr. Speaker, it has already been alluded to several times today that the Agricultural Committee members have expressed disquiet around the lack of scrutiny time available to members regarding this LCM, and that there are many concerns. However, whilst there are negotiations ongoing between the EU and the UK, our focus should be concentrated on getting the best deal for Northern Ireland. There is no piece of legislation available that gives everything to everybody. It just doesn't exist. This LCM is no different. However, it has been broadly welcomed by the fishing industry, and I fully support its passage through this place today. A failure to agree to this LCM would create a great deal of uncertainty for our fishermen. It would mean we would not be signed up to fisheries objectives vital in maintaining sustained stocks and vital in seeing those fish stocks not just maintained but grown in number. As an island surrounded by sea, the sea is at the heart of our culture. Well-being and prosperity of our sea support our daily lives, providing multiple resources and services, including food fish, shellfish, energy, coastal protection, tourism, leisure and recreation opportunities, physical and mental health benefits, and cultural heritage and learning experiences. Failure to support this LCM would leave us without power to make fishing policy and no power to grant support to or to regulate the industry. The bill provides powers for DAERA to introduce schemes of financial assistance for our fish and agriculture industries to improve the marine and aquatic environment that we all hold so precious, and to develop these areas to be even more sustainable. And this move replaces the European Maritime Fisheries Fund. It is my understanding the local fishing fleets offer full-time employment to 686 people, a further 168 part-time. On the 31st December 2020, Northern Ireland leaves the Common Fisheries Policy. This bill provides us with a legislative framework to develop new policies moving forward, and I support the LCM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the constituency of Southdown, I recognise the significance of this LCM, that it will have in affecting many livelihoods of families who are heavily reliant on the success of the fishing industry and the effect on the local economy in Kilkeel and Ardglass in particular. Those who supported Brexit promised great things. The removal of the Common Fisheries Policy was heralded as a great win that would remove the shackles of the European standards and regulations from the industry here in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland fishing industry, and in particular I refer to those fishing families from Kilkeel and Ardglass, were promised a new dawn. Mr Harvey repeated that promise here today and presented this LCM as the launch of this new dawn. Well, if it is, I have to say, what a damp squib, or squid I could use in this instance. The LCM had no opportunity to be considered at committee and zero opportunity to consider any amendments. Indeed, this first step involves the department setting off on the back foot with promises already of supplementary legislative consent motions. The first step into this new dawn appears more like a department that has been pushed and tripped into inaction. The Tory government that's repeatedly on record for putting their needs first, regardless of the consequences to this place or its people, appears to be forcing the department's unprepared hand, hence the need to speak at the outset of supplementary work. On the 31st of December 2020, the UK will no longer be part of the Common Fisheries Policy if that is the position and there is no trade deal. The LCM here today proposes a legislative framework that would fill that void. I recognise that. A framework that rejects the House of Lords' notion that sustainability should be a key driver in building any UK policy. And it does often jar with me that the fishing industry is presented as a community that care nothing for the environmental protection and preservation of their industry. There is nothing further from the truth. Fishing families in Kilkeel and Ardglass go back for generations. There is nobody more vested in ensuring that that industry is sustainable for generations yet to come. That is why they deserve and they need so much more than an LCM or a framework that gives no acknowledgement to their needs. It is a further framework of promises. Our local fishing industry requires a reputable set of standards, a guarantee that they will not be set aside to facilitate other regions within the UK, and an assurance that their catch and produce has access to a market that will command a fair price. The lack of process used in delivering this LCM and the obvious lacking of any such assurances in its contents does not fill me with any confidence. I am not sure I yet see the new dawn that has been promised. For the sake of constituents in Southdown who are heavily reliant on the success of the outworkings of Westminster and this LCM, I am genuinely putting myself forward to say, I hope you prove me wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I call Mike Nesbitt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to say a few words in this debate, not least as a member for the constituency of Strangford, home to Portavogie, one of our 3 fishing villages, and Portavogie itself home to the Northern Ireland Fish Producers Organisation. So I was keen to hear what that organisation thought of this legislation, and it's interesting to note that their basic response was it was fine until the politicians got their hands on it. But I think broadly they're content, although they have submitted some technical reservations to the committee. I'm happy to support the LCM today, despite the uncertainties that have been well articulated by the likes of Patsy McGlone and Matthew O'Toole. And I think probably uncertainty is the word that sums up the reaction of the fishing fleet in the 4 years since Brexit, because I think we recognise that they felt that they could be the poster boys, as they put it, of Brexit, that the UK government, faced with a country that divided pretty much down the middle in the referendum, needed evidence that Brexit was a good thing, and they were looking for a quick win. And the obvious quick win was the fishing fleet, in that, freed as they saw it from the shackles of the European Union's despised common fisheries policy, that they would thrive and they would flourish in a very obvious and short timescale. And of course that hasn't happened. There have been further obstacles, such as the Migration Advisory Committee, who adversely impacted on their ability to attract foreign nationals to the workforce by refusing to acknowledge trawlermen as skilled workers, and this despite the fact that the MAC themselves acknowledged that in a survey a couple of years ago, 53% of the workforce in the fishing fleet in Northern Ireland is made up of non-UK nationals. But how delightful to be able to acknowledge that today MAC have changed their minds. The Migration Advisory Committee today saying they now recognise that trawlermen are skilled workers, and also acknowledging that the fishing fleet and their workforce should go on the shortage occupancy list. And I was speaking to Harry Wick, the Chief Executive of the Northern Ireland Fish Producers Association, and to use a colloquial expression today, you couldn't annoy him, because he feels that this now unlocks huge potential for the fishing fleet. So I welcome the bill. I welcome the fact that it has objectives, the 8 objectives the Minister outlined in his opening remarks. I believe there should be no hierarchy within those objectives. I think that the people who man our fleet are responsible fishermen. They understand the importance of sustainability, and they will work with that while trying to grow their industry. I also welcome the commitment to statements which should tell us how the fleet should interpret those 8 objectives and also how they are expected to implement those objectives. So we have objectives and we have a commitment to a statement. What I think we must also acknowledge is that there should be an overall purpose to this bill, and I think that purpose should be that we make fishing and the fishing fleet more attractive to the people of Northern Ireland who used to populate it and who have found it to become less attractive in recent years. And I hope going forward, because we do have to deal with the uncertainty, we do have to implement these objectives, we do have to come out with these statements, that the Department will work with the industry in terms of co-design and co-production of how we implement this bill if it goes through on today's LCM, because nobody surely knows better about how to grow this industry than the people who run it, and run it in a responsible manner that looks to the future and looks to a bright future at that.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Speaker. The Green Party welcome this bill as a framework legislation which presents us with a real tangible opportunity to do things differently in fishery management at the very time when our seas are under more pressure than at any other time in human history. And I thank the Minister for his notification of the UK Government's proposed amendments to this bill and look forward to DAERA being able to focus and work toward making this bill better for Northern Ireland should those amendments pass. I also welcome the real environmental ambition contained within the bill and truly hope that we use this opportunity to put sustainability first as a means to drive both ocean recovery and resilient and thriving coastal communities. I'd also like to thank the Chair of the ERA Committee for the comprehensive report he has given on behalf of our committee. But I want to speak really on behalf of the Green Party and specifically to the need for sustainability to be enshrined as primary objectives within this bill and for accurate and robust monitoring and enforcement. For all the potential that this bill holds to create truly meaningful change to the way we manage our fisheries, one thing is clear to me, and it is vital that we get this right. Our seas and our oceans are sick. They have absorbed the bulk of the warming that has resulted from climate change, and we have seen them become more acidic and less oxygen-rich. We are witnessing in real time the very first death of an ecosystem caused by climate change, with mass coral reef bleaching occurring around the world, and reports indicate that there could be more microplastics in our oceans than zooplankton. But locally, we're doing no better. According to the UK Marine Strategy, the UK is failing on 11 out of 15 indicators on the marine health. Only 58 to 68% of our fish stocks are fished at sustainable levels, with our quotas being consistently set above scientifically recommended sustainable levels year after year. And less than 1% of fishing trips are currently monitored at sea, making it impossible for us to get an accurate picture of exactly how much fish we are currently taking out of the seas. So we know that our fishing stocks are not secure. UK waters are among the most heavily exploited in the world. The UN Intergovernmental Panel report on biodiversity indicates that commercial fishing has been the biggest cause of marine biodiversity loss globally in the last 50 years. Overfishing is also preventing us from tackling climate change by damaging crucial marine habitats that store carbon and distributing food chains through the ecosystem. But I welcome the inclusion of the fisheries objectives in this bill, and it is encouraging to see the inclusion of ones such as the sustainability objective, the precautionary objective and the ecosystem objective. I particularly welcome the inclusion of the climate change objective, obviously, given the current climate emergency and the role that ocean recovery has to play in tackling that problem. It is regrettable and somewhat alarming, however, that the UK government has stripped out the House of Lords amendment that would have made sustainability the prime objective in this bill. This amendment had been supported by a coalition of environmental NGOs, major retailers, and had cross-party support in the House of Lords. If this bill is truly to create a sustainable fishing industry and marine environment, sustainability must be enshrined in law. However, I note that there is no legal obligation to actually achieve any of the bill's objectives. Without legal duty, I worry that this bill will fail to deliver on its ambition. Boris Johnson's Conservative government promised in their 2019 manifesto that they would deliver a legal commitment to fishing sustainability. There's another Boris quote for you. And yet the same government have now made active steps to remove the sustainability objective as the prime objective in this bill. If this is an indication of the direction of travel post-Brexit, it does not inspire confidence, if there ever were confidence to be had in this UK government. The bill is ambitious, and that much is clear, and very welcome. However, to achieve that ambition, the sustainability objective must be placed as the prime objective. Otherwise, the wide range of opt-out provisions within the bill are set to allow trade-off objectives with the potential for short-term economic or political decisions to lead to overfishing and the long-term decline of fish stocks. Now, the accurate recording of catches is vital to managing our fishing activities and ensure the favourable conservation status of fish stocks. So I was very disappointed to see the Public Bill Committee yet again laying amendments to remove cross-party House of Lords amendments and taking away the amendment that would have ensured that remote electronic monitoring would be rolled out on all vessels fishing in UK waters, despite the benefits that that would entail. REM is a robust and cost-effective tool for supporting sustainable fisheries management. As it stands, less than 1% of activity at sea is monitored. The benefits would be numerous, helping to end overfishing through better monitoring, improved stock assessments and the setting of quotas in line with scientific advice, and the provision of valuable data on the capture of marine wildlife such as seabirds and dolphins, essential to achieving the ecosystem objective. The House of Lords EU Energy and Environment Subcommittee has recommended that urgent steps are taken to put robust mechanisms in place to monitor and enforce compliance, and have stated that REM is the only way to monitor compliance with the landing obligation. It is only natural for crew on vessels to be concerned about how that would affect their privacy. So it should be pointed out that REM with CCTV would be triggered by motion sensors on gear when catch is landed, as opposed to being 24/7, and that there would be no monitoring in any living quarters. I should also point out that CCTV is mandatory in abattoirs across the UK. REM would ensure that our fisheries sector too is monitored to ensure robust enforcement and fully documented catches. I would like to take this opportunity to call upon the Minister to consult on the rollout of REM with CCTV across the NI fleet. We've heard much about the failures of the quotas designated under the Common Fisheries Policy and of that inflexible system. Whereas the majority of UK fishing boats are small scale, the small scale fleets hold only 2% of the UK quota. I hope that this bill provides the opportunity to rectify this and to produce more equitable systems. We know coastal communities have lost out due to the lack of access to fishing opportunities in employment and in investment, and we urgently need to reform and rebalance fishing rights so that smaller, more sustainable vessels get their fair share of the quota, and so that fishing can be a viable way for families and communities to make a living. We know that fisheries management plans will set out how we are to achieve sustainable fish stocks. One of the issues with the common fishery policies was that its inflexible approach and its inability to take local contexts and environments into account, something keenly felt by many fishing communities. And that is why I'm pleased to see that DEFRA have confirmed that they plan to amend this fishing bill to allow Northern Ireland to have jurisdiction over management measures in our offshore waters, so that specific needs to our local marine environment can be addressed. Marine protected areas are intended to safeguard vital marine ecosystems and to create a healthy marine environment. A well-managed network of MPAs will align with objective to ensure that our fisheries are managed sustainably. And I'm calling upon the Minister again to introduce robust management plans for all designated marine protected areas to ensure the long-term survival of habitats and species. So in conclusion, Speaker, while proper time, as has been pointed out, to scrutinise this bill has been missing. Certainly, yeah.
Marine protection, some of which will include inland waterways and also aquaculture and sea locks. Clearly, there's a huge issue there in relation to some of our two big sea locks, Loch Foyle, Loch Carlingford, across border. Is she concerned that the lack of reference to the Ireland Protocol in this bill creates uncertainty around how EU regulations are applied and quality of regulation and conservation in those places?
I'm very concerned about the moves from the UK Government, of course, and I think that in terms of all-island way forwards, we need to really be pushing with the North-South Ministerial Council and common frameworks across this island to build better relationships, and I think that that's something that can be done quickly and should be done immediately. But there are many issues, I suppose, raised with your comments there. Thank you. But if we are to have a fishing industry In the future, the bill should have environmental protections at its very heart. It is vital that the sustainability principle is made the prime objective of this bill, and that REM, as an affordable, reliable way to monitor catches, is introduced if we are truly to put sustainability at the heart of our fishing policy going forward. I hope to see these amendments returned to the bill as it goes through its journey through the Commons and the Lords. But as we head towards the end of this transition period, we still await a much-needed deal with Europe. The EU is the main market for what our fishers catch, and the prospect of having no access is very worrying. It threatens jobs, income and communities, those that are already under stress. Our fishermen need a deal, and they need one now as a matter of urgency. Green Party will be happy to support this LCM, and we look forward to a robust bill that tackles the needs of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
And I call on the Minister Edmund Poots to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to respond on the bill, and I thank the members for participating in it. The Chairman spoke at length. He started off with issues around the bill being rushed and lack of time to consider, and unfortunately that was unavoidable. We've done our best in a very short time to get this done before the end of transition, and to provide the committee as much time as possible in those circumstances. And thankfully, as Mr Nesbitt pointed out, our industry has expressed support for the bill. So it's interesting that the industry supports it, but a number of members opposite, who apparently represent fishing areas, and some who come from fishing areas, don't support it. So, interestingly, they don't support the industry on this issue. So, it was suggested also by Mr McAleer that the bill lacked detail, and I should point out that it is a framework bill. It gives us enabling powers. Enabling powers allows us to develop issues. Ms Bailey has just pointed out issues that she would like to see developed. And she's quite right. That is how you do it. You take this framework bill and then you build upon it. So Ms Bailey and others can make their arguments and make their case for how things could be developed going forward. The interesting thing is that this House, the members behind me, the members in front of me, will have the opportunity to make these decisions. Previously, we had no role to play, because it was all done over in Brussels. And we had one MEP, and Sinn Féin had one MEP, and the Ulster Unions had one MEP, and the SDLP didn't have any. A great influence you'd have there, amongst 800 MEPs. But you can actually make the decisions on behalf of your own people, and you're saying, oh, no, we don't want it. This is a terrible bill. Yeah, sure.
On that point, and I was interested to hear what the member Claire Bailey said about, and the point she very well made in relation to the overfishing of the stocks. That happened during our time in the European Union. And who was it that was coming and pillaring our fish stocks? The very same people that we are glad to say goodbye to in the European Parliament, who wanted to have our fish and wanted to ensure that they had it on their terms. And the Minister is absolutely right. From now on, it should be on our terms.
So the bill allows us to deal with the marine environment. It allows us to be actually dealing with the fish quotas and the new rules and the future funding. And without the bill, we don't have any of that. And, I heard some members and they're complaining, it gives the Secretary of State too much power over quotas. How was it done before? I remember when the Deputy First Minister was actually the Agriculture Minister. She used to head off to Brussels in December, just before Christmas. It wasn't a shopping exercise, more of a fishing exercise. But she went over to Brussels to try and get a bit of quota for our fishermen. And in December every year, there was a haggling session over fishing, and it was supposed to be about science. let me say, science may have been applied at the start of the process. I think by the end of it, there wasn't much science applied. But there was a haggling session every year. And our ministers from the UK government were over fighting the case for us. I think we've stand a better chance of dealing with Brandon Lewis than dealing in that. Because every year, for example, and members have said that there wouldn't be much more fishing opportunity in the RIC and are trying to quote officials. I think if they were quoting officials right, they'd be saying there wouldn't be as much opportunity to expand in the RIC as there would be in the North Sea and other parts of British waters. But nonetheless, they give France the opportunity to take 20% of the NEFROPs. In our waters, France, it is a huge boundary of water around it for fishing purposes. But here they are allowed up into the RIC. Why? Because France are powerful negotiators in the European Union. And then they won't let us catch cod. And every year they tell us that, oh, the cod stocks haven't recovered. Oh, you can't catch any cod in the RIC because the cod stocks are terrible. Cod is a fish which is commonly eaten here, commonly used here, and which used to be caught by our fishermen for our people. But what do? The cod actually migrates down the RIC from north to south. We can't catch it, but the French and the Spanish super trawlers are waiting at the bottom in the Celtic Sea, and they're catching all of the cod. So nobody may tell me that, this is a terrible thing that we're leaving the European Union for fisheries. Because if anybody had driven round the fishing harbours during the time of the Brexit referendum, they couldn't have failed to notice the numbers of fishing boats that actually had flags up supporting leaving the European Union. And if you want to see an industry that has been destroyed as a consequence of European Union regulation, fishing is the best example of it. You go into Ardglass, you go into Portavogie, and to a lesser extent Kilkeel, and you see the wooden boats with the flecking paint or the rusting steel boats. It is not a pleasant sight. And it is not because those people weren't prepared to work hard, because they are. And it's not because those people weren't prepared to go out to the sea and catch the fish and bring it in and land it and do all that needed to be done, because they were prepared to do it. They weren't allowed to do it. Our fishing industry has been emasculated by the common fisheries policy, and people who are suggesting otherwise should be ashamed of themselves. Mr. Madlone, for example, said that we hadn't a very good record when it came to the science. How dare he? I wish he was here. But how dare he say that we haven't a good record? We have abided by what has been imposed upon us. That's why our fishing industry has been on its knees, whilst France and Spain and Netherlands and Denmark, with their super trawlers the size of football pitches, have been pillaging the seas. Our small 10-metre boats have been bringing in very modest amounts of fish and observing the science that is there. Yes, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Minister. Are we getting a guarantee from you here that you will set the legislation to make sure that overfishing doesn't happen in the future in our own waters, and that quotas will be set by scientific evidence?
Well, the good news from Ms. Bailey is that there is an adequacy of fish in the RIC for all of the communities who fish in the RIC. So, for the people who are in the west of Scotland and the west of England and in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland and the Isle of Man and Wales, there is an adequacy of fish to go after without overfishing. So we don't need to be giving 20% of our NEFROP stocks to France. There's a significant uplift to be had without overfishing, which will benefit our fishermen in a very substantial and in a very significant way. And that's something that we do need to take account of. Sustainability objective, I will add, has to be paramount. We need to protect the environment, and there are several objectives related to that: sustainability, ecosystem and precautionary, which I mentioned. which is 3 of the 8 priorities that we were setting, are all around environment. And we want to ensure that we have the right balance in terms of this, that there isn't a complete hierarchy on one thing, but sustainability is critically important to the role that we are doing. Mr Blair also mentioned remote electronic monitoring, as did Ms Bailey. And I agree, it has a place in fisheries management. It's just one tool, and it can be a tad draconian to impose on all vessels, particularly the under 10-metre vessels. So it's important that we have that devolved flexibility to choose from the range of management tools and measures and pick those that are best suited to our fleet. So let's not just say, remote monitoring is out. It's not. It's something for us to consider. But it's also for us to consider with a series of other tools and work with the fishing community, who are responsible and have been responsible custodians of the seas over the years. Philip McQuiggan made a reference to a film, Salem. I think they could have made reference to the EU's chainsaw massacre on our fishing ports, because they have absolutely destroyed our fishery industry, if he wanted to refer to films. And I'd have to say, I was stunned that Ms Ennis, in particular, was so robust against the bill, because the consequence of not doing this is that there won't be funding to support our fishing communities in 2021. We'll not be able to provide that support, not be able to provide grant aid, licensing. So what do? That's Ms Ennis' policy. If we don't do the LCM today, how is she going to support the fishing industry? And I'm happy to give way to her if she wants to tell us how she's going to support the people in Ardglass and Kilkeel in her constituency, because I'm supporting them here. I'm supporting them by doing this bill. You're not supporting them by going against it. So as I say, I'll give way. I will hear the member if she has some better idea or some better proposal. But just to oppose it is to actually be damaging to the communities that she purports to represent. As said, we have powers now through this to designate MPAs in our offshore zone. And that's a policy that would be for the good in terms of the environment. And the Secretary of State has agreed to work with us to amend the Marine and Coastal Access Act. However, it's not within the scope of this bill to do it, but this bill will open up the opportunities. And we've actually established our own bill team to review our own 1966 Fisheries Act, and we'll be working with DEFRA to gain those powers. So I think it's important to demonstrate that this isn't all about economy. There's a big environmental impact as a consequence of supporting this bill for the good. And in terms of the suggestion that the Secretary of State has too much powers, again I reiterate, he doesn't have any more powers than the EU, and yet you're happy, the people who are objecting, we're happy for the EU to have those powers. And we are benefiting today from having issues devolved to us, not all issues, but a considerable amount of these issues devolved to us. And there's a complaint, oh no, Secretary of State has too much power. He doesn't have the power that the European Union had, and therefore that objection does not have any standing. We will want to preserve our devolved responsibilities, and we have been working very successfully in partnership with the Secretary of State, Scotland and Wales on fisheries for years. And there's no reason why that successful partnership can't continue. Mr O'Toole, I'm glad he's returned, complained about there not being detail in the bill, and as I explained, it is a framework bill, which gives us the power to develop the detail. And the detailed policies, for example, about fishery statements and future funding regimes, will be subject to full consultation with the committee. So this will be a decision for us. That detail will be a decision for us, not some civil servant in the European Union, for the elected representatives of the people of Northern Ireland. That's something to be welcomed. He referred to migrant labour. He knows full well that that is a reserved matter. It's not a policy for this bill. It is an entirely different matter, and I thank Mr Nesbitt for bringing the information to the House that he brought in relation to the MAC and that decision, and I think that is really positive news and will be really appreciated by all in the fishing fleet. In terms of Vosnage, I appreciate the valuable instrument that has been for fleets here in the Republic of Ireland. But I'll point this out. Shortly after becoming Minister, I mentioned the issue of us fishing in Irish waters and Irish boats fishing in our waters to Mr Coveney, the Foreign Minister. I can't do business with you on this, was the reply. It has to be done through the European Union. It has to be done through the European Union. A sovereign state. Sorry, I don't have the power to talk to this devolved administration minister about doing a reciprocal arrangement that has existed for years and ensuring, yeah, I will in a moment, and ensuring that the Irish fishing fleet can continue to fish in our waters, and our people can still go down to Dundalk Bay and all of that there. Mr Coveney can't do anything on that because he doesn't have the power to do it. That's something he's given to the European Union, something we're getting back.
Doug, thank you very much indeed. And bearing in mind the speaker earlier on saying about the importance of accuracy, I think maybe the next time you're talking to Mr Coveney, you might actually point to the fact that sort of under international law, the fishing zone between 3 to 6 miles is the exclusive preserve of the sovereign state. So I think Mr Coveney was either being inaccurate or didn't understand the fishing rules, which I think is probably more appropriate.
Yeah, that would probably be a long conversation. Maybe leave that to you to have with him, Mr Aiken. Mr O'Toole then claims that the bill is silent in aquaculture, and unfortunately he just demonstrated that he hadn't really looked at the bill very closely. Because if he had, he wouldn't have suggested anything like that, because the bill actually mentions aquaculture no less than 90 times. And the objectives and other provisions of the bill also relate to aquaculture wherever specified. So the bill does provide powers for the administrations to introduce schemes of financial assistance for fish and aquaculture industries, and it includes provisions related to fish health and diseases that specifically relate to aquaculture. So aquaculture is well covered within the bill. I welcome Mr Aiken's comments. They were thoughtful and helpful, and I appreciate that. And a series of other members made supportive comments. Mr Harvey, Mr Bradley, Mr Nesbitt, Ms Barton and Ms Bailey, and indeed Mr Blair, responded in a very positive way. And I will say this. Without this bill, we won't have the suite of legislation and the appropriate powers to support the industry via grants post the 1st of January 2021. And this would put our industry at a competitive disadvantage to the rest of the UK, to the EU. And I ask members to think very carefully and reflect upon that. You know, I've spoken very clearly and directly to Ms Ennis, for example. Is that where she wants to be in the representation of people in her constituency? Because I certainly wouldn't want to be in that position, that I wouldn't have the ability or the facility to provide that necessary support going forward because I had voted for a political reason. Yes.
On the question of support, the member will accept that between 2014 and 2020, that the industry here, the fishing industry here in the North, benefited from the EMFF to the tune of 18 million. He will also accept that within the current bill, there's no reference to funding at all. And in fact, in the white paper leading up to the bill, the British Government made reference to the industry taking shared responsibility and making a greater contribution to the costs. Now, that suggests to me that we're coming out of the CFP, which provided funding under the MFF, and the British Government really have no intention of putting funding towards fishing at all. Yet we sell 86% of our fishing stock away from the north of Ireland, with over 40% going to the EU. So, you know, they're focusing on support, but I'm personally not convinced that that support is going to be there.
Well, that the funding would not be part of the bill and would not form part of the bill. And we have requested at least the same money as was previously received under EMFF. I should say, and I'll make this very clear in the House, and I hope it goes back to Europe, the notion that some people have put forward from European Union negotiating sides that there should be a tariff on fish caught in the Irish Sea and landed in this part of Ireland is entirely wrong. And they need to back off. They need to back off and not be making silly suggestions that fish caught a few miles off our coast and landed here would be the subject of tariff. We're part of the single market as a consequence of the protocol. So what's the issue? For part of the single market, the fish caught here, the fish landed here, should have the same ability to be sold in that single market as anywhere else. I don't agree with aspects of the protocol. It's very well known. But on that there, if they are to be honourable and do the right thing, and do the right thing by Northern Ireland, which they've claim to have done for years and want to do going forward, then this just won't be an issue. Northern Ireland fish will have full access to the markets in the European Union. In any event, Mr. Aiken quite rightly pointed out, a lot of the fish stocks are exhausted. A lot of the fish that you catch in the Mediterranean, for example, you know, it's heavily populated by tuna. A lot of the fish that are caught in the Irish Sea are not available in other parts of the European Union. Therefore, they are desirable. Our nephrops are desirable, not just in the European Union, but right around the world because of the high quality of the material that our fishermen are catching. And I'll tell you what, I'll take the chance that I'll catch it and sell it, as opposed to stand back and allow someone else to come in and catch it and sell it, who didn't have any right to it in the first place. So it's a bit like opening the door of your house and saying, come in and take what you want from the fridge. At some point you have to say enough's enough. And I am thankful that we are coming out of the common fisheries policy, because it wasn't good for our fishing fleet. It wasn't good for our fishing industry. This legislative consent bill allows us to move forward, will allow the new dawn to move away from a very dark night that we have spent, and a very dark period that we have spent under the common fisheries policy. And I hope that in a number of years, when people do take a drive around the coast and they go into Ardglass and Portavogie and Kilkeel, they will see an industry that is thriving, as harbours that have boats in them, which are modern and well equipped, safe, and see a thriving industry as opposed to the industry that has been allowed to deteriorate under the common fisheries policy. So I commend this bill to the House. I believe that it is the best opportunity for us to move forward. We don't have any other options, and I asked members if they had other options to state them. They were strangely silent. So it's easy to criticise something, but in the absence of an alternative, I don't see much merit in that criticism. So I'd appeal to members from all sides of the House to support this bill today.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? No. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, members. If members would resume their places, please. The next item on the order paper is a motion from the Committee on Procedures to amend standing orders. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the motion to amend standing orders of the Assembly as detailed on the order paper be agreed.
Thank you. Agus Éireann Sir Linda Dillon, Leishan Rú na Chorthantasi. I now ask Linda Dillon to move the motion, please.
Beg to move.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers to have 5 minutes. Okay, please open the debate on the motion.
On behalf of the Committee of Procedures, I am pleased to bring this motion to the House today, which proposes amending Standing Order 110 relating to the temporary provisions of Standing Orders 110 to 116. I'd like to briefly provide some background to the motion. On the 25th of March 2020, the Committee on Procedures considered and agreed a motion to amend Standing Orders and make urgent changes to usual Assembly procedures as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. This came as a result of the Business Committee and the Chairperson's Liaison Group identifying several solutions to both Assembly business and Committee operations, and to allow the Assembly to continue to carry out its functions whilst adhering to public health advice and keeping members and staff here as safe as possible. On the 27th of March 2020, the Assembly agreed the committee motion by way of cross-community support. The agreed motion introduced the temporary provisions of Standing Orders 110 to 116. Standing Orders 110 to 116 provide for a number of changes to Assembly business. They include provisions for a reduction of members required in the Chamber in light of the current circumstances and the need to socially distance. They also make a new provision for voting by proxy. In particular, they make provision for the number of proxy votes carried out by a member to be taken into account in the collection of voices which precedes a division. Important for committee operations, the temporary provisions provide for enhanced remote working practices. Any member of a committee, including the chairperson and deputy chairperson, may attend remotely. They also provide for committee members to delegate their vote to another member of the committee, including the chairperson or deputy chairperson. In addition, and perhaps most importantly, they provide for a statutory committee to make decisions without meeting. Similar provision is made for standing committees, with particular provision made for the Audit Committee and to maintain, so far as is possible, the existing structures of the Business Committee. That's a brief overview of the temporary provisions, and that's why this motion has been brought to the House today. These provisions are temporary and cease to have effect from the 30th of September, which is tomorrow. At its first meeting of the session on the 17th of September 2020, the committee considered a number of available options. These were do nothing and let the provisions cease to have effect, which would be from tomorrow, agree a motion to extend the provisions for a set period and consider any other date, or agree to extend the provisions for a set period with amendments. Given the little time we had left before the provisions ceased to have effect, the committee agreed to extend the provisions to the 31st of January 2021 and to use that time to consider any amendments. I would like to point out that since these temporary provisions have been in effect, the committee has kept them under review and has not been made aware of any necessary changes. The committee will continue to review the provisions if an extension is agreed today. I'm sure members will agree that the Assembly and the Assembly committees have been able to continue their very important roles in what has been and still is a very challenging period. Finally, as Chair of the Procedures Committee on the issue of proxy voting, following a request by yourself, well actually by the Speaker's office, to consider the instances in which proxy voting would be retained on a more permanent basis and how this might be reflected in standing orders, the committee has made a number of initial inquiries. The committee wrote to all members and independent members to seek their views on proxy voting. The committee also made some inquiries to other local legislatures to seek their views and practices. A number of members have responded, as have other legislatures, and I am pleased to inform you that the committee has agreed to include proxy voting in its forward work programme. So I hope that brings members and this House up to date with today's motion. I would therefore like to end my comments on behalf of the committee by reminding members that the current temporary provisions cease to have effect after tomorrow. We are still in a very precarious situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is imperative that we as an Assembly do what we can to protect ourselves, the staff in this building, and also to protect our families when we return home. Therefore, on behalf of the committee, I commend the motion to the House. Speaking as an MLA in relation to these, and I'm going to keep my comments very, very brief in relation to this, going forward, obviously this is for a set period until the 31st of January, and I think that's appropriate. I don't think that we should have it indefinitely. But going forward, I think we have learned much from what can be done and what is possible. And for many years in this place, we were told what wasn't possible. And finally, we see that whenever it affects everybody, suddenly it is all possible. And particularly, I'm going to say it, the men in this place, because I suggested that we could have proxy voting in terms of getting more young women into the chamber around maternity leave and those who were off on long-term sick leave, which has impacted a number of people in this House. But it didn't affect enough for people to seriously consider the changes that could be made. We now see what can be done, what is possible, and I certainly hope going forward and into the future that we have open minds to how this place can be run. Thank you.
And I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker. I just want to rise to take the opportunity to thank the clerks on the committee who very speedily came together and put together these proposed changes to standing orders, which thankfully were adopted. And I also want to echo the sentiments shared here today by the committee chair, Linda Dillon. There is much in those changes that is definitely worthy of consideration as we finally, and hopefully sooner rather than later, enter into a post-COVID-19 world. It's worth noting not only are there family-friendly outcomes surrounding these changes to standing orders, there are also environmental outcomes. And I know I certainly had a lot less diesel or petrol in the car for a significant period, and that should not be taken lightly when you multiply that by the number of members in this House. And we do need to set standards for other places. So I welcome the changes, and I also welcome the fact that we will have the opportunity to work through these in the committee through the Forward Work Programme. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. And now I call Rosemary Barton, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Again, my comments will be very brief. And, Mr Speaker, as you know, we are in unprecedented times, and this coronavirus knows no bounds and unfortunately appears to be here with a second wave. And it is because of this second wave that Standing Orders 110 now needs to be amended to allow committee business to proceed over the coming months. Initially, the temporary provisions within the Standing Order 110 were agreed by the Assembly for a period up to the 30th of September. Being mindful of the continuing pandemic, it has therefore been essential that Standing Orders 110 needs to be amended and extended to the 31st of January 2021. Mr Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting this motion.
And I now call, just a wee second here, do I go back to I now call Tom Buchanan to wind, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to conclude today's debate on the motion to amend standing orders. And firstly, I want to thank everyone who did take part in the debate today. And as outlined, this amendment has come to the House today as the current temporary provisions cease from tomorrow, the 30th of September. The provisions were originally agreed by the Assembly on the 27th of March. They were introduced to keep the Assembly business and committee operations running, and also to keep everyone safe during the pandemic. And I acknowledge that it has already been placed on record, but I would again like to commend the Business Committee, the Chairperson's Liaison Group, the Legal Services and the officials for reacting so quickly and bringing forward the solutions back in March of this year. Over the last few weeks, we have seen a rise in the number of people being affected with the COVID-19 pandemic. And hospital admissions are on the increase, and further restrictions are on our everyday life has been made. And therefore, it is important that we make decisions that are going to protect life and protect the people, especially within this chamber. This motion today amends Standing Order 110 to allow the provisions in Orders 110 to 116 to be temporarily extended to January 2021. We all hope and trust and pray that this virus is also only temporary. While these provisions are only temporary, we trust that the virus will only be temporary as well, and that one day we will get back to the position of the provision that is no longer we will need to have these temporary provisions put in place. It is essential, therefore, that we as an Assembly do all that we can to protect one another, to protect the staff and to protect the building users here. And we had a few people that did speak on the debate, and we do want to thank them for their support. The Chair of the committee who set the overview and outlined the reasons for this being brought forward and the things that can be learned. And you know, there's one thing that the pandemic has taught us, and it's this, that things can be done in a different way and over a very, very short period of time. It didn't take months to bring into place some of the provisions that we are now using in order for our meetings and for the voting arrangements and all within this House here. And I do see one thing, that where there's a will, there's always a way. And you know, maybe that could apply in a whole lot of other areas within this House. Where there is a will, there's always a way forward. And we have seen that during this time of pandemic. But I want to thank everyone who has taken part in the debate, and I look forward to the support. Again, thank everyone's contribution to the debate, and I trust that the House will support the motion that is before it now this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. Thank you. If members take their ease, we will move to the next item of business, the adjournment. Okay, members. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Mrs Dolores Kelly to raise the matter of the school's estate in Upper Bann. The proposer of the topic will have up to 15 minutes. I call Mrs Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I can assure my colleagues in Upper Bann, and indeed my colleague from the Alliance Party, that I don't intend to take the full 15 minutes. But I do welcome their attendance here, and particularly that of the Minister, for this debate. I think we'll all be on the same team in championing the needs of our schools in the Upper Bann constituency. And I think fundamentally we all recognise that historically school maintenance and the investment in our school estate has now been underfunded for several years. And consequently, we're sort of throwing good money after bad in trying to fix solutions that actually find solutions, but actually that need a much greater level of investment, and certainly patching and isn't sufficient. So during this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight some common threads, because in preparing for the debate I reached out to all of the schools within the Upper Bann constituency and examined the responses. And I found that there were a number of common themes within those responses, and I want to begin by taking those and maybe use the example of the experience of some schools in relation to the particular circumstances that some of them find themselves in. So if we start perhaps with the backlog of maintenance, there's a particular worry, if you like, Mr Deputy Speaker, around the trying to apply the measures to mitigate against COVID restrictions. And I would ask the Minister that there would be an indicative time frame could be given on catching up on some of those minor work schemes that have already been agreed, but because contractors haven't been able to come on site, that they haven't all been followed up on. And just by way of example, in terms of the cost of backlog and what some schools are experiencing in terms of what their own assessed needs are, Lurgan Model School in Brownlow in Lurgan is a primary school, and it has £900,000 of maintenance backlog, and that's just one primary school in the Lurgan area. So we're not underestimating the challenge that the Education Minister has before him in convincing the Finance Minister to part with some cash to help those schools. Some of the problems are around, in some schools there's no hot water in some of the classrooms. Some of the mobile classrooms, which are quite old, are 20 square metres smaller than the new mobile classrooms that are supplied, and that is another worry for school principals. And if one looks in particular, and I have written recently to the Minister, hopefully he'll have received my call for his assistance and his intervention in relation to Tullygally Primary School. The Education Authority, for example, occupies one of the buildings. They actually have, for a number of months now, because of lockdown, had their staff working from home and have said that they'll be working from home for the foreseeable future. Now, both myself and the school principal of Tullygally, Ms Kirsty Andrews, had written to the Education Authority asking them to vacate the building so that the school would be able to use that building to help in some of those mitigation measures of COVID, and they have refused to do so. So I'd ask the Minister to take that under consideration. And the Minister will also know that the development proposals have been put on hold as a consequence of some of the COVID work, and I would ask if he could give a time frame for when those proposals might reopen. And I know the Minister will be particularly familiar with the ambition of St John the Baptist College in Portadown and hoping to be able again to teach at GCSE level. That development proposal had got through, I think, to the department, if you like, and was going, as I understand it, to the Education Committee at the Education Authority, but because there was no meetings, that has been placed on hold. And yet parents are canvassing for support from myself and other representatives about getting some surety around their children's future. So that, I think, is something which would be of comfort and enable plans to progress. Road safety is another recurring theme, both in terms of dropping children off and collection points. And I think earlier decisions in terms of cutting the number of school patrols. And last week I attended Banbridge Integrated School and saw for myself the risks. It's situated in an area where there's a lot of new developments. There's 5 new housing developments in the immediate vicinity. There's 418 plus children now attending that school. The entrance is quite narrow, and parents start to gather a good half hour or more before collection time, and there's a build-up of traffic. And then children from P6 and upwards, some of them want to be a little bit more independent, want to walk home, and they have neither a road crossing nor a school patrol crossing person to assist. And I know that my colleague Nicola Mallon recently awarded some of the schools within the constituency some of the funding and the speed limit of the £20 million. But I think there needs to be a relook and collaborative working across the 2 ministries in looking at the particular needs of some schools. And interestingly, in Banbridge, just around the corner, the Abercorn School has 2 patrol people at the bottom of the road, and yet one of them can't come up round the corner to assist with the Banbridge Integrated School. So, Minister, maybe you will have an opportunity to examine some of the road safety. There are other problems, long-running problems with blocked drainage systems. That's particular problems in Francis Primary School Lurgan, as is traffic management. I know that Millington Primary School in Portadown has a leaking roof, and it has been that way, and it has had several repairs over the years, but of no consequence. It needs a new roof, and that's the only thing that's going to help in relation to that. I also, earlier discussions here in the Assembly before lockdown, I'd asked the Minister about devolved decision-making around some of the the small repairs, the light bulb replacement, where the school principal would have the opportunity, rather than have to go through a lot of bureaucracy and red tape, because some of them, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, are about a new way of doing things and about greater devolved and delegated decision-making for small jobs, as opposed to having to go to apply and have 2 or 3 people come and look, oh yes, the bulb is blue, let's get it replaced. So I think there's a wee bit of common sense is needed in relation to small-scale repairs. Safety and security, as the Minister will know, many schools have quite a role in the safeguarding of children and preventing access of unauthorised adults from entering the school estate, and also about, with younger children in particular, ensuring that they're safe whilst they're on the school premises. So, for example, again, St Francis Primary School Lurgan, which is over 810 pupils, needs a fob system to be fitted to the entrance and exit doors. And they also have a faulty leaking heating system, and this is where the mobile classrooms are 20 square metres smaller than is the case nowadays. So I think from my discussions with the principals, Minister, that there is a disconnect in some cases, I think, between the Education Authority and some of the schools and what people are responding to in terms of timeliness and in terms of getting a decision made and a turnaround. So that's some of them. Also have been working over the last few months in relation to St Ronan's College in Lurgan, which my colleague John O'Dowd, as the Education Minister, announced a new build, I think in 2015. And we had expected and anticipated that to be in place by 2019-2020, where the school doors would be open. There's been a lot of to and fro between planning service and road service. It's interesting, and I'm delighted to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I believe as a consequence of some knocking a few heads together, asking a few assembly questions and having this debate today, that we're about to, I think, see by this Friday those concerns being ironed out, and a recommendation for approval for the new build, I would hope, to go to the October meeting of Council in the ABC Council area. St Ronan's, of course, is one of the largest post-primary schools, with the amalgamation of 3 former post-primary, St Mary's, St Paul's and St Michael's. So it is quite an ambitious project, and it's important, I think, that we see that a new build now go at pace, not least because young people are currently being educated between 2 sites, which is a nightmare for both the pupils and indeed for the management of the school. And in addition to that, I think it would be fair to say, in a recent meeting with the Superintendent of the Police, the particular site is a security nightmare for policing in the area. So if I want to just touch on the integrated sector just briefly before I finish, and that's to say that Portadown Integrated Primary School, busting at the seams, doesn't have a site, for a new build, and that's really their ultimate aim. But some of the integrated school principals have said to me that the authority under which they work, even for small projects in terms of their budget, the system is sort of set against them in terms of trying to get some work done, and that's a particular concern for them. And these are all stresses. I think many people now recognise that teaching is no longer about imparting knowledge. They have to be the social worker, the policeman, if you like, in the school playground, the budget maker, the finance decision, the crisis counsellor, all sorts of things. And I think our teachers need our support to remove some of those stresses and strains in terms of trying to get the best educational learning environment for pupils and students. I'll finish here. I have a lot more here, but I know other members will want to have their say, and I'm interested to hear what the Minister has to say. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the other members. I have Dan Dodds next, and round about 6 minutes for each speaker. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my constituency colleague, Ms Kelly, for bringing this debate to the Chamber. It is very important, and Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in my capacity as the MLA for Upper Bann.
Like other members, I want to begin my remarks by paying tribute to the staff and leadership of schools across Upper Bann for their commitment to providing a first-class education to young pupils during this extremely difficult time. Our schools adapted to provide home learning when circumstances dictated. And this has won the gratitude of parents and guardians across the Upper Bann constituency. I would also like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Education Minister for his work in collaboration with schools to ensure the safe and timely return to classroom teaching. The importance of ensuring the return of young people to schools cannot be underestimated, and the benefits of classroom learning are well documented, not just for education, but for our young people's health and broader life skills. It was a significant piece of work in returning young people to the classroom, and I commend the Minister and those teachers and principals and parents for their work together in doing this. Since taking up my seat in this House, I have had the pleasure of engaging with many schools and pupils across Upper Bann, and the return to classroom learning has been very warmly welcomed. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to take the opportunity to raise a number of issues around the school estates with the Minister. But before I do, I also want to put on record my thanks for the number of positive announcements that have been made in recent weeks for schools in Upper Bann. Firstly, in relation to nurture units. I have been a long-time advocate for this model within our schools. Nurturing is a key element in supporting our young children and young people to make the best start in life and help to improve their educational outcomes. The investment of up to £4 million by the Minister for the creation of new and maintaining of existing nurture groups is good news. I was delighted that Carrick Primary School and St Anthony's Primary School in Upper Bann were included in the 15 new nurture units to be created. I am in no doubt that this funding will have a transformative impact for the pupils who will benefit from this service. I would be grateful if the Minister could provide an update on the work now being carried out to ensure that pupils in Carrick Primary School and St Anthony's can benefit as soon as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to highlight the recent £40 million announced as part of the second call to the School Enhancement Programme by the Minister, aimed at delivering modern, fit-for-purpose school estates. The Minister has my thanks for listening to the compelling case made for Hart Memorial Primary School and Clowna Junior High School. This will transform the school estate on both sites, bringing much-needed and long-overdue improvements. Since this announcement of funding, I have been working with other schools across Upper Bann to prepare for a possible third call for applications, and I would encourage the Minister to look closely at the proposals put to his department by Donard Special School and Abercorn Primary School in Banbridge, and also the needs of Portadown College. These schools provide an amazing education to the young people of the area and continue to provide a vital role within the community. The need for improvements to these schools cannot be overlooked, and I would invite the Minister perhaps to come and visit them and see the work that they are doing. I know that the Minister does have funding constraints. However, I would welcome the proposal for the third call of applications for the School Enhancement Programme. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to thank the schools and parents who have been in contact with me in recent days. Firstly, Craigavon Senior High School. There can be no doubting, Mr Deputy Speaker, the need for investment in Craigavon Senior High. It is unacceptable for the children attending the senior high school to make do with lesser facilities. The previous proposal contained within the Education Authority's development plan for the future of the school received a widespread rejection from the local community. As the Lurgan campus of the senior high school is the only non-selective Key Stage 4 school in the Lurgan area, it is vital that an acceptable solution is found, and it is incumbent upon the Education Authority to deliver an outcome for the senior high school that commands the support of the local community. The Dixon Plan has proved successful in our local community for over 40 years and commands strong community support, and I would invite the Minister to reaffirm his support for that plan and for parental choice. Secondly, St Ronan's College. Much progress has been made by the school in preparation for their new build, and having spoken last week with the school principal about the issues around planning, I will draw to conclusion. I am glad that this issue is being sorted out very quickly. Mr. Speaker, quality education is vitally important for our young people, and quality facilities will help improve their chances of receiving that education. And I commend the member for bringing the debate.
Éireann Sir John O'Dowd, on Cancha call John O'Dowd.
And I want to thank Dolores Kelly for bringing the debate forward. I also wanted to declare an interest as Vice Chair of the Board of Governors of Lismore Comprehensive School, and I also sit on the project board for the same school for the new build. I suppose I come at this from an angle of experience in terms of trying to deal with the maintenance backlog, trying to deal with the new school build programme that's required out there, and trying to ensure that when decisions are made, that they actually come to fruition. And I do have concerns, and this isn't solely a matter for the Minister, and it dates back to my time in the Executive as well. The public sector is far too slow at delivering building programmes across a wide range of issues, and there's a variety of reasons for that. One, the system feeds itself. I often recall, after making an announcement in this chamber about a programme of school builds, I was questioned on it by the Assembly, I was questioned on it by the Education Committee, and several months later I asked for a progress report, only to be told that officials were carrying out a business case to see if my decision was the right decision. And I politely went back and I said, wait just 1 second, that's not your purpose. Your purpose is to deliver the decision I announced to the Assembly. Of course we need business cases, of course we need to make sure that public funds are being properly spent, but the system should not be feeding itself. I asked on an occasion for a copy of the guidance notes on business cases, and on a Thursday evening they arrived into my office, 2 large folders that thick with guidance on how to deliver a business case. And I looked at the folders and they sat and looked at me for a while. But I scanned through them and I came across one word which I went back to the Permanent Secretary with: proportionate. And that's what it has to be, proportionate to the task, to the announcement made, and also to the benefit that it's going to bring to the children and the teachers and the community of a new school build. So that's where we have to get to. And that collectively, as an executive, our scrutiny committees all have to get to that point where we as a public sector body are delivering public sector projects in a reasonable period of time. And Mrs Kelly referred to the delay to St Ronan's, which has been unacceptable, and the delay to Lismore, which has also been unacceptable. Though I have to commend the Department of Education staff on both instances who have worked tirelessly with the schools and other agencies such as CCMS and the EA, who have worked tirelessly with the schools to get those projects nearly over the line. And I think we now, and I welcome the comments from Dolores around heads being knocked together in relation to reports being sent around for transport, etc. That's a welcome development, and that will help move that project on. One of the best developments over recent years, in my opinion, in relation to delivering new schools to the state, and Upper Bann has benefited from this, and a number of announcements the Minister made recently, schools will benefit from this, was the School Enhancement Programme. Builds up to £4 million, an investment especially into a primary school. If you invest £4 million in a primary school, you've practically built a new school. A £4 million will deliver a major rebuild for our post-primary schools, and I've often encouraged schools who are lobbying for complete new builds to look at the School Enhancement Programme. because it does deliver significant changes to the school estate. And as I said, schools across Upper Bann have benefited from that and have seen the difference for their young people. I also want to mention St John the Baptist. This is a case where a development proposal actually not only benefits the local community but benefits the education system and doesn't require an investment, because it is a major school at the minute. It has significant buildings which are not being used. And I would encourage the Minister to open up area planning again, make sure that the relevant committees in the EA are meeting and his own structures are meeting, and that decisions start to be made around development proposals, particularly in relation to St John the Baptist in Portadown. I want to also welcome, and it's not connected with capital, though there may be capital required, the announcement of the nurture units. The nurture units are a fantastic development in our education system. We were slow at the start during my time at the Department of Education to get them off the ground for a variety of reasons. I think there was some suspicion of them among officialdom at the time. But once the benefits of them were seen, the investment, and there should be more investment in the nurture units, they will deliver long-term changes for our young people. I want to mention the control sector in Lurgan. There are plans for St Ronan's, which is bringing three post-primary schools in Lurgan together in the Catholic sector. And why was that decision made? Because it was dealing with all the children in the Catholic sector. The same decision needs to be made about the control sector in Lurgan. There needs to be a proposal brought forward which meets the needs of all the children in the control sector, and then that has to move to a building programme to meet the needs of all the children in the control sector in Lurgan. To date, I have seen proposals which meets the needs, and I'm not getting into a debate around selection, but it meets the needs of selection. There's other ways around this which will meet the needs of everyone. So I think there needs to be imagination and leadership in relation to the control sector in Lurgan. But Minister, as you know, as our job, we'll continue to lobby for the variety of schools out there. I think that there is capital available in the time ahead when you listen to announcements from the British Government and others.
I would ask the member to draw his remarks.
And I would support the Minister in bringing forward proposals which ensures that the public sector builds quicker and builds more.
Call Doug Beattie.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being here. It's quite nice actually to be in the chamber with the 5 Upper Bann MLAs to talk about something that is important to us all. It really is, and I do sometimes wish that the 5 of us could actually get together and John could buy the beer maybe if you're up for it. But listen, you know, we could all talk about our own pet projects, I think, in regards to this, and we all have them, whether we realise or not. We all have our own pet projects, but it's about the control sector, the maintained sector, the selective sector, the non-selective sector, the primary and the post-primary. There are issues right across Upper Bann. Some of them are normal issues. Some of them are issues that you would expect to see as property gets older. Some of them are things which are just issues which are generated when there's no requirement to generate them. And the issue about the maintenance budget, I think, and how that's delivered, I think is something that could be looked at and fixed. So I thank Dolores for bringing this forward, and I really do. I mean, I'm glad. And I hope that we all speak in the same voice here, because what we want is a school estates for Upper Bann which is good for all of our pupils, no matter what their academic ability is. I went to St Ronan's last week and I met the principal and some of the Board of Governors and some of the teachers. I think it's an absolutely fantastic school. 1,600 pupils, 200 staff, over 2 sites, and they've had their planning application in since 2018. And we've got to the stage now where we're having to squeeze it in by October because of bats settling on one of the sites which they need to demolish. And we should never have got to that last-minute hitch. But I believe that has been overcome, and it's been overcome by a degree of pragmatic thinking, I think. And that is that it will go before the Planning Committee next month. And any outstanding issues, caveats can be added to the planning approval. So that's good news for St Ronan's, and I commend them for actually taking a very strong, visionary look at what they were trying to produce for their pupils and for the controlled sector, sorry, the maintained sector in that area. And of course, I also know St John the Baptist School very well, and I worked closely with Noella when they went through that whole change of name from Drumcree. Was it Drumcree College? Drumcree College to St John the Baptist. And again, Noella had a real vision for what she was trying to achieve. And I guess with not being able to develop the development proposals, it's knocking back that imagination that we want our principals and our teachers to have to help our schools. But I can say the same about the Portadown Integrated School. I can talk about Clowner, I can talk about the Hart Memorial, I can talk about Banbridge Academy. There are many issues. But I have, Minister, and you'll know this, that I have really hammered the drum about the Lurgan campus of Craigavon Senior High School. And you'll know that, and you'll know that I won't apologise for doing so, because I do not think that those children in there are being given the service that they deserve. I mean, there was a critical review of that site in 2016. 2016, 4 years ago. It has no playing fields, so children wishing to do after-school activities have to be bussed into Portadown. The pupils have to eat their lunches between parked cars. Pupil eating their lunches between parked cars. They share some of the facilities with the Southern Regional College. Therefore, the kids have to move around that campus escorted by teachers. There's an over-supervision within that. When they want to go to PT, they have to leave and walk to other facilities dressed in their PT kit, and it creates stressed, frightened and vulnerability for the pupils. It is truly awful, awful, and it needs to be addressed, and it can be addressed with some imaginary thinking and retain the Dixon Plan. Because if people want the Dixon Plan, they can have the Dixon Plan, we can retain it, but imaginary thinking can improve the lot of those kids, and to leave it for another 12 months just would not be right. I'm a product of a failed education system to a degree, and that is I went to Craigavon Senior High School, the only two-year school in the whole of the United Kingdom. There is no other two-year school in the whole of the United Kingdom. And I went to that, and I was disenfranchised when I went there. I did not feel I had an identity, and I left school at 16 with absolutely no educational qualifications. I don't say that with a badge of honour. I still don't have them. I think it's a failing as much on my behalf. But part of that was because of a school which is only for 2 years. So what I say is that we need imaginary thinking. But what is going on in the Lurgan campus of Craigavon Senior High School is just not right. Those pupils do deserve better. And that is not by destroying a system, but being imaginative and creating something that's better for them. And I hope we can do that, Minister, and I hope that we can try and drive that forward, because there are solutions there, and the people of Lurgan have brought those solutions forward. What we have to do now is listen to them. Thank you.
I call Johnny Buckley. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It almost feels like I'm winding on the debate here as the last member to speak for Upper Bann. I've never spoken in an adjournment debate before, but I would like to thank the member, Dolores Kelly, for bringing this important topic to the House today. Education, we could never talk about it enough in this place. It is the cornerstone of constituency life. It is the heartbeat of our constituencies, and we should always, and I understand whether it's from my constituency colleague or other parties, everybody has the right to champion the needs and aspirations of our young people, and also indeed our school estate. I'd also like to thank the Minister for coming along today, and as already been mentioned, some great announcements for Upper Bann in relation to nurture units and school enhancement programme. The Minister has seen through a very difficult time in relation to COVID-19, and we pay tribute to the work that he has done in the engagement with school principals, parents and indeed children as they try to adjust to this very different but surreal times. I would also like to thank principals and indeed parents for their resilience throughout COVID-19, and I think that can't be said enough. Teachers went out of their way to provide an educational provision for our young people whenever 10 months ago it wouldn't have been seen as possible. They improvised, they were innovative in their solutions, and we thank them for doing so. And it's only but right that we here come to this chamber now to champion the needs and address some of the concerns that those teachers have. And Dolores Kelly has quite rightly outlined many of those issues facing the school estate. My own educational background, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud product of the Upper Bann Dixon Plan. Whether that's from primary school, Richmond Primary School, Clowney Junior High School, Craigavon Senior High School, followed by Lurgan College. Many people looking in on the system don't understand whenever you talk about the plethora of schools that you've went to, but I can say with my heart and hand that the Dixon Plan was a system of education that I can rightly say that I was proud to be part of, and I know many thousands right across the Upper Bann constituency that have playing their part in many walks of life because of the educational provision through the Dixon Plan. Getting to the topic of the school estate, it's vast, 66 schools, over 24,000 pupils. We know that the problem is not going to be solved overnight. And Minister, you know, I understand, and indeed I think every member understands, whether they've held the portfolio of education or not, that there is a difficult balance in managing the school estate within the realms of a limited capital resource budget. And we get that, we understand that. But that does not stop us and refrain us from calling out what we see as massive failings within the school estate, which date back over a long period of time. The Upper Bann school estate is no doubt in need of significant investment, with buildings, quite rightly, and it's quite important for us to point it out, they're beyond their sell-by date. COVID-19 actually done a lot to actually show that to the wider public. And, you know, Ms Kelly has quite rightly outlined some of the challenges, whether that be in mobile facilities, size of classrooms, toilet facilities. We have seen how unfit these buildings are for their educational purpose, and it's hopeful that in the days ahead we can start to address these. I want to give some examples because it's only but right, and I know the Minister will probably elaborate on some of these schools, particularly in his remarks, but I think of Portadown College and Lurgan Junior High. Those schools have been talked about in relation to works and new builds from the time that I was at that school 10 years ago. They were knocked out at gateway stage, but these schools, the need is only but increasing for work, whether that's through school enhancement programmes or major capital works, but they need to be addressed. I think of Craigavon Senior High, and has it been mentioned here today, I think Mr Beattie mentioned educational failure in relation to the system. As somebody that attended Craigavon Senior High School, what a fantastic school it was. The provision by the teachers was fantastic. I can only but say that it suited me at that time. It was, I felt that the teachers were best able to cater for my needs and go on to excel after that. And I pay tribute to the teaching staff at Craigavon Senior High, who throughout hard times, throughout uncertain times, whether that be in the Portadown campus or Lurgan, they have stuck by their pupils and have always been to the forefront in championing their needs. I also want to think about Kings Park Primary School, and again, maybe the Minister could give some commentary on that. But this goes back to Mr O'Dowd's comment in terms of the time of decision-making, and particularly to resource capital bills within our school system. It is far too long. We know that the need is there. The need is there from the moment in which an initial call is made. But some 6-7 years or longer in the system is simply not good enough, because while the buildings are bad when they're first talked about, they're even worse by the time that they're leaving. So to say to the Minister, maybe he could outline when the next major capital call will come, and to say to him that there is no doubt the serious need for investment in the system, whether that's major capital investment, school enhancement programmes, minor works, or indeed the school maintenance budget, as has been mentioned. I know the Minister understands these issues, and I look forward to working with him and indeed colleagues from Upper Bann in trying to address these issues and provide an educational school estate which is fit for purpose and delivering right at the top in terms of Northern Ireland output. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank Dolores Kelly, MLA, for making use of this adjournment debate to debate school estate issues in the Upper Bann constituency. It is constructive to get into the detail of some of these issues, particularly in Upper Bann. However, sadly, this is a debate I think we could be having for any constituency across Northern Ireland, demonstrating the scale of the challenge for school estate across our region. There are, of course, a wide range of issues for schools and education across Northern Ireland at this moment in time: school restart, health and safety of our teaching, non-teaching pupils and parents, unequal experience of disrupted learning, unequal educational opportunities, educational recovery, mental health and well-being, SEN provision. And as the department grapples with these challenges, progress on key work streams such as area planning has been suspended. It's vital that we recommence that area planning for constituencies such as Upper Bann, who has experienced the consequences of a slow and unacceptably ineffective area planning process as much as any other constituency in Northern Ireland. Hopefully we will hear detail from the Education Minister with regards to how that area planning process will be recommenced. And I would like to mention a number of school settings that have been referenced here today to put them on the Minister's agenda. Tullygally Primary School in Craigavon has been mentioned, and it is my understanding he does utilise space in this school premise that, if vacated and released, could potentially enhance the social distancing arrangements in that school. Also, Craigavon Senior High, particularly the Lurgan campus, has been mentioned. I've been able to meet with Councillor Peter Lavery and the Education Authority in relation to this particularly urgent issue, and as other members have stated today, an unacceptably not unfit for purpose school estate being experienced by pupils at that particular site must be urgently addressed. And it really does beg the question why radical action has not been taken before now, and we hope that we will hear of a radical plan for that particular site from the Education Minister. Yeah, glad to give way.
Thank you very much. I neglected to mention, would you be surprised to learn that St Anthony's Primary School is operating now for a number of years a temporary heating system, which is now required elsewhere, and perhaps I could put that also onto the Minister's radar.
Thank the member for her intervention. An example of the extreme maintenance issues that that particular school is facing, and indeed that a number of schools are facing across Upper Bann and Northern Ireland. Portadown Integrated Primary School has also been mentioned. It's my understanding that this school was given permission by John O'Dowd, MLA, in 2015 to increase its pupil numbers, going to 2 classes in each age group. However, the challenge of locating a new site for this expanded school is ongoing, and many of the classrooms are now modular in nature. It's my understanding that a potential site was identified, fell through, and perhaps there are opportunities for revisiting some of those previous proposals. It's my understanding that Bridge Integrated Primary School in Bann Bridge, as I think Dolores Kelly mentioned, is facing some road safety challenges, and has been requested perhaps the Education Minister could consult with his Infrastructure Minister colleague to see if some solutions can be found for that particular site. And I know it was disappointed to miss out on the 20 miles per hour pilot scheme recently, but hopefully that will be a project that can be revisited for that particular school. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to mention the situation at St John the Baptist College, Portadown. Gratefully, the Minister and sensibly the Minister granted temporary permission for the creation of a Year 11 cohort at the school, which I think has meant a great deal to a great many pupils and teaching and non-teaching staff at the school community at St John the Baptist. It is vital now that the same urgency is granted to the area planning process, and indeed expedition consideration is given to the development proposal for GCSE years at St John the Baptist College, Portadown. My understanding is that area planning would need to commence towards the end of October for the development proposal to be released for consultation in time for completion prior to Christmas, and to allow GCSE subject choices early in the new year. Any other timescale could create significant challenges, anxiety and distress for this school community, and we hope we hear of urgent action from the Education Minister on those issues today. Thank you.
Thank you, members. And the Minister is up to 14 minutes to respond. I think there's quite a bit there. He might need a lot more, but OK, Minister.
No, I may be looking for a holding the space-time continuum at this rate, Mr. Speaker. Look, can I thank the member, first of all, for bringing this, and I think for all the members from Upper Bann and indeed the Chair of the Education Committee for raising issues. I want to make a few remarks. I noted there, and I think it's maybe a sign of the extent to which all the members are committed on these issues. I think I identified, and I may well have missed out one or two, I think a total of 25 separate issues that have been raised. What I will try and do in my remarks, where possible, is to address as many of them as I can. Probably, unfortunately, maybe not in as comprehensive a manner as could be in the space of the 14 minutes. What I would also give a commitment to for the Upper Bann members is that, certainly in terms of any notes, we'll check Hansard afterwards. If there are, which I suspect likelihood it'll be a number of those issues will not be able to be covered, where they're not able to be covered, write sort of collectively to the Upper Bann members with a direct response. As members have indicated, the importance of capital build in its various forms is critical. It's undoubtedly the case, having been round, I know other members have been round different parts of the school estate in Upper Bann, and others have been in a wider context, that if the capacity and the resources were available, the school estate, we could spend 3 or 4 times the amount of money annually what is spent and still be on a certain level of catch-up. Can I say, I suppose, taking a few bits in the Upper Bann situation, under Major Capital Investment Programme, which was initiated in 2012, there are 8 schools that in Upper Bann have been announced to proceed in design for major capital investment. 3 of those projects, Tannockmore, St Teresa's and St Mary's in Banbridge, have been completed, and those projects have seen an investment of £18.5 million. There's a further 5 major projects are progressing: Portadown Integrated Primary, St Ronan's, Lismore Comprehensive, Kings Park and St Mary's in Derrymore. And I appreciate members raise specific points as regards, and hope to be able to, if I get time, to come on to some of those. Those 5 projects between them will involve a total investment of £94 million. And in fact, the projects at St Ronan's and Lismore are 2 of the biggest projects on the department's capital programme. A major works scheme is also progressing at Newbridge Integrated through Fresh Start, and that total cost of the scheme will be estimated to be around about £23 million. It has also been the case that, and indeed Mr O'Dowd raised the issue in terms of the school enhancement programme, which I think has been actually a very successful innovation, both in terms of the fact that in many cases schools, really the best fit solution for them is actually, be it either an extension or new sports hall, new science block, etc. And that £4 million project, so far I think 4 schools in Upper Bann have received total investment of about £7 million on the first call. So projects were completed at Millington, Newbridge, Ciara and Dunnard School. A further 6 schools have been announced to advance in design under the second call. So design teams have been appointed at Presentation Primary, Lurgan Model, Lurgan College, and the teams are working with those schools to develop those plans. And Carrick Primary, Hart Memorial and Clowney Junior are early stages of planning. There's also the Minor Works programme, and over the last 3 years, £10 million has been invested in minor works in Upper Bann. Now, it's undoubtedly the case that mention's been made, particularly in terms of minor works, that I think when the last call was put out for minor works, around about 6,000 applications. I know, I think Mrs Kelly raised if you call it the backlog. I suppose we're in the position that out of around about 6,000, so far about 600 have been completed, and they've had to be prioritised. Mention, I suppose, has been made of a number of schools, particularly the focus in terms of top priority has been around health and safety. And indeed, in part, there is a a downside to that in a general sense. We're living in very different times certainly when, for example, Mrs. Kelly or myself were at school. Maybe we're in more recent times to some of the younger members for Upper Bann. But there is a necessity for example, a level of child protection that would not have been there 40 or 50 years ago. And it's right that is the case. On a range of the issues that have been raised, I'll try and go through these as quickly as possible. Area planning is being stood up again. And so first of all, I think that where there's been a range of DPs that had already been in progress, suspension had to be put in place because of consultation issues around the beginning of April with COVID. And indeed, that's not just in terms of the fact that consultation was very difficult to take place at the height of COVID, but also the fact that in terms of from a departmental staff resources, from EA's point of view, there were a range of activities across both organisations where simply we had to prioritise what was there in terms of COVID. In terms of the restart of that, for example, the department has written to all members of the Area Planning Steering Group, and it is a proposed meeting which is the overall strategic overarching body, which will have a proposed meeting on the 21st of October. And it's also the case, I think, that where there are a range of development proposals that I think have a particular priority in terms of timing to get through, I think we will move on those as well. At St Ronan's, mention is made, yes, there has been a considerable level of progress. And I understand that at a meeting yesterday with planners and DFA roads, there was agreement on dealing with the remaining issues has now been reached. So the projects consulting team are working to provide necessary documentation to enable the planning process to be concluded. Mention was made, I think, of the issue of hot water in classrooms. I would say that actually the guidance that recommends that lukewarm or tepid water and soap should be used, and cold water is also effective. Hand sanitizer is actually not a substitution for hand washing. It's important that we get that across. But there's also been, in terms of provision of finance through executive funding, a level of funding that has been made available to schools, which is working its way through the system. Mention was made, I think, and I appreciate these are not necessarily in the order which they were raised, on the issue of delegated decision-making. That's something I'd be very keen on. With the introduction of new procurement, and indeed I think there was a point made, which in the wider context I think Mr O'Dowd raised, on the issue of both procurement and construction. And I think there is a wider challenge that is there, and we'll be working with DOF colleagues. It's not simply, if you like, a schools issue, that at times our processes, there's clearly got to be good public value for money, but in terms of processes, we need to ensure that they do in a timely and proportionate manner. But in terms of those issues, there will be sort of new procurement of maintenance and minor works from April 21, where there will be greater flexibility afforded to head teachers for small-scale repairs. And I think that is about trying to introduce that level of common sense, although I suppose sometimes people have obviously put into place. It's quite often common sense is the problem, and it's not all that common at times. On the issue in terms of catch-up, there has been, I think, a considerable amount of work has started indeed. There was a level of blip. There has been a small increase in the overall maintenance budget this year, and so that if you like, can be channeled in as quickly as possible. Works are being progressed as quickly as possible, and I've seen sites where this has been happening. In terms of road safety at schools, in terms of capital programmes, provisions may be made for school site for traffic management. We've seen this happen. For example, there's currently under review at Bridge Integrated Primary School. Obviously, the school crossing patrol is not a matter directly, it's a non-statutory function, will be there for the Education Authority. And again, there's always an assessment done when, I think, basically a school crossing patrol person retires, the EA does criteria. And again, we've got to realise that in terms of the issues around transport, the issues around children, unfortunately, I think in certain regards for active travel, walking to school is probably more limited than it was. I know perhaps the proposer of the motion and myself would have been like at school in a horse and cart, but things have moved on since then. Mention made of Tullygally Primary School, and indeed coincidentally I will be at Tullygally tomorrow, so you're all welcome. But I've asked my officials to liaise with EA, CCMS and the school to review the current position to provide me with further information on the specific details in this case. There's a number of other issues to touch on. Mentions we made, I think, Dodds, on the nurture units, and I think it has been very good. I was able to initiate that, I think, at Carrick and St Anthony's, and indeed they have been a considerable success story. It is about that level of intervention, and as part of it, it's not simply the individual nurture units, and indeed the aim would be to move those as quickly as possible. I think in most cases they will be there really from probably the beginning of January. Some schools, there's a small number of schools that will require a little bit of adaptation. I don't believe particularly the ones in Upper Bann would necessarily fall into that category. In terms of mention made of Hart Memorial, so projects were announced in May to advance in design, and the Education Authority will undertake site visits in October 2020 to discuss the potential scope for those projects, and the pre-qualification tender design process for the design teams will commence thereafter. Based on the programmes for the early SEP2 tranches, construction is probably going to be looking at 2024. I don't have details in relation to Clowna Junior High. In terms of the third call, there will be a mix, and I think also mention was made of when would capital actually be brought, a major capital call. The aim would be, certainly in terms of major capital call, for that to take place during 2021. It's not quite clear whether, in terms of timing, there'll be a little bit of headroom to say whether that will be, if you like, in this financial year or the next financial year, but it will certainly be during the calendar year. A third call, and I think we'll always be looking to try and get a mix and get a level of progress that is there in terms of solutions that will get a mix of capital. Mention has been made of the Dixon plan. Let me make it very clear. I'm completely supportive of the Dixon plan. I want to see, and also I think mention is made allied to that, because I think there is a strong parental choice for the Dixon plan, and so therefore any actions I will be taking will never be threatening the Dixon plan. I will be fully in support of that. There are, I think, a number of specific, in both the issue of St John the Baptist, and I think the right decision was taken in terms of the flexibility that was given this year. In terms of the specific DPP on the development proposal on St John the Baptist, and in terms of Craigavon Senior High, both of those will ultimately come as development proposals, so there's a very limited amount I can directly say in those. I know the physical infrastructure of the Lurgan campus, having been there a number of times, is simply not acceptable. I suppose if the question is why isn't something not been done up to this point, well, in part because there's been maybe a lack of particular consensus around what the specific development proposal. Ultimately, I think the actions will have to flow in whatever form for whatever emerges of development proposal. I will have to be a little bit cautious directly on that, as again, I will be the legal authority within that, but I'm fully cognizant of the problem of Lurgan. In terms of try and get some details on St Anthony's heating system, I don't have that directly to hand. In Lismore Comprehensive, there's been a business case addendum was approved by the department in January of 2020. So planning approval is in place for this subject, and the procurement of development and build integrated study is well underway, and an appointment will be imminent. Expected that the project will move on site in April 2021 with a two-year construction period. It is also the case in terms of a number of the other points that have been raised. Kings Park has been mentioned. I'll try to find where I can find the detail in relation to Kings Park. So the major capital investment project to provide suitable accommodation for a 23 classroom base is progressing. Integrated consultant team was appointed in October 2019. The team have prepared a draft technical feasibility study on all options, including refurbishment and new build. And following advice from planning officials, the report is currently being updated for submission to the department. On approval, the report will form the basis of that business case to determine the project. I appreciate there are a number of issues I've not been able to cover, but I'll write to the Upper Bann members with full details, and I thank members for both the content and the tone of the debate tonight.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, members, for that, and Minister too. So with that concludes our business for today, and the Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.